What's up, everybody? It's Matt from the Ionic team, and welcome to the Ionic 2021 Enterprise App Summit. Now, before we get kicked off here, just a couple of housekeeping items and cool new stuff about the conference this year that we didn't do last year. First up, we have a new mobile app. So if you want to go to the Android or iOS App Store and search for EAS 21, you'll be able to download the EAS 21 mobile application. It's got lots of cool stuff in here. First off, the entire agenda is right on the screen. We also have a speakers tab. So if you want to go follow the speakers on Twitter or LinkedIn, just click on their picture in the speakers tab, and that will take you right to the speakers. We also have a sponsors section. We'll talk about our sponsors in a second, but if you want to reach out to our sponsors, click your sponsors there. And last but certainly not least, we now have the swag giveaway. So you can enter your information on the swag tab and be entered into a giveaway to win a swag bag from Ionic. So that's the mobile app. A couple other things to take care of, though. First off, chat. If you want to chat with the other attendees of the conference, be sure to use that chat tab in Zoom and make sure to set to everyone. That way, everyone, including other attendees, will be able to see your messages as you chat them. Now, as you're watching all the presenters, if you have any questions, feel free during the talk to use the Q&A tab specifically to ask questions. We'll be doing that live after every talk. So with that, let's kick off and talk about the sponsors of Ionic's Enterprise App Summit. At the platinum level, we have our trusted partners, OpenForge and Modus. Now, I'm super excited. OpenForge today is going to be talking about mono repos. Modus Create is going to be talking about micro front ends. So lots of good talks from them. Be sure to check those out. And then our gold sponsors today are Auth0, Couchbase, Launchpad Lab, and Narwhal. Thank you to all of our sponsors. Without you guys, this event would not be possible. So we'll talk more about the sponsors later, but we're going to kick off today's Ionic Enterprise App Summit with our opening keynote from the one and only Max Lynch, co-founder and CEO of Ionic. He's going to be talking about the future of enterprise app development. So give me just a second here, and we will kick off his talk.
Hey everyone, welcome to the second annual Ionic Enterprise App Summit. We're so thrilled to have you. We've got a great event planned today. Thank you so much for joining us. We know you're going to love it. Before we get into all that though, I want to thank all the wonderful speakers and sponsors that we have today. We've got so many great speakers from enterprise companies and other really interesting businesses that are building mission critical apps on the Ionic stack. They have so much to teach. Really some great talks that you'll be seeing today. And then finally, I want to thank our great sponsors for joining us and supporting the event and really being a part of the Ionic community. Thank you all so much. And this year, we actually have an official app for the conference. And of course, it's built with Ionic and a special version, which we'll talk about in a bit. And it's also built with Capacitor, our native app runtime. If you want to check it out, it's on iOS and Android because, of course, with Ionic, we release on both platforms on day one. That's just what we do. And so check it out. Either search EAS 21 in the iOS or Android stores or scan the QR code. And I'll leave that up for a few seconds so you can do that. Really excited about this app. The team did a great job putting together the talk agendas, speakers, sponsors, and there's one really good reason to download the app, which is we are doing a swag raffle. So we designed, actually Julia, one of the designers on the team, designed a really amazing shirt, one of our best designed swag items that we've ever done. You're definitely going to want this, so download the app. And then go to the swag tab and register to enter the swag raffle. We're going to be giving away some swag, so you definitely won't want to miss that. So if you haven't had a chance to scan the QR code, do that now. I'm going to give you a few more seconds. All right, let's hope it's scanned. Okay, so you might be wondering why we're hosting this conference. What is this conference all about? Well, we work with a number of enterprise development teams and companies that are building really important apps with major investments in them. And we've seen trends across the industry. We've seen challenges that these teams have faced. And we've also come up with our own opinion about how enterprise teams should be building apps and what the future of enterprise app development looks like. So we're pretty opinionated about this at Ionic, as you may have noticed, and we believe that the future of app development for the enterprise is going to kind of look a certain way. And that first opinion that we have, and probably the strongest opinion of all these, is that we firmly believe that when it comes to building software in large companies, developers are the future. Developers are the ones that are doing the work of building software. And every year there are thousands upon thousands of new developers that enter the workforce. And as a company trying to build a capability to build amazing software, people are the most important part. So we believe that all the wonderful network effects of developer communities and training and schools combine to create an amazing pool of talented creators that we believe are going to be the future of enterprise app development. And this might seem obvious to you, but there are a number of alternative approaches to building software that don't require developers. And there's nothing wrong with them. We just think the scale of the problems that companies are going to be solving, the number of people they need to do it with, the pool of engineers is going to be where those companies search to find talented creators to build that software. We also believe, as you might know, that the web is the best platform to bet on. We say always bet on the web. The web is the universal runtime. It runs everywhere. It's super stable. And for a large company where you're already facing incredible challenges both competitively and in the broader market, something that you can rely on, that you can depend on, that's highly productive, that's easy to hire for, those are benefits that really, really matter to you. And so to us, the web is all about being the most practical, high productivity, easy to hire for solution that you can depend on for the long term and deploy apps everywhere your customers are with the least amount of investment in multiple different code bases. So for the enterprise, the web stack just makes good sense. And so we believe the future of enterprise app development is going to be based on the web. Number 3, which might be a little bit of a shock to some of you, we also believe that for companies that are building their own app development proficiency, traditional open source models are actually failing most enterprises. We've seen the enterprise market go from proprietary lockdown solutions and then going all the way to the other end and going full open source, community maintained, volunteer maintained. And we're starting to see that fail a little bit for large companies, because the problem with traditional open source is that there are no guarantees for any of the technology that you're building. There's no guarantee of support. If you have an issue and your app is pulled from the App Store and you have a component that needs to be updated and it's the weekend and you don't have any kind of dedicated support for those components, you're kind of out of luck. And if you're a company putting a large investment in your app, that's just not good enough. And so we see traditional open source, when we talk to our customers, one of the things they love about Ionic is that we offer something different. And I'm going to talk about that in a bit. But traditional open source is proving to be a challenging world for enterprise companies because they don't have those guarantees of support and maintenance and security that they expect from their other commercial vendors. Ionic is forging a new path forward, taking these strong opinions and creating the future that we think is going to be the best model for enterprise app development. And I want to talk a little bit about what that looks like. So the number one piece in all this is an open source foundation. I just said that traditional open source isn't working, but there's so much that's good about open source. And any solution that's going to power enterprise apps is going to be open source at the core. And so Ionic's open source foundation gives enterprises the flexibility, the focus on standards, the dependability over the long term, the auditability, etc., that really, really matter to them. The ability to go hire developers that can work on it. These things are critical for enterprises. They're never going back away from the benefits of open source, right? That is clearly the future, and we think it's a cornerstone of our vision for the future. But just like I said that it's not scaling, traditional open source isn't scaling, we believe that you need to extend that open source model with that enterprise grade cloud features, native functionality, security, and delivery solutions that enterprises need on top of all that. So it's not enough to just have a few open source components. You need to take the next step and integrate with the enterprise environment, have features that are highly secure that enable apps to be secure out of the gate. And then finally, and perhaps most importantly, wrapping all that with professional grade support and services that customers love, that they can depend on. And so for us, we've taken open source, we've added integrations and functionality into the enterprise environment, and then realized if we're going to get big companies to depend on this, they need to be able to call us. If they have an issue and it's a weekend and their app is down and it's a really big problem, they need an expert that they can depend on to help them. And that's something that we offer. And if you think about the average open source projects that you use, that's pretty unheard of. You can't really call anyone and get special support from most of the components that you use in the open source world today. And so this is something I really want developers to think about, because most of us think about this when it's too late, when you didn't have that assurance up front and there was a problem and now you're stuck, and now your mission critical app in the App Store has a problem and there's no one there to help you. This is a problem that is completely avoidable, and it starts by thinking about what happens when things go wrong. And I want a partner, an expert at my side in the absolute worst case, but even in the best case where they can help me be better when things aren't going wrong, when they can advise me on best practices, code reviews, and being ready for changes in the front end and mobile ecosystem that come every single year. Having this kind of assurance is really, really special. And this model is clearly working. Ionic has built something that enterprises really, really love. With over 300 enterprise customers from every single industry on earth, clearly the approach of taking open source and focusing on enterprises and supporting all of it for mission critical use cases is resonating. And along the way, we built a robust, sustainable business that's seeing fast growth and is sticking around for the long haul. And I want to thank each and every single one of our customers for trusting in Ionic and depending on Ionic. And we truly are here to serve you and make sure that you're successful and you're able to build the awesome apps that you want to build. So thank you so much. So with that out of the way, what can you expect to hear about at the rest of the conference today? Well, there's three big themes that you're probably going to hear over and over. So let's take a look at those. The first one is micro experiences or micro front ends, and we kind of mixed the two concepts. This is a trend that's on the rise. We're going to hear talks from Amazon, Modus Create, about how the model of building apps, whether that's mobile, whether that's web, is shifting from large monolithic solutions built by a single team where all the code for the app is self-contained, it's not portable, it's not shared with other teams, to a model that's much more component-based and modularized. So I think it's helpful to look at this visually. Traditionally, you'd have one team building one app, maintaining all the features and functionality in the app, and generally the code would live in one place. We're seeing a pretty profound shift in how companies are looking at building apps in general, and it's shifting to building reusable, modular components and micro experiences that are not necessarily built all by one team. So in this example, we might have a search bar that's built by one team, a shopping cart that's built by another, a purchase flow that's built by yet another team. And you can see how, as a very large company, you're going to have individual pockets of expertise and focus across the company. And it's not possible for one single team to manage all that. So being able to share those components, being able to reuse them. So let's say you build another app and you want to bring in the recommendation experience. You can do that with micro front end and micro experiences. So this is a trend that we've seen kind of organically. Ionic customers and users started doing this using the Ionic stack. And so we're really following our users and customers' lead here and trying to build solutions to solve their micro experience problems. So just to recap, why are micro front ends becoming such a thing? Well, it's all about focusing on doing one thing well and having one team manage something that they're really, really good at, and then reusing functionality across multiple different apps. The days of re-implementing the same search experience or same checkout flow, it just doesn't scale anymore. And so you need to be able to build something once and reuse it in all the apps and components that you're going to need. Being able to build, test, and deploy your apps in parallel, so having one team be able to ship an update without having to rely on another team, that's really, really critical. And then enabling developers to move more quickly, ship features more frequently without waiting on other teams. Simply put, micro front ends are portable and run anywhere. And if this all sounds familiar, it should, because Ionic recently rolled out its own product around micro experiences called Ionic Portals. Ionic Portals is fast becoming one of our most exciting products, and it's all around making it easy to embed rich web experiences into native and hybrid apps. In many cases, apps that are have already existed for many years, and enabling those teams to enhance the way they work in a number of key ways. The first is that Portals enables teams to take existing or new web experiences and then deploy those into an existing or new native or hybrid app using any technology. It doesn't matter what the app's built in. Those teams will be able to take those web experiences and bring them into their app. And if you think about micro experiences and micro front ends, this is one key component of it, because you could have a different team who built and maintained that experience and then pull that into the native app in a seamless way where the experience feels just as good as any other screen, but that experience was built by a different team, potentially in a totally different language or technology, and they can release in kind of out of sequence and whenever it makes sense for them. These portals have full access to native APIs and hardware, so they're not sacrificing any of this functionality either. This offers teams to do some really interesting things if they're open-minded about it, enabling their web team to contribute to their native app. So the web team could build new features, new experiences, deploy those immediately to iOS and Android without really the native app team having to do any work, and certainly not having to implement those features natively. All of this enables much faster development, and for teams that adopt it, a superpower of being able to update the app remotely without having to resubmit or rebuild the native binary. So being able to deploy offline enabled web experiences at any time is kind of the last remaining pillar to enable this agile development flow that's critical for micro experiences and micro front ends. The second big theme you're probably going to be hearing a lot about today is design systems and the rise of reusable component systems at scale. We've got a great talk from Thorsten Jankowski of Volkswagen, who's going to talk about building a very scalable design system across Volkswagen and all their different sub-brands using Stencil, one of our projects, which I'll talk about in a second. And so design systems are obviously a huge trend. I'm sure you've all heard of them. And it's a trend in our world as well. If you aren't familiar with design systems, there are different definitions, but the way we look at it is being able to standardize styles, branding, and components across multiple different properties. So the way you might think about it is you built a button that's styled for your brand and then be able to share that with all your different apps and websites. So this helps reduce design fatigue and consolidates component engineering, so you can have multiple teams focus on what they do best and what's unique about their app and not reinvent these components over and over and over. As a web developer myself, I've been there where I'm implementing the same components that another team has already done, and now mine looks slightly different, or they have different styles, or that shade of red is slightly different. Design systems are meant to solve that problem, so I can focus on what's unique about my app. And this is a huge trend across the industry. Major companies like Volkswagen, Salesforce, Intuit, and HubSpot have all pioneered design systems. They built their own technology in some cases, or they're using technology like our Stencil project. And so this is a massive, massive trend. And one of the key Ionic projects that enables this is Stencil. So Stencil enables reusable, scalable component libraries and apps at scale. And it does that by enabling teams to use a agnostic component programming style and then generate web components that run anywhere they need to. In fact, feel native to popular frameworks like Angular, React, and Vue. And so building a design system or a component library around Stencil is a superpower that enables you to build one set of components and then deploy those to all the different technologies that your teams might be using. And we've used Stencil very successfully internally for Ionic Framework and Ionic's UI components. It's enabled us to maintain one single code base of components and then deploy those to Ionic Angular, Ionic React, Ionic Vue. And if you are intimately familiar with the Ionic upgrade experience, you'll know that ever since we've moved to this approach, upgrades of Ionic have been much easier, and we haven't even had to consider ever having to change our code for future components or frameworks because it's always just going to work with this model. And then finally, the third trend that you'll be hearing about today is IoT and connected devices. We've got a great talk from Brandon at Bobcat, who's going to talk about building a connected set of machines and pulling data from different machines in the field and building a great app experience around that. And I believe they're also using some CI/CD features from Ionic's AppFlow cloud product. So really looking forward to that talk. With all these three concepts, I hope that it'll be obvious that today's theme is all about how teams are delivering incredible mobile user experience and UIs using the web tools, languages, and frameworks they know and love. So as you're listening to the talks today, I want you to ask yourself, would this be possible without the web? Because in many cases, the answer is no. And when we talk about the web, and sometimes it feels like a philosophical or religious war, and it's really all about benefits to the business. We think the web is just very practical. It solves business needs. It solves business problems. And that's why we're so focused on the web. It's just incredibly practical. It enables you to do things that aren't possible if you use native technologies or non-web-based technologies. So just ask yourself today, would this benefit that this talk is focusing on, would it be possible without the web? Because in many cases, the answer is no. And that's really what makes us all in on the web, is it just enables superpowers that really give developers and companies the ability to do amazing things. All right. I want to talk a little bit about Ionic's product vision moving forward. I want you as Ionic users, Ionic customers to understand how we're looking at our product and our platform and where we're going to be taking it at a high level. We see Ionic really evolving into a single opinionated app platform that gives you everything you need to build, secure, and deliver the apps that power your business. So historically, Ionic was very much a piecemeal experience. You'd find some components, some UI components, pick some native plugins, find a cloud service, etc. We've built and we're building a much more cohesive single platform that's a little more opinionated, where you can use our app development SDK, integrate our app extensions like Auth Connect, Identity Vault for authentication and security, tie in cloud services that pair perfectly with the app that you're building, like live updates and a new one I'll talk about in a bit. And then support all that with amazing world-class support that customers love and services that enable you to build bigger and better apps utilizing the expertise here at Ionic. So when you think about where we're going, we really see this as a single platform that you can use across your whole business. So you might today just have one team building one app with Ionic. I want you to think about Ionic as a platform that the entire business can use, and maybe they use different parts of it, but really seeing it as this single platform to completely revolutionize your app development process in your organization. So we start with this product vision with the enterprise-focused app development SDK. So you might be familiar with the Ionic command line, the Ionic UI components. Today, they're kind of separated, a disparate experience. We're tying that together to make it much more focused and opinionated, so you can start apps that are already set up for enterprise integrations, enterprise extensions, the functionality that you need as an enterprise developer, whether that's templates, special UI components. So that's the vision that we have for the SDK layer. And then on the app extensions layer, Ionic today is really the only cross-platform company that offers enterprise-focused solutions and third-party plugins fully supported by the mobile experts here at Ionic. So when you think about what you get with Ionic, is you get a kind of an extension to your team. So you have to build a biometric authentication flow or a single sign-on flow or encrypted data storage. Historically, you'd have to build that yourself, maintain it forever, and if it broke, you were on the hook. With this model, you let us worry about that component. You let us manage the authentication flow, manage the biometric flow. And if you think about our customer base, now 300 enterprise customers and growing, the benefit to you is that a single customer who has an issue that issue gets fixed for the entire customer base. The lessons that we learn from a single customer propagate to all the other customers in the business. If you took on the biometrics component, you'd maintain it yourself, and all those lessons that you learned, you'd have to learn them the hard way yourself. So think of Ionic as an extension to your app where you can focus on what's really unique and special about your app and let us handle the really difficult native mobile challenges and integration challenges that really don't have anything to do with your unique business business value. On top of the extensions, having integrations into all the functionality that your app is going to need is critical. You can't build an interesting app if one of the key components and services that you need to integrate with isn't available or is too difficult to integrate with. So we've been rapidly expanding our portfolio of integrations. We recently added Microsoft Intune, which is becoming one of our most popular services. So Microsoft Intune is a service that many of you are probably familiar with. It lets you manage apps and devices remotely and enforce security policies and things like that. So we have an integration with the Intune app SDK that makes using Intune, which is a very difficult service, one of the most difficult services I've ever used. And it makes it so much easier to integrate with. And that's a perfect example of how we're starting to solve those problems that big companies have. And we hope that you never have to worry about Intune yourself, because we'll worry about it. And every customer that has a problem or has a question, we're going to take all those lessons learned, we're going to document it, we're going to support it, it's going to be secure. And we're doing this all with our other integrations as well. So now we have Couchbase Lite, Zebra, payments, and we're just getting started. So expect a bunch more integrations here because we just want to make your life easy. We want you to focus on what's fun and unique about your app. And then the cloud layer of Ionic is one of our fastest growing pieces to the entire experience. And if you haven't tried AppFlow, which is what we call our cloud service, I really, really hope you do, because when customers get fully integrated into it, they end up loving what it enables. The agility benefits, the deliverability improvements that it makes are really incredible. The ability to publish a live update to all your users, and we're working on some really powerful security features to make sure that the publishing and delivery of your app are very secure. Being able to automate the builds of your app, being able to integrate with your existing CI/CD service like Azure DevOps, and then publish your apps automatically to the App Store. When you start to embrace the cloud suite that Ionic offers, it's hard to not love it, because it enables you again to just focus on building your app and not worrying about mobile DevOps. Let us handle it. Let us make you 100 times faster so you can focus on your app. And on that note, like I said, cloud is our fastest growing area of focus. We are working on some really, really exciting new cloud features. And one of the biggest ones that we're not quite ready to roll out just yet is around end-to-end testing. So we've talked to a number of customers, we've done surveys, and we've built our own internal experiments and prototypes. And we think that enterprises are struggling with doing proper end-to-end testing of their apps. And we want to make it so much easier. So we are working on a new end-to-end testing service that will make it much easier to run end-to-end tests that actually test your native app that users are going to install, and manage all the devices that it's going to run on, integrate directly into that cloud layer that our customers are starting to really use a lot more of. And so really excited about this. If you're interested and you want to get on the waiting list, go to ionic.io/E2E and put your info in, and we'll be in touch once we have more updates here. And we would love to reach out and learn the challenges you face doing end-to-end testing. We think there's so many problems here that we can still solve. And for big companies building really important apps, making sure your apps actually work in your users' hands before you release them to the App Store is critical. And we are so excited to help. So when you think about Ionic, historically you probably thought about us as a hybrid app company, which we now call web native development. But the correct way to think about Ionic is that we're really a enterprise mobile platform where the technology that you use to actually build the app might not be HTML and JavaScript and CSS. It might be pure native. And that's possible now because our new Portals product enables companies that have had a traditional native app development process to embed web experiences and to move faster in a way that doesn't actually force them to change their app to hybrid or make any big technological changes. And so we want to build a platform focused on enabling enterprises to be as productive as they can be, to let us work on the hard, challenging problems around mobile so they can focus on their app. And Portals is one of the biggest pieces to that. So Portals really enables us to go after a whole bunch of new mobile ecosystems that we couldn't before. And we've started to see some really exciting adoption of that product in some major apps, which hopefully we can talk about at the next conference. But really, when you think about Ionic, we want you to think about it as an all-in-one platform that does everything that you need to build amazing consumer and internal enterprise apps faster than ever before and on all the platforms that your customers care about. Oh, I have one last thing. Every good keynote needs to have one last thing. And that is that today we are super excited to announce version 6 of Ionic. So I'm just going to talk about it briefly because we've got a whole talk about it later today. You don't want to miss it. But just some quick highlights. Ionic 6 comes with a ton of new design changes for iOS and Android. So we've designed our refresher, we've updated our toolbar UI, UX, updated new filled and outline styles for inputs, and we've completely revamped our material design mode. Probably my favorite part of this release are the new UI components that we're rolling out as well. We've got the bottom sheet, which provides essentially a modal that you can slide up and down from the bottom of the page, which is a really popular UI pattern. We've got updates to the datetime and calendar, in particular to make them much more desktop friendly. We've got a new accordion component for building collapsible sections that users can toggle, and a new breadcrumbs component. So everyone always loves new components. Clearly the community is super excited about these. I am as well. So you're definitely going to love those. We've also made a number of improvements to performance and tooling. We have a new custom elements build that's more efficient and faster to load. We now enable developers to use new web development tools like Vite, Rollup, and ESBuild. We've made improvements to our TypeScript types to make events and other flows easier. And then if you're using the view router, we've rolled out some really nice convenient tools there as well. We're also moving to a faster, more reliable release cadence with Ionic. So every single year, iOS and Android disrupt everyone around fall. And we think aligning more with that release cadence makes a lot of sense. So we're going to be rolling out a more dependable, reliable release cadence that will see a yearly major update. So historically, major updates in the Ionic world were very scary. I hope everyone has noticed since version 4, updates have been much easier. The update to 5 was pretty minimal. The update to 6 is pretty minimal. And again, that's all because at version 4, we built out our shared component system using stencil. So we just maintain those shared components. They're based on web standards. They're based on web components. And then we target React and Angular and Vue with kind of a last mile binding generation if that changes, if that framework changes, we just update the bindings, but our core components stay the same. And so updating to Ionic 6 is going to be just as easy as Ionic 5. And when version 7 comes out, it'll be just as easy as version 6. So don't worry about the upgrade process, but we're going to be doing it yearly and aligning more to the traditional native update process. So we see Ionic as really providing everything you need to deliver all the app experiences that power your business, whether it's consumer facing or internal employee facing. We want you to be able to build that with Ionic, and we want you to feel 10, 100 times more productive using Ionic than anything you used before. That's our goal. So tune in at 1:30 Central today to hear from the Ionic 6 team and get all your questions answered. I did not cover in any detail the actual release. You're definitely going to want to see this. They've got some really great examples and visuals to show off the new components. This is just a teaser, so definitely check it out at 1:30 Central today. So just to wrap up here, with Ionic, teams can deliver cross-platform apps. That's always been our bread and butter, but increasingly micro or inter-app experiences. So Ionic Portals enabling native teams to bring in web experiences and mobile teams to move more quickly. And then enabling teams to build reusable components and design systems. And we see the web as the central kind of layer that enables us to do this. Imagine if we were just focused on native controls, native iOS controls. Well, there's no way we could build a reusable component system that would work on the web. And there's no way we could bring in existing web experiences. So being able to focus on the web is really a superpower. And it's one reason that we're all in on it. So this is what we're trying to enable are these multi form factor, multi-experience type experiences. And stay tuned for a lot more updates on that front. With that, I want to thank you all for joining us at another Enterprise App Summit. I'll be sticking around, I think, for some QA. So thank you all so much for joining us today. You're going to love the rest of the talk. There's going to be a lot of technical and some non-technical goodies for everyone who's here. So stick around, and thank you so much.
All right, we are back. Max, how's it going? Oh, I'm not sure if I can hear you.
Hey, how about that?
Hey, how's it going? So before we get started with the Q&A, I just wanted to call out one more thing I forgot to in the beginning. Not only can you log into the app and fill out the little form to get entered for the chance to win swag, but also if you have good questions that you're putting in that Q&A tab right now for Max or any of our other speakers, Troy from the Ionic team is going to be watching chat and watching Q&A for really good engagement and also just sending swag to people that he calls out too. So be sure you get those questions in so that we can talk about all this stuff live. Max, how's it going?
Doing well.
I just want to know, first off, I have a question. I want to know what your favorite component in Ionic 6 is.
It's definitely the bottom sheet by far. I know that's been a long time requested component. I built like a hacky version of it a while back on Twitter and people went wild. So this one is much better, much more stable and less buggy. And it's nice that it's, so technically I don't think it's actually a new element. It's part of the modal, which makes a lot of sense because it's really just a different way of using Ion modal. So I think you just add some new properties to it, but that's going to be huge because that's become a really big UI paradigm on mobile and being able to pull it, from the bottom, swipe it up and down. I think we have different breakpoints you can set it to. That's really going to change the kinds of apps people can build.
That's awesome. I think for me, don't get me wrong, I love the bottom drawer, but I've seen so much evolution in the date picker too, and like how far that's come and all the crazy features that are in that date picker. It's insane to me how complicated something that seems so simple could be. So I'm excited for all of it. Cool beans. All right. So we do have some questions from the audience here. Let me read a couple of these. Somebody wants to know, will Portals support React Native and Flutter in the future?
Yeah, definitely. The thing with Portals is it's just a native control. So it should work in any single front end technology. I think Flutter is going to be a little more difficult because they render components themselves. So we'd have to do a little more work there. But in any other native focused framework, it pretty much will just work. And then we're going to work on some extensions to make embedding it and some plugin layer easier, because the goal with Portals, again, is you should be able to bring in web experiences regardless of what you're using. And the reality is the web stack and web apps just have every single mobile technology beat in terms of productivity. And so being able to embed those experiences is a huge win, regardless of what you're using. So we want to make that super easy.
100%. What about capacitor? How does capacitor factor into Ionic's future plans?
Capacitor is becoming, one of the most important projects here. The exciting thing about capacitor, if you aren't familiar with it, excuse me, I'll try to explain what it is very simply. Capacitor takes a web app and then bundles it up to run on iOS, Android. We added Windows support recently. And the web is a progressive web app, and it provides a cross-platform API and shell. We call it a runtime, and enables the app to run on all those platforms without modification. So Capacitor is really exciting for us because it enables you to be in our ecosystem and use all of our app extensions that I talk about, our cloud services, even if you're not using our Ionic UI components, because our Ionic UI layer, as many people know, is very opinionated. Historically, you had to use Angular, right? And then we added React and Vue. And we still think Ionic's UI is the best choice for building web apps that look and feel really good on mobile. But we know a lot of teams want to use other things, or they wrote their own UI components. And Capacitor is really the way that we can have the broadest impact in the web world. Again, we're trying to enable web developers to build mobile apps. And so we don't want to limit the kinds of web developers that we can work with just because they don't use our UI components. So Capacitor is really becoming key in our whole stack. And really it's the piece that actually matters when it comes to whether you can use the rest of our products. It's actually Capacitor, not the dependency on Ionic UI. Capacitor integrates with those extensions, those cloud services. So it's really the key part of our stack. And it's been growing like crazy. People love it. It's been taking off. And what I'm realizing is there's so many web developers who try Capacitor and they say, hey, I didn't know I could do this. I didn't realize I could actually build a mobile app like I could build a desktop app with Electron. I think people know about Electron in the web world. It's very familiar. But that art of building hybrid apps is something that a lot of people are discovering right now. And Capacitor is just really, I think, appealing to them, and they're really, really loving it. So it's huge for us.
Definitely. I think it's worth kind of double calling out the fact that with Capacitor, you can bring any UI framework from the web that you'd like. So Ionic 6 is awesome. We'll talk about that throughout today, but you can bring your own too. All right. A question near and dear to my heart from Scott. Are you looking into SOC 2 for AppFlow? You want me to take that, Max?
Sure. Yeah, please.
So we are actively going through the SOC 2 certification process for AppFlow. So if that's something that your enterprise has a requirement in order to adopt any of our cloud services, definitely start reaching out now. We can get you all the paperwork that already exists, all the certifications, show you our progress, and go from there. So now is a great time to start talking to us if you're interested in more the security side of AppFlow. We also have some additional cool security features for our live update service in Q1. So be on the lookout for that. Give me a second here. Let's find one more. Let's see. Love the date picker, but is it really desktop friendly yet? Also asking the user to provide a time. Picking the time brings up iOS style picker and has just a couple more questions about that. So kind of what's our opinion on date picker, desktop support, things like that when it comes to framework?
Yeah, I think one of the key goals with the design of this was to make it much more desktop friendly. Historically, the date picker was a combo style role that works on mobile, but isn't really a desktop paradigm. So this has a much more traditional desktop view where it's presented as a calendar style that I think most people would be familiar with. So it's absolutely.
Perfect. And then one more here. It seems the documentation for React, somebody's looking for like additional word on change or improvements or documentation. And then we got some plans for framework. Did you want to talk at all about some of that?
Yeah, so we're doing a big overhaul of all the documentation for Ionic. And one of the things that we're going to be doing, which is reflected hopefully in my talk, is we're going to be, a lot of people, different people have a different view of what Ionic is, right? Some people think Ionic and they think, oh, it's just the UI components. But really, Ionic has been this opinionated SDK for a while now, right? Like you install the CLI, you pull in native functionality, you use the UI components. And so the docs are going to better reflect the fact that you're not just coming for a UI component. You also need to know, how do I build my app with the CLI? How do I access native functionality that I need? So that's one of the goals with the redesign, is try to make the docs actually relevant for the whole app SDK experience. And then in terms of the components, which obviously are a huge part of it, we need to really update for reactive view. React in particular, it's definitely one of our fastest growing. Well, both React and Vue are our fastest growing integrations, but Angular is still kind of dominant. But we need to do a lot more work to get React to the same place as Angular, because I think that's only going to enable it to really take off even more. And I know it's like been a number one request from people, and I'm a React developer myself, so I totally get it. I can totally relate, and that's a big goal of the redesign.
All right, cool. Well, thanks for hanging out, Max. I appreciate it. Any parting words from yourself before we wait for the next talk?
Just want to thank everyone for joining, and really hope you love the event. And huge shout out and congrats to the team here for putting on this event. They've done so much hard work, made my life easy as a presenter, and hopefully the other presenters. So huge congrats and shout out to the team.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Max.
Thank you.
All right. Up next, we have the 80-20 rule and building UX superpowers with Tom Angolia, Director of Enterprise Architecture for US Foods. I'm excited for this talk. We're going to give it about a minute and then we'll kick things off. Also worth noting, all of these talks, as every year, are recorded and will be available after the event. If you go to ionic.io/events, you can check out past events as well as grab the link to download the mobile application for the EAS 21 event. With that, we'll wait just a minute and get the show off the road with the next talk.
You can really build a bad user experience with Ionic. But you can also create a bad experience with any tool. So in this presentation, you'll take away a few things. So we'll talk about why Ionic and why our team uses Ionic. We'll also talk about the 80-20 rule of an application, and we'll go through an e-commerce example. If you think about, e-commerce tool, you kind of think maybe they're all created equal. But when you really think about the users, that might not be the case. We'll also go through the benefits of an event-based architecture. So if you haven't used an event-based architecture before, you might find this pretty interesting. And then we will also talk in depth around the client-side architecture and maybe some new things that you haven't played around with. Towards the end, we'll get to talking about, basically we'll sum it all up into basically the superpowers that you could provide by a modern based architecture. We'll go through a lot of performance tips. And then finally, if you're a fan of the Matrix and you didn't know, on December 22nd, there's a new Matrix coming out called Resurrection. So I'm looking forward to that, and hopefully it ends up being good. So who am I? My name is Tom Angolia. I'm a husband and father of 3 boys and a little dog, and I am on the architecture leadership team at US Foods. My focus is on enterprise architecture and also technical lead on our customer-facing applications. If you didn't know, US Foods is the second largest food service provider in the United States. And if you eat in a restaurant, there's a good chance that the food delivered there was provided by our company. We're basically all across the United States. And then finally, of course, the disclaimer, the views expressed are my own and not necessarily those of my employer, US Foods. So let's dive right in here. So let's just touch on why Ionic really fast. So there's a big reason why you might want to really consider Ionic over other tools. And it's not because you employ web developers today. It's also not because your team loves React, Angular, or the Vue frameworks. It's not because you could build a native UI on top of web standards, primarily the browser. It's not because you can use languages like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript or TypeScript. It's not because it provides a robust tool set. And finally, it's not because it's free and open source. Ionic equals productivity. So it's really because you could create a best-in-class application across devices with about an 80% code reuse if you really do your architecture right. So there's a risk, of course. We're taking web developers and we want them to be mobile developers. So we need to transform that web developers into mobile developers and thinking about that, right? And your UX team. So just a quick, I'm not going to spend a lot of time here because I'm sure you all have experienced the difference between web and mobile apps, but just, some things that you might think about other than the screen size, obviously, right? So here we're showing a desktop app, we're showing a tablet app, and we're showing a mobile app. Of course, the 3 screen sizes you need to account for, but also the layout and how you present things to the user might end up being different based on that screen size, and also based on how you use the device, using a touch versus a mouse. So, enter in a quantity, for example, of how many you want to buy. It's easy to type on a keyboard, but once you want to use the little touchscreen, that doesn't work out too well. So you might think about using something like a plus or minus for users to add something to their shopping cart. So just little things like that you want to think about. So that's not really what this presentation is about. We're really going to get into deep into some different architecture ideas for you. And so let's dive right in there. So first off, you have to focus on what's important. So really more important than the tools you're using, you really have to understand your users. You need to define your user experience for the specific use case and for the specific device. So don't always think about the use case and how it's going to work. You also think about that use case on a device. Secondly is the 80-20 rule. And of course, you probably know the 80-20 rule really applies to a lot of things in life. But basically, the idea is typically 20% of your effort of something goes into about 80% of your results. So you'll do a lot of work, but not all of that work will really turn into results. 20% of it is about the average. So if you think about developing an application, 20% of your features are probably being used 80% of the time. So think about that, what that tells you, right? Really, you should focus on that 20% of the application and make sure that you're really delivering that first-class user experience. But more important, make sure you understand what that use case is. What is that 20% of your application that's being used 80% of the time? And so what I'd like to do is just walk through a use case of thinking about shopping on Amazon compared to US Foods. Now, of course, restaurants can purchase off of Amazon, and I'm sure they do. But when you think about the use case for our customers, the primary use case versus like Amazon, think of your experience with Amazon. So you'll go to the website, you will probably already have a product in mind you want to buy, and you'll start searching for it, and you'll compare different products, and you'll switch back and forth and look at those and really try to find that product, right? You're looking at the price and you're looking at a lot of details, and finally you're setting yourself up for that Christmas experience, right? When Amazon shows up to the door with your product and you open it up and yeah, I got the product I wanted. So it's really about the search experience when you're using Amazon.com. For restaurant owners, think of that use case. So in that case, you already know what you want to buy, right? You have a menu of products that you prepare for your customers, and you are also a business, right? You're not trying to have fun in ordering. You want to get your order, you want to get in, you want to get out, because maybe people are starting to come in for to order lunch, or maybe it's the end of the day and you want to go home. So it really needs to be a fast experience. So you might think about a shopping list to help your customers with that. Here's all the products that you buy all the time, and maybe even have shopping lists for different parts of the restaurant. Maybe you've got a shopping list for the bar. Maybe you've got a shopping list for the freezer, so you could break that down, and when you're in that area, get to those products pretty fast. Of course, our customers are always looking for new products, and we want to suggest newer, better products. So the search experience is important, but it's not that 20% of the application that our users are using 80% of the time. So the 20% in the Amazon world, 20% of the application, you have to build a really phenomenal search experience, right? In our world, you have to build a really great, fast ordering system from a shopping list. Also, it's when you're thinking about a restaurant, they're not really technically minded typically. They probably don't have a high-speed internet, so you have to think about things like that. Also, you might have a couple people in the restaurant ordering at the same time. So what does that experience look like when you have different people in different parts of the restaurant adding things to the shopping cart at the same time, right? What does that user experience come like? So you could really see we have really two e-commerce applications, but they're really vastly different when you think of the users and what their expectations are coming out of that. So let's think about what we know a little bit for if you're a restaurant and how you might approach purchasing. So touched on a couple of these a little bit. Again, you probably you're not a tech company with high-speed internet all day long. You probably have a slow DSL. That you don't use the internet all day at the restaurant. So why spend the money on a high-speed internet? So we have to build an application that performs really well without high-speed internet. You also you may be offline. Maybe when you go in the freezer, you're not going to get a good internet connection. But we still need to provide a good experience, right? We still need to be able to filter and sort shopping lists. If you're on your keyboard, you probably would like to do some keyboard shortcuts, so you don't need to go back and forth between your mouse. Again, you want a very, very fast ordering experience. We touched on the shared ordering experience. Maybe someone's out at the bar ordering items, and somebody's in the freezer. Maybe someone's in the kitchen ordering items. So what does that experience look like if multiple users are adding things to the shopping cart? And then the other thing that you have to think about is, if Amazon's out of stock on something, maybe you can come back and get it later, or, browse around and find something else. But when you have a menu that you need to serve up to your customers who come in, it's important that you can make those meals over and over again. And so if obviously in the pandemic that we're going through right now, everyone knows that supply chain issues and restaurant ordering patterns have changed, and you really rely on stability of products coming in and being able to do that. So if you can't provide a product for some reason, if our suppliers are out of things, we need to be able to be really good at saying, hey, we're out of stock on this, but here's another thing, another product that'll work out good for you. Again, we want to get you through that process as fast as possible. So really a little bit of a different mindset in many ways that you want to think about. So if you break it down a little bit more, what might this look like? So obviously you need a robust shopping list. Amazon has a good shopping list. You can add things to it, but when you really think about the shopping list that we provide in the food service business, it's really a robust thing, because that's that 20% of the app that users are in there using. We really need to provide a lot of detailed information about products. nutritional information, allergens, all that stuff. And that would be probably the same with Amazon, right? When you buy something on Amazon, you want to know all the different attributes of the product that you're buying. There's also a regional aspect of the products, right? Because some of them might be locally sourced. Different regions might buy different types of products. So in our different divisions, they would typically stock different products that might be more or less popular in certain areas. So we have to think about that part of it. The shared ordering context we talked about, right? So we need to be able to if a user is adding something to the shopping cart, wouldn't it be nice if everybody who was ordering at the time could see that? Live inventory, if we're going to run out of something, we probably want to let you know and lock that order in when you're done, when you're completed ordering. And then think about some of the products we sell that are more like commodities, right? Fruits and vegetables, things go in season, out of season. Sometimes there's shortages on things, and some of the products might fluctuate from a pricing perspective based on that. Then, if you think of, traditional maybe Magento ordering system, right? Typically a store maybe logs into the back end of that and they look at the orders that they need to fulfill and they ship those out, right? But when you think of a large enterprise, we have 70 or so warehouses around the nation, huge warehouses. And so our team is not actually going into the back end of our system. We have other systems that handle all the that work for all of the fulfillment part of what we need to do, right? So when you think of an e-commerce application for a large enterprise, this is probably true across most large enterprises. We're really doing a lot of integrations. As a matter of fact, with our e-commerce application, we're pretty much the system of record for nothing. So we are always interfacing with other backend systems. As those backend systems change, we need to know what changes are, and we also need to transact through those backend systems. So robust integrations are absolutely vital in what we do. So thinking about all of this, maybe put your architecture hat on a little bit. Where does your head go for architecture, right? So, maybe you have to pick out, the type of application you want to build. Do you take the red pill or the blue pill? Kind of tying back to the matrix that's coming out. So do you want to build a monolith or microservice? You could probably do either. Microservices tend to be great for larger teams. You want to move fast, you want to do frequent deployments, but monoliths tend to be a little bit easier, a little bit less to think about. Relational or document database, again, it really depends on your use case, right? But when you're thinking about the e-commerce tool that we're building, maybe document database makes more sense than a relational database. And then, if you're using Ionic, React or Angular or maybe Vue, so you have to kind of decide, maybe what the experience of your team is, or what tool you like better. So in our case, we chose microservices. We have a good sized team that works on our e-commerce platform, and it allows us to do more frequent deployments. Document database lends itself very well to the types of data that we have and how we transform data and get it out into our serving layer. And we'll go through this in our application. And then finally, Angular. We love Angular at US Foods. We have a lot of Angular talent. I'm a fan of React, and a lot of people on the team are fans of React too. So they're both really great platforms. Angular tended to align a little bit better with the experience of our team and kind of how our organization functions. So I'll leave it up to you to decide which is the red pill or the blue pill, but that's kind of where we did it. So again, microservices, document database, and Angular is kind of our baseline of what we're using. And then we have built on top of a domain-driven design-based architecture. So we'll talk about that a little bit and what that really means here coming up. So when you're thinking about microservices, you need to break things down into multiple domains. So if you think about some of the domains for an e-commerce application, right, we want to separate these small domains into areas that different teams can focus on. So you've got users, of course, customers. So a restaurant would be considered a customer, and then there might be multiple users in that restaurant, right? So that's how users and customers might break down. You've got product details. You've got orders, right? Users are placing orders. Again, the robust shopping list idea, right? So you have idea of shopping list, inventory, pricing, etc. So let's take like the product domain, for example, and we can kind of look at the architecture around the product domain, and that will maybe help give you a sense for how we think about an event-based architecture. So that would be this diagram here, and I'll walk you through a little bit of what this looks like. One step back, sorry about that. So if you take a look on the bottom here, this is our on-prem, right? So systems that are on-prem, we have some mainframe systems in there. We have an Oracle database in there. We have MySQL databases, large enterprise. We have a lot of different technology depending on, what those systems of records are. On the top, we use AWS in the cloud. So we've got AWS here. We use Kafka for our event-based architecture, so Confluent Cloud. And then over on the right here, MongoDB Atlas. So we use the managed service of MongoDB. Great tools, both. And then our services are built inside of on top of Kubernetes and containers, which is pretty popular today. And so I'll get into the details a little bit on that. And then, of course, we need to be able to store assets, right, for the product images. So S3 is a good architecture for that. Of course, you could put a firewall out in front of it, and you can use CloudFront for doing your CDN. So that works out great. So let's talk a little bit about what we're really trying to get to, right? So we have our client application coming in from the cloud. Of course, if we're looking at a product detail, we need to get some assets, and we'll talk about this in a minute. But you also need to go into the application through some kind of ingress and hit some kind of API, right? So in this case here, we have our product API that we want to hit. And it goes out to our MongoDB and looks for the document that you request. Maybe you request 10 products because you're showing it on a shopping list, or maybe you request one product because you want to view the product details, right? So we have a very simple transaction when that happens. Basically, we're going through saying, hey, API, give me this product. Since we are in a document database, you don't want to think of it as a relational database and joining a bunch of documents together, right? You want to basically have those documents pre-built out. We'll talk about that in a minute. We are using Node as our and TypeScript as our service language here where we're coming in, and so if you could think about this, MongoDB is hugely scalable. We could scale across different regions in AWS if we want. If you think about Kubernetes, we could spin up many, many containers, so we can really scale this level dramatically. And there's not a lot to break in the middle, right? As long as we keep that database up and running and we keep our microservices up and running, we could fill those requests really, really, really fast and scale that. But we have to get the data out there, right? So in our backend system on-prem, we have our product information management system, right, which we said has a Microsoft SQL Server database. We have our divisional data inside of an Oracle database. So divisional data. So that's basically, if you think of a product from a global perspective, right, can of beans, that can of beans is going to be in multiple divisions. And maybe it's not sold in some divisions and it's sold in other divisions. Or maybe the supplier in one division is different than a supplier in another division. So there's a divisional aspect of that. So we need to tie both of these together to ultimately build that document so we know about that product, we know where it is, where it's sold, what the inventory is, and all of that. And so that's where Kafka comes in, using some Kafka connectors. So the idea is that basically we have these databases on-prem that can be changing all day long, right? Maybe we have some updates to products or the divisional data. The idea behind Kafka connectors, you are going in and you're looking at these databases from a change data capture perspective. So when something changes in any of these databases that we care about, we need to know about that, because the goal is to say something happened and we need to get that out into our serving database. So we have a Kafka connector that would connect to the two different systems here, watching for those. Then we come into our Kafka layer, and so these would be Kafka topics that are listening for those changes. And we have microservices that are listening for those changes because they may have to do something, right? So for example, if we're listening for changes that are happening on images inside of our PIM, Product Information Management System, we may have to go and grab a new image resource from our asset source and publish that image out into our CDN. So we have a service that basically just says, if there's an image that's updated, I'm going to create all the different variations of that image, and I'm going to drop that out there so that can be served up. When we do that, we also have to let the document know that there's images out there and where that could find that image, right? So we need to basically do a couple things. Also, if product data changes, let's say an attribute changes in one of the products, we need to be able to listen for that. We need to transform relational data that's coming in, right? Because these are relational databases into a document database. So that's what's going to help us here by going through this this Java code to actually, take those different related tables and turn that into a document. And then we also need to bring in the notion of the divisional data. So that's what's happening here as well. So ultimately, what's coming out is we have these documents that do a great job of describing products coming from different systems, and we really simplify the architecture in terms of from the client perspective. But since this is all event driven, we really get some neat things happening here. So if you think of maybe a traditional enterprise where you do ETL, often maybe you'll do an ETL every night on the database, and you'll move that out into the cloud and serve from that. But those changes would happen every night when that process runs. In this case here, these changes can happen all day long, and they do. So we have real-time data that's sitting out here into our MongoDB that we serve from. So what's interesting is when you think about that from the order perspective, or you think about that from the from an inventory perspective, we can capture what's happening in our systems real time for inventory and actually know when that client actually goes to grab that product, exactly what the inventory quantity is on that. Matter of fact, since it's an event, we could even say if this user is online who cares about this product, we could actually update the inventory on the client side based on that happening. So it really gives the whole event idea really provides a lot of superpowers to tie back to that to our application, to our UX team. The UX team says, wouldn't it be great to be able to be on a page, and if something runs out of stock, let the user know before they actually submit their order. Or if there's multiple users adding to an order, wouldn't it be great for the total to update for the application, even though both users might be placing that order? So you really get some neat things out of that. So I won't go through all the domains, of course, but this is an example of what a product domain might look like, and then this pattern would be common. Of course, different systems in the backend that we would connect to, but would be common across all of those domains. So let's pull it all together. One thing I didn't mention too much is our domain APIs are very unopinionated. So when you think about building APIs, REST APIs or whatever, typically you find yourself gravitating towards, well, I need to return the data that looks like this so I can data bind it on the client. We end up building all these very opinionated APIs, which might make it easy to build the client-side application. But on the other side, are they really reusable? So, one of the goals behind APIs is so you can, reuse it. If you think about a large enterprise, there's a lot of pieces in the enterprise that really care about product details. For example, we have to feed that data to our search engine, right? So there, and different teams around the organization that care about that product data. So if it's unopinionated, that's great, because we don't really need to need to think about all those downstream consumers. They can form their own opinion on what that data is like that looks like. So the second thing here is we want to build very clean and testable abstractions. So if you noticed on the previous slide, we really separate out the idea behind the integration services and the domain services. So one team's kind of working on those integration services, and you're just wearing that hat when you're thinking about the integration services, right? Performance of getting that data in. You're not thinking about how to serve the data out of the integration layer, right? And same with the domain services. You're figuring out how to get into that database, get your data, get out as fast as you can. So you get to kind of put on a different hat, and you get to test those things individually. And also, if you think about it from a REST perspective, your testing is going to look different than an event-based testing, right? So you really need to separate those two ideas. Then there's also the idea of shared services, right? Like a login, for example, might be a shared service, or a logging service or something like that. And then we break down a few other different abstractions. So we talked about the opinionated versus unopinionated. So we might have a domain abstraction that basically says, here's what the data looks like on the server when you get it. But then when you start to get the data down into the client application, now you want to look at that data from a different perspective, right? If you're using state management, for example, you may have a presentation of that data in state, and then you say, I need to build this UI, so now you need a view model of that data that's in there. We're going to walk through that in a coming slide on that, so you can see how that architecture aligns on the client. And then finally, you have a display abstraction, right? So you have a web view, you have a tablet view, you have a mobile view. If you can keep that display abstraction simple, not have a lot of code in it, that's where you start to get your 80% code reuse, right? Because your state management, your view model could even probably be pretty close. When it gets down to that display, that's going to be the 20% of where you say, I'm going to put the mobile hat on, I'm going to put the tablet hat on, or I'm going to put the web hat on, and build those UIs as a first-class UI for that device that you're trying to target. So you really want to abstract that out as much as you can. So superpower number one we talked about, right? And so this is the idea of real-time events. Gives you a different way to think about architecture, right? Rather than saying, I have to go get some data from the organization, and how do I drill in and go into this database and that database and pull that all out into a view, you have the mindset of thinking about what's changing. This event happened in the organization, and as a result, I have to do something. An image was added to a product. I have to do something. I have to take it from our private repository and put it out in the public repository. An attribute changed. I have to take that and I have to put that into a database so I can serve that out. So again, the different way of thinking about it, and then also the superpowers you get, right? Product changes, inventory changes, order changes. We can let the user know in real time that that's happening with an event-based architecture. So we can actually deliver an experience where two users can be ordering at one time, and you can be watching that total change as those users are adding items to their cart. Superpower number two is reusable API. So think about the unopinionated domain model versus an opinionated view model. If you're doing things right and you're doing your architecture right, you could create that view model on the client side, really separate that out from the domain model. So this gives you a lot of reusability. So, how does that translate into a user experience? Maybe not directly, but it allows you to iterate a lot faster, right? When you have these systems that can be built and built faster and have a lot of reusable code. Performance. So this one's kind of interesting, right? So if we talked about the simplicity of coming in through a very simple web service, going to a document database, returning that document out. There's not a lot that's happening there. So you can get in and out in 20, 30 milliseconds. Super, super great performance. The heavy lifting is happening when you're getting the data into the database versus when you're getting the data out. So as you think about those events happening, right, we have all these services that are running from an event perspective, but if those are running a little slow, it doesn't necessarily have an effect on the user. Certain ones might, right, from the order perspective, if you want the users to see that order update in real time. But if a product attribute changed, if it took 2 or 3 seconds to get down to the client application before we saw it, probably nobody would even notice, right? So the heavy lifting is really in the integration part as we're transforming that data to get it in there versus trying to transform the data when the user is trying to get the data out, right? Provides us a much better user experience and a different way to really think about architecture, even how you do load testing and different things like that. So that would be superpower 3. So let's get to the fun part now, and that's really superpowers 4 and 5 that we'll talk about. So let's kind of just recircle back around real quick, just to remind ourselves about the 80-20 use case we have. Unstable networks, right? So we want to build something that's not going to be a real heavy lift on the client in terms of network. We want to be able to do client-side sorting, filtering, and even ordering offline. Again, you go into the freezer and you need to order something, and maybe you don't have good internet in the freezer. You want to still be able to place that order and get through that. Customers are reordering the same products. Now, this is kind of a key thing in the architecture that I'll get to. But if you think about it, since the customers are reordering the same products, rather than thinking about the product catalog as a whole, when you're thinking about caching, you have a smaller list of items that you can actually cache. Maybe a customer orders 2, 3, 4, 500, or even a couple thousand products. That's not that much data to cache for a user. So if you say this customer cares about these products, you have a nice little cacheable chunk that you could utilize. And we'll talk about this when we get onto the architecture slide. So the list of what they reorder is a reasonable size to think about caching, and even think about client-side caching. And then the other thing to think about is when you're doing caching is great when stuff doesn't change that much, right? So think about product data. How often does a product data change? Very infrequently, right? I mean, you get in there, you put your attributes on and all of that. And so product details don't change a lot. Inventory would change a lot. So maybe you keep those domains separate. So you don't have to always send product data down to the client. You just need to keep the little bits of inventory data flowing. And so you can also think about, building your domains and how you structure your data around how often that data changes, right? So that's kind of a little bit of a takeaway there. So the last thing is Superpower 5 is WebSockets. So it's really taking that idea of events and extending that down to the client. So when you know your client is connected and you want to be listening for events, WebSockets is a great way to do that. So that's how we could basically say an order changed for this customer. Who's online for this customer? Oh, I have 2 users online. Send that order update down to down the WebSocket to the client who's actually connected there. So a little bit of work that you have to do on the back end to kind of be able to do that and keep track of who's online. But again, in that whole event-driven architecture, you have a nice pipeline that you could build for each of those steps. Another thing that's interesting is when we start talking about client-side caching, when you think of a traditional web app, right? You go from one page to another, you load that page up, and you say, I need to go get the data. So I'll make a call to the server, and I'll pull that data back down, and I will show that data in the user interface. So if you think about, if you already have that data cached on the client, you don't need to make that HTTP call, especially if you know you're up to date, because any changes will be coming down the WebSocket. So you know that when you go to the page, you may already have that. So if you think of a shopping list with a couple hundred items on there, you already have that data. And when you first open up the app, you could say, hey, I know the customer cares about these products. Let me just go get anything that's changed for these products before they even get to the shopping list. So by the time they get to the shopping list page, you've already gone to the server. You've already grabbed anything that's updated. So it's another little bit of a takeaway there, right? Rather than saying, go give me all my products, what if you could say, go give me any products that updated? And maybe between yesterday and today, maybe there's no products that updated, or maybe 1 or 2 products that updated. So so you're going back and fetching little pieces of data versus making big heavy requests to the server saying, get me these 300 products, or every time I scroll down the page, go back to the server. Think about how much that reduces the load on the server, right? Because you're really doing some heavy caching on the client. We'll talk about how we do that coming up here. So this gets into kind of the meat of the architecture and how we structure things. So there's a few pieces to this that I'll bring you through on how we think about the client-side architecture. And this will probably be maybe the biggest takeaway that you have from the presentation of really how we think of the different layers and we think of the data. So let me just kind of run through these sections a little bit just so you can kind of get oriented. Just so you know, the technology we're using, of course, Ionic. We're using Angular. Angular, of course, makes RxJS kind of a first-class citizen, so we really embrace RxJS. If you're using Angular and not strong with RxJS, highly recommend that you do. And then NGRX is a really great state management library, and of course, it embraces RxJS. So if you can master these 3 things, you could really do some great things on a client-side architecture. And honestly, one of the reasons I actually like Angular a lot is just because of the NGRX library and the ability to use that inside of Angular and tying it together with RxJS. So we break it down into a few different perspectives, right? So if you look at here, these are just platform services. Maybe some of them are third-party services, some of them are ours, but identity, for example, that's a nice little bundle that you can create. Now, whether you create these as separate node modules that you load in, or whether they're just segmented nice in your application, nice little testable things. That's really depending on, your organization and the app that you're building. Of course, anytime you peel something out into another library, there's, pros and cons of that, right? The pros is reusable. The con is it's a little more of a headache to manage. But identity is an example of one. Logging is an example. Tracing, analytics, etc. You see, we have our WebSockets library in here. We have caching in here. I'll get into some of the details on this as we talk through it. Then there's platform components. So components, we think about anything that's got a user interface, right? Maybe status, like a loading status, for example, or the login screen that comes up. These are things that we can reuse across applications, even error handling. We need to present an error to the user. Do we have a reusable way to present that? And then, so these are maybe reusable things, right? Between different applications, your login process is probably going to end up being the same. So that's something nice that you can reuse. And then there are things that are going to be very application specific, right? Like maybe the list tiles that we create or search facets, things like that. And those pieces can actually be, kind of built inside of our application. Then we have these domain services. And if you think about how we talked about on the server side, the domain services, we actually try to build these domain services that marry one-to-one with what's on the server. So user, customer, product, etc. And I'll get into the details of how we really think about these services and how they work. Then you have your state stored in the middle. So these aren't necessarily libraries, but this is basically, think of this as the data of how we're storing things, right? We have a state for user data, a state for customer data, product data, etc. I'll get into the meta reducer stuff in a little bit. So we have all our state stuff in the middle. Now, what we ultimately have to get to is we have to build out a UI, right? And this is where, when you're using NGRX, where you'll build something called a selector. And the idea behind the selector, you could think of the selector as a query. So basically you would say, well, if I need to build out product detail, what do I care about? I don't care about user data for that. I probably don't care about customer data for that, but I do care about product data, right? I do care to show the inventory. I do care to show the price. If I'm looking at a product and they have it in a shopping cart, it would be nice to be able to show that on the product detail that, on this product detail, you actually have 2 in your shopping cart, just so you know. But for product detail, shopping lists probably wouldn't be important, right? But if you're thinking of a list, the shopping list would be important. So if you think about the selector that you want to create, essentially you want to select into your different state to pull that out. And this is where you actually build your view model. So what data do I need to show in here on my UI? And what does that view model look like in order to do that? So essentially, the selector is how you build up that view model. And that's where your ArcGIS skills and NGRX skills will really come into play. We'll talk about a little bit more about some optimization stuff in a later slide. But essentially, you're querying into your state store, except you're querying in from a reactive perspective. So not only are you querying in, but if anything changes in that state store, it's going to actually fire off your selector again. And if you're data bound to that, you're actually going to see that update live in the UI. So if you think about it, let's say we have our order domain here, right? If this order domain is just thinking, I need to listen to any order things that are changing, this domain, its whole mission in life is just to say, I'm going to update this order state. I don't care who's listening to it. Maybe nobody's listening to it. It doesn't matter. Its whole mission in life is to say, I'm connected to my domain backend. I'm listening to some WebSocket stuff. I am listening to order details, and I'm dropping that into my state. And any selectors that may be bound to that are going to update, and we'll actually see that update. So there's an example where we could say, I'm on my shopping cart page, or I'm looking at my shopping list. I can actually see my order change real time just by building this architecture and creating these 3 separate slices. The UI doesn't need to think about doing a refresh. The selector doesn't need to think about doing a refresh because it's essentially subscribed to all of these different states. And if something changes here, it will see that change because it's subscribed. From the order detail, it doesn't need to understand the application at all. All it needs to do is say, I have this order data and I want to drop that into my order state. So something else kind of important happens here, and I'm going to get in a little bit more detail on a later slide as well. But the other thing here that happens that's important is we have three views of the actual data model. One view is the domain model, and that's what our data looks like on the server, right? That's that unopinionated domain data. The second one is a state model. The domain model may look different than the state model. The state model is essentially, what does it look like when we store it here? It may look exactly the same, and that may be fine, but you do have the ability to transform the domain model into the state model, and I'll talk a little bit in a later slide around why that it might be interesting to do that. And then finally, the view model, right? You'll have a view model for essentially every view that you're creating. So the view model, essentially, you're building up from all the different state that you have here, building that view model, and then ultimately showing it. So it gives you three different layers to think about that data, to think about how you test that data, and also to think about when it makes sense to do things. When does it make sense to transform the data, the domain model into the state model? And we'll talk about that. Or how can you be very specific about your view model to where you're building the view model that's ideal for your UI presentation. So now one more layer that we talked about is the ability to save things. So there's really two perspectives on state, right? One perspective on state is, let's say you go to this regular search page and you do a search and you return some products. So essentially what you would do is you would go and you would say, go to the server, grab these products, drop it in state. Your results would be a view model that would ultimately be showing your search page, right? But that search won't have a value tomorrow, right? So we don't really need to persist that beyond that session that the user's saying. So maybe every time we do a search, we're dropping that product into a state store, but then it goes away every time. But think of it from those maybe 3 or 4 or 500 products that the customer cares about all the time, right? We want to be able to go to the server, grab those one time, and be able to not have to go back every single time we open up the app. So that's where we use IndexedDB on the client. So the idea is, if we just tell the domain model, hey, product, this user cares about these 300 products. Your whole mission in life is to make sure whenever the application fires up, that we're in sync with those 300 that they care about. And then secondly, listen to any WebSockets that are coming down that have an update to products so you can keep that updated. And by the way, for these products that this customer cares about, or maybe we'll call them my products, save that to IndexedDB. So when you actually get that data down, anytime you make a change into product, you want to tell it, hey, go cache this. So anytime product changes, we cache it and we save it in IndexedDB. We take that whole chunk of state, we write it as one object in IndexedDB. We're not thinking about records and rows and all of that, right? We're just saving that one document in. That way, next time the app loads up, you simply say, go to IndexedDB, grab that chunk of product in state, load it in, go to the server, grab anything that's changed, drop it on top of it, save it back to IndexedDB if it did change, and now your that product domain is always in sync. If you do that with all of your domains, when your app first fires up, those domain services just understand their mission. Go grab the latest data, drop it into state, save that state, get any updates, and now we have our now we always have, for the state that we want to save between sessions, right? We always have that latest data. So what we've actually built is a caching mechanism that makes it easy to do that as part of our application. And there's one thing that's kind of interesting if you've used IndexedDB and you're using it kind of heavily, especially if you're writing to it a lot. If you think about the loop that JavaScript runs on, right? It's single-threaded, it's running in this loop. Anytime something happens, it's got to stop that loop to do something. If you're taking some time to do that, like write data out to IndexedDB or read it from IndexedDB, if you have anything happening on your UI at the same time, it's going to be blocked. So think about scrolling. Users scrolling down that list, you're going and you're grabbing data from the server and you're updating your state. They're scrolling down that list. It's going to get chunky as we're going down. It's going to provide a bad user experience. But thankfully, we have web workers. So if you combine the whole idea of caching and writing to IndexedDB, which you can using a web worker, now you're saving that in a different thread. So you have your thread over here running that's saving things to IndexedDB, and your thread that's over here running where you're actually scrolling up and down in your UI. So the net result is if you do it right, you can actually have a very fluid user experience of when they're scrolling down their list or filtering or whatever they want to be doing with this other stuff that's happening in the background that could be done through web workers. So web workers is a very powerful tool, and you can do a lot with it. It adds another layer of complexity, but if you kind of abstract that complexity out, once you get to the team that's working on users, customers, product domains, you could really simplify that part of it. So web workers, great. IndexedDB for caching, build out its own caching layer. Another thing with NGRX, which is really cool, is this idea of a meta reducer. If you haven't used it before, essentially you can hook in a meta reducer, and what the meta reducer does is any change that happens to any of your domains, it actually emits out. So you can essentially use that for things that care about the collective of this data. And where your mind might go is if you think about analytics or you think about tracing. From the perspective of an action, right? A user clicks a button. We might want to write some data to analytics so we know what the user is doing, right? Are they adding things to the cart? We want to collect that data so we can build a better user experience in the future by understanding how our users use the tool. Think about tracing. We want to understand when the user clicks that button and it goes to the whole back end, how long did it take to complete that process, right? Is our application performing well? We want to keep track of that. So that's a tracing mechanism. Also, if there is an error, it's great to have that whole trace through your back-end system. And you could say, well, let me search for this user ID. Here's the trace for when the user clicked that button. And yeah, we got an exception somewhere. And now we can kind of trace that down and understand how to troubleshoot that. The meta reducer is a great place to hook that because you could create off of an action or create an action that says, user click this button, your meta reducer will fire. And as a result, you have the previous state, you have what was changed in the from the action, what data did you actually pass, and what the final state is. So you have everything you need across all of these domains to write whatever you need to write to tracing or analytics. So you can build a little library around that to make it easy for your team to do tracing and analytics using NGRX and that meta reducer. Great pattern to use inside of there. So that kind of lays out the client-side framework, and I'll get into a little bit more detail on some of these in the next slide. But separating your domains separately. These domains don't know about each other, don't care about each other. Matter of fact, you could really reuse these domains if you want in other applications if you have the need for that. They're just focusing on getting that data into state. You then build selectors that are focused on getting that data out of state and building a view for the client. And in NGRX, you actually have some neat performance things that's part of it with caching and memoization on your selectors. Really helps with performance. We'll talk about that on how you build out the selectors a little bit. You might want to build a little bit of an abstraction out so you can call to the backend services. You really don't want to abstract out NGRX specifically, so we embrace NGRX and RxJS in here, but there is a little bit of a facade opportunity there that you might want to take advantage of. But again, actions should be very specific to the part of the application that you're using, so you don't necessarily want to abstract out actions as part of a facade. But other pieces you can. You can get creative with that. So let's go and talk about optimization a little bit. So we'll recap some of this, but some of this will be a little bit new. So first thing is persistent versus non-persistent caching. Again, persistent is we are getting the data, we are saving it off to IndexedDB. That way we can reuse that next time. Do you have an opportunity in your app for data that doesn't change very much that you could follow that same pattern? I've showed an example here of when it makes sense with the shopping list data because they have a certain data set, or when it doesn't make sense, maybe showing search results. The view layout. Talked about this as well, right? So let's kind of recap on that. Same data model, same code, but a different perspective. Your perspective is going to be a mobile app or a tablet or a web app, right? So we're going to get some code reuse there. Persisting state could be janky, right? Web workers, you want to make sure you use web workers there. Refreshing the page. Haven't talked about this, but you should always be thinking about no matter what the user clicks on as a route, right? A little less important for mobile apps because you don't have the back button, but in a desktop app, the back button is important, right? And if the back button is doing things you don't expect, because some places you have routes, other places you don't, you should have a route for everything. So when the user clicks that back button, they could essentially go back through that experience. So think about that direct route for everything, which makes it nice if you want to link into an app and pull up a product detail or something like that, right? Having that direct route makes sense. Tracing. One of the best things you could do for your application is understand how it's performing for your users. The last thing you want to hear is, hey, customers are saying the app isn't performing well. You need to know the app is performing well before you get that phone call from the customer. So that's where tracing and helping you understand errors that the users may be getting and starting to whittle down that, that list of exceptions that you that you may be ranking up there due to, some inconsistencies between data or users or whatever. Tracing, build that as a first-class citizen in your app really will provide, it's one of those things like, we'll do it when we get to it. You'll never get to it. And you will probably spend more time trying to figure things out than if you had done it in the beginning. Tracing, very important. And then the rendering part of it, right? The smooth scrolling. So virtual scroll versus infinite. So remember the infinite scroll, kind of that, Pinterest idea, right? Where you're just kind of scrolling down the list and it kind of scrolls infinitely. I'm not really talking about that. You could decide based on the user experience whether that makes sense for your case or not. But really the whole idea of a virtual scroll. So virtual scroll, the whole reason it exists is really from a performance perspective, right? And this is going to be the case with a native app or the case with a web app. If you load too much data into your view, it's not going to scroll, right? It's just too much data to keep in the rendering state. So a virtual scroll says, let's only put the data in the scroll that the user's seeing, right? We'll still have the whole scroll bar, but the data that's loaded in is just what's loaded. So what happens is as you scroll, we need to build that next chunk real time, right? So this really puts you in a certain mindset when you're thinking about selectors, and we're going to spend a little bit of time on this because if you are using NGRX and you are using virtual scrolls and you really want to create a super fast, great user experience with a complex UI, right? And you remember back to the user the screenshots that I showed. We don't have simple little list items. There's a lot of complexity in those lists. So when you think of the virtual scroll, there's a few things that happen, and I'm going to walk you through really kind of 3 different ways to think about how you're rendering that data. So the first thing is that we need to touch on is selectors. So the whole idea of a selector is you have to go in to these JSON objects, pull that JSON data out, and create a view model. So there's a lot of code running to do that, right? And your knee-jerk reaction is, oh, well, let me just walk through this array, and then I could walk through the next array and the next array. But every time you do that, think of big O notation, right? If you're getting to 100,000 loops by the time you drill down the next record you drill down, your application is just simply not going to perform. You need to try to keep to 1 or maybe 1 nested loop at the most, because you want to be able to build that view model out in milliseconds. And you could build a very complex view model in sub 100 milliseconds if you do it right. And that really comes down to kind of native to NGRX is everything needs to be a dictionary. You need to figure out how to do 1 loop and then find everything in dictionaries that you need to find and pull those in. You could kind of think about it as a relational database, right? I've got my one list of records. I need to go through those list of records and I need to go to all the join tables and pull those out and load them in. Kind of think of it from that same way. If you're in a scenario where you don't have a dictionary that you can get to the data, build a dictionary so that you can get to the data. One of the most important things that you could do, try to keep one loop in your selector. Maybe you have a second loop that you have to do sometimes if it's a small data set. This could let you get to 10,000 items in your list and 20, 30, 40 milliseconds to run through that loop, pull all that data from the state and build up a really nice view model. You want to try to do as much as you can in that view model there. So the other thing about that is with NGRX, and state management, it tries to follow this idea of pure functions, right? So a pure function is if you give it the same criteria, it will return your data from a cache perspective. So if it knows with these same arguments coming in, I don't have to do all the calculations again because nothing has changed. In a pure function, nothing can change, right? State management kind of helps us get there. So if nothing can change, you can cache the last result and return that last result in 2 or 3 or 5 or 10 milliseconds versus maybe 200 or 300 milliseconds that it took to originally calculate that out. So when you think about little changes that are happening in state, and whenever that change happens, you got to run that whole state again. If you're running it off of cached, memoized data, you can update state and literally in 10 or 20 milliseconds rebuild that state again because of all the memoization that's happening in there. So you have to think about that when you're building those selectors. And you can actually think about tiering those selectors from what data changes a lot versus what data that doesn't change a lot. If you have data that doesn't change a lot, and it's really hard to calculate, kind of want to have that at the tail end of your selectors, right? So you could essentially kind of nest these selectors where when you're going after that last selector, it's cached most of the time. And so maybe all that heavy lifting took 200 or 300 milliseconds the first time, but if you move off of that view and you come back, you can get to that selector, maybe like from like a filter perspective. Filter would be at the top because the user would change a lot, but figuring out all the product details and attributes and pulling that all together, that would be the same every single time. So think about how you're tiering that and how the memoization is going to help you there. The second part is, where do you do the work? So there's really 3 layers of doing this work. Layer number 1 is the first opportunity you have is when you're going from the domain model to the state model. Maybe there's things you can calculate there because that only happens the first time the data comes in, right? Think about that. If I could take a few values and calculate that and drop that in state because I know that's going to be used downstream, that's a great place to do that. That's what you want to transform from your domain state to your domain model to your state model. So now you have state model that's maybe improved a little bit. Maybe some things are materialized in there. The next part is a selector, right? This is where most of your code is going to happen. So that's that second layer. The third layer is rendering. So work will also happen on rendering. So think about that, right? When you scroll down and you move to another chunk, it has to figure that out, right? We have to show something on there. What's the inventory quantity on it? What's the price on it? All of this data, it's in our selector, but how much work do we have to actually do to show it on the screen? The more work you have to do to show it on the screen, the slower the scrolling is going to be. So whatever work you could do inside of that selector and not have a lot of logic when you're rendering, less important if you're like on a product detail page versus on a list page. But when you're on the list page, every single thing that you have to do to build out those list items, agonize over it. Do you have to do it there, or can you do it in the selector? If you do need to do it there, there's things that you could use like using pipes, for example. Pipes are memoized. So if it's got to reach out and do a little function, a little calculation, if you can use a pipe to do that, it'll be memoized and that will improve your speed. So think of those 3 things. If I could transform at the beginning of time, that's great. If I could do it in the selector, that's the second best. If I could tier it the right way, that helps out. And then do as little as possible in your views. The more logic you put in there to build those, the more it's going to slow down. Keeping those things in mind are really gonna help you out. So what else? I think we're probably running short on time, so I'm gonna just kind of plow through this real quick. So GitOps discipline, observability, OpenTelemetry is a great tool. Event-based architectures solves a lot of technical challenges, but it also introduces some technical challenges. So you really have to think about your data, how to keep all that organized. Unit integration, performance, end-to-end testing, of course, kind of goes without saying. Our tech stack, basically we're using Ionic, Angular, TypeScript, and Ionic Appflow. And Nginx talked about that. Testing, if you haven't used Wallaby before, it's a great test runner that integrates with other testing libraries. Cypress is a great UI testing framework we're using. And then backend services, AWS, Kubernetes, Java, Node, Confluent Cloud, MongoDB, New Relic is kind of our stack there. And then Confluent Cloud and MongoDB have really been great managed offerings for us. Recap, Ionic provides a great user experience on all devices. Consider the 80-20 rule for users, right? What does that look like for your specific users? All e-commerce applications aren't the same, as we've learned. Architect those clear and testable abstractions. Event-based design, as you can see, really provides a lot of superpower. So you can take that whole event model all the way through. So your team can think in events at every layer. Client-side caching, very powerful if you can get there, especially for mobile apps. And then high-performing apps take work on any platform. So as we talked about, the selectors and tiering it and all of that, no matter if you're on Ionic or web or whatever, native applications, it takes work to build a high-performing application. So just because you get the feature done doesn't mean you're done from a performance perspective. Iterate on it. You don't have to solve it all at one time. You get it working. That's step one. Step two is how do we improve it? Iterate on that over a couple sprints, and you'll get to a great performance level. Considering 80-20 rule, what superpowers can you bring to your UX team? I will be around a little bit for questions. I know we went a little bit over, so I'll stay a little bit longer and answer any questions that you may have. Appreciate you taking the time. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Tom. We will get Tom up on stage here with us in just a moment. While Tom is coming up on stage, remember the Q&A tab is in Zoom. So Zoom, hit that Q&A tab. You can ask questions. We'll talk about them live. If you are on YouTube, you might have pre-registered and gotten a link to Zoom in your email inbox. So be sure to check that out. Tom, how's it going?
It's going great. Thank you.
Thanks for the talk. I appreciate it. Definitely hit a lot of good points there. I think my biggest question though is after the talk, I was kind of just left wondering, how excited are you for the new Matrix movies? I don't know if I got it enough.
So what the original Matrix is 20 years old now or something like that. And I think it's still probably one of my top 5 movies. So I think it's going to, while I'm optimistic, it's probably going to be a letdown, but I'm really looking forward to it.
Well, I'm there hoping for you too. My plan is to rewatch all of them, kind of go through the whole thing. And
yeah, we got one down. I'm introducing my kids to the Matrix now. So
there you go. Good
next
times.
generation.
Cool. Yeah, I think personally one of my favorite parts was you talking about kind of, when Ionic talks about the benefits of what we bring to the table. A lot of time we talk like very specific technical details, right? We talk about, one code base, any platform, or let us do some of the hard UI work for you so you don't have to. But, ultimately in the end, you're right? Like what we bring to the table is productivity gains, monetary gains, and like these more kind of business value constructs that we definitely talk about. So super excited to see that kind of highlighted on behalf of the user experience too, because it does take work to build these great things. All right, let's see here. We do have some questions. Let me scroll through and make sure I'm getting ones that are relevant to you. All right, Joe asks, with WebSockets and event-driven architecture, do you know a solution to know if a client successfully received an event or not? What if they received events 1 through 3, missed events 4 through 5, somehow received 6 through 10? Can we receive events 4 through 5 somehow? Like, how are events guaranteed to be received in kind of order?
Yeah, so we take our approach to it is probably a little bit simple. We basically say, we go query our server and we say, here's the last watermark I have. Give me anything that's changed since then. So as long as we can go back and next time we go, grab that from that watermark, we know we can always kind of get back in that state. WebSockets things can come out of order. So, basically we need to keep track of, making sure that we're not missing anything there.
Makes sense. Another one kind of in a similar vein, which services do you use to listen to data changes to update state? I know you kind of showed us the architecture, but do you want to dive again into that real quick?
So what services maybe might need a little bit more context? So that would just be kind of native NGRX, RxJS, doing a pipe async into that data, and then just basically dropping that data into state at that point, right? So as long as you're updating your state, and as long as you have a selector into that state, you're subscribed to it, that's really how that data binding happens. If you look at it on the server perspective, it's a little bit custom on how we do it, right? Keeping track of the users that are online, looking at events that are happening, and most of that's happening in our Java or Node code to decide, I have something on someone online that's interested in that. Let me send that data down a WebSocket.
Makes sense for sure.
You could certainly overdo the WebSocket thing. Initially it's like pretty exciting, but all these things add complexity. So I would say use it when it makes sense. You don't always have to have, if a product detail changes, that product detail doesn't necessarily need to come through. But 2 people are working on an order. That's a great example of, using a WebSocket. It's easy to go overboard in the architecture and say, let's everything flow down in a WebSocket. Isn't this great? There's a lot of complexity once you start doing that.
Definitely. And I think your concept of the 80-20 rule here, it's like, what is that 20% of the work that is actually going to result in something that's valuable to the user, right? I know it's even myself as an engineer, like I'll deep dive into something that's technologically cool and WebSocket all of the things, but really, WebSocketing a portion of the things is what's going to be truly impactful. Right. So makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, definitely let it be driven from the user experience that you're trying to do, right? Because it's so easy to make an app that's overcomplicated.
Perfect. Well, hey, we're running a little up to the hour here, but thanks for joining us, Tom. I really appreciate your time. I loved your talk, and I look forward to seeing you next time.
Great. Thanks. Appreciate it.
All right. Thanks, Tom.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Cool. With that, we are going to jump over to a spot from one of our sponsors, Auth0. So let me pull that up real quick here.
You did it. You built an app. That means user accounts, authentication, security. Behind this login box is a lot of information, and users are trusting you to keep it safe. It's important. It doesn't have to be hard. With Auth0, you can easily customize your login with the features your users want. Auth0 makes a better, safer experience for your users.
All right. Yet again, thank you to our sponsors. Thank you, Auth0, for that. Up next, let me share my screen here again. All right. Up next, we have a talk related to Stencil. We're going to talk about between standard and flexibility, Volkswagen Group's multi-brand design system, Group UI. Here we have a plethora of speakers joining with us today. So I am going to be introducing, we have Torsten Jankowski, Jan Vornkal, and Johan Bosch from the Volkswagen Group, and we have Matthias Frisch from MAN Trucks and Buses. So I am going to stop sharing and hand over to the group. Let's bring them up on stage.
And welcome, a very warm welcome to all of you from Germany. Thank you for having us here. I will share my screen so you can see what we would like to share with you. So I will minimize this. Oh, sorry. So My name is Thorsten Jakowski, and I'm the UX lead from Volkswagen Group IT. So I'm a designer and a design expert, UX expert in the IT organization of Volkswagen Group in the headquarters in Germany, in Wolfsburg, where the cars are built. And we are responsible for our multi-brand design system, Group UI. We call it Group UI. For any web-based product. I'm bringing with me our two developers from our core product team, Johannes and Jan, who will in a second also talk or give a deep dive onto our code implementation. And I have brought with us Matthias Fritsch from our truck and bus brand MAN. And he will talk about how the collaboration in a multi-brand environment works best. So our design system for the Volkswagen Group, which is an entire brand, it is not comparable to the passenger car brand. It's another brand which is more or less the generic design brand for our internal applications. But it is generic in that way that we implemented other brands within our design system. So it brings a modular user interface, or it is built for modular user interfaces, and comes with a development framework for designing applications which are web-based in the Volkswagen Group and for all of their brands, such as Audi and Porsche and MAN. And Volkswagen passenger cars, Seat, Skoda, and we have a total of 12 brands, which we will show later on. So our vision in that is that all software products within our Volkswagen Group are built with one unified multi-brand design system and one multi-brand front-end framework, which is consequently based on user feedback on different target groups. The target groups I will show in the next slide, these are not our end users and clients, but our internal users, means designers and developers. And Group UI, our product, is based on cross-brand and cross-product collaboration with our using and consuming product teams. We are heavily investigating their requirements and their needs and doing user feedbacks with them to be constantly or to become constantly better and apply an optimal user experience to all our products, to product owners, and also to the developers. And within that, also to our using customers which are using our products. But it is not a direct communication to the users, but it is an indirect through the product teams. So how can we achieve with a design system to achieve a best-in-class user experience? We are thinking we have to deliver more than a single product. We have to deliver a whole tool chain and a whole toolbox. So what we are delivering is a harmonized design and code library from design in Figma and in Sketch, from harmonized and scalable design systems until the web application modules or web components built with stencil.js. This is every time harmonized. So we are delivering design and code, which is a normal thing for a holistic design system. But in our environment, it was a newbie, and it is unique in the meaning of delivering a multi-brand approach. We are delivering it in an integrated tool chain, and we are also offering the hosting and pipelines within our toolbox. So consuming teams get a whole package and are safe within this framework. So designers are safe and developers are safe from designing until developing. with all the implications such as hosting and pipelines and so on. So we are brand agnostic in our framework. So we currently integrated our core brand Volkswagen Group, MAN and Porsche Production. So Porsche Production has an own theme for production applications. We are currently under development and under discussion with the brands Skoda, Volkswagen Passenger Cars, Audi, and our new software brand Carriot, which is delivering the software for our automotive brands. We are also technology agnostic due to using stencil.js and building web applications. So we can cover Angular and React frameworks, as you already know, but we are also technology agnostic in means of SAP Fiori and Salesforce and all the other standard tools. And yesterday we also included our web component button built with stencil.js in a Salesforce theming. So that also works. So this is a signal for you. And building this, we are design token ready. So we have our design systems living in Figma, and coming from Figma, we can export the data from our design systems to a data string in JSON and build parsers for different other target applications. One of that is our framework, our Group UI framework. Others can be other software. So we are design token ready. This is also very important and very interesting in combination with stencil.js. Due to all of this, our documentation is continuously growing. So this is a never ended product. So it's always beta, and we are continuously developing this design framework from design to code. Our main targets is to deliver synergies, not to make the world a little bit nicer, but to be faster in delivering software and to be more design compliant, if you can say that, in all what we are doing. And what is super important is to bring with that optimized collaboration processes, because we are offering an in-house open source approach. So we are always comparing it with a sort of Lego toolbox we are all building together. So if we have a product team which is in need of a new component, we are saying, hey, here's the blueprint, please build this component with our framework, and so we can grow faster, which also means we must have optimized contribution processes and models to enable this. And what's also needed for this approach is a multi-channel communication within the company, within all brands, and to find a cross-brand communication channel is very important in this surrounding. As I said, we have different target groups. The main target groups are our designers and developers, so building products with Group UI. These are the most important people to address for our framework. We also have stakeholders in business and IT to be the gatekeepers. We also claim users of our final product as important target groups, and we have also generally interested UI and fronted multiplicators, so we can also build upon their feedback and altogether give the framework of our target groups. Coming with that, we have our collaboration processes built on this requirement funnel. So we get input from and demands from generally interested to stakeholders to users. And the most feedback we get from our designers and developers on specific aspects of our framework. So we all cluster that and bringing it to a pipeline to end up in a collaboration process where anyone can contribute and anyone gets the transparency to see what comes next and when his demand or her demand is ready. And our main goals with that is, in the end, also to increase the user experience for our users, that's for sure. But the more important goals for us is to build faster together, to gain more synergies, and to be more efficient in when it comes to front-end development. So far from my side for this introduction. Now I hand over to Johannes and Jan, who can give a deeper insight why we have chosen at Volkswagen to build web components with stencil, and how we apply the component delivery. Johannes or Jan?
Yeah, thank you, Thorsten. Yeah, hello from Germany. My name is Johannes Bosch. I'm one of the software developers in the core team of Group UI, who's building that web components with stencil. Yeah, and I will start with the why we chose web components as a technology approach. So yeah, one aspect, a very important aspect to us is easy to use fact. So with web components, we are able to deliver a package, an NPM package, which could be installed in an easy way in any kind of web application. So no complex import stuff of CSS is needed, no CSS conflicts anymore. That's very important for our users of our products as well. Next slide, please, Thorsten. Yeah, very important aspect for our customers, for our users, for our products is the maintainability. They want less than possible effort and for the design aspect of the product. They just want to be Group UI design compliant in an easy way. With web components, we are delivering, like I said, a package which could be easy installed, and in case we have to roll out some changes in our designs, some new fancy features, the product has just to install the latest package, and that's it. No complex migration paths needed anymore. Next slide, please. Yes, it's compatibility. We had to decide in the beginning of our product development, we had to decide which framework should we support. Is it Angular, is it React, is it Vanilla.js, or is it Vue? And with the web components approach, we have found a standard and future-proofed standard which provides us to deliver or makes it possible to deliver components which are supporting all of those frameworks. So we are very flexible. Our products could choose their framework which they like more, or which fits more to their product. Next slide, please, Thorsten. That's flexibility. Yeah, that's a challenge, an important point. So our decision was to use the shadow DOM. So our components are closed for customizations, but our customers need some flexibility. For instance, they want to inject an icon in any kind of component for example, in an input field, or an icon in a button, and so on. And for those requirements, we are using slots, which makes that possible for our products. But the CSS stuff is capsulated in the component. It's fixed. Okay, next slide, please. And last but not least, the functionality. The first approach of Group UI was to deliver CSS, and each product has to build the functionality of a drop down, for instance, or a date picker for each time again and again. And with the web components approach, we don't deliver just the CSS stuff. We deliver the functionality also with that package. For instance, keyboard handling, animations, whatever. The user has just to install the package, and it's kind of plug and play, like Thorsten said, Lego Lego Baukasten, we say it in Germany. Yes, next slide, please. And yeah, the most important question, why did we choose stencil.js for our web components? In the beginning, we did some research, and yeah, to build web components in vanilla.js was not really an option. We searched for a tool, and yeah, with stencil.js, we found a way to build web components in a very comfortable way. It's easy to get in this topic and just start to build your web component. Including with the whole bundling stuff, lazy loading is an aspect. Testing is very important for us. Puppeteer, end-to-end tests, configuration, it's very nice. And yeah, so we are very happy with Stencil. We are in love with Stencil. So that's it. I will hand over to Jan.
So wrapping that up from Johannes, thank you for giving us an insight why we are going with Stencil. If you would like to have a closer look onto our framework, it is publicly communicated under the domain you can see here, volkswagen.frontify.com hub 29. You can have a look on that and have a deeper insight onto our documentation if you like to. So I'm heading over now to Jan. Thank you, Johannes.
Yeah, hello also from my side. My name is Jan, and I'm also a developer on the Group UI team. And yeah, on this slide, you could see only a few components of our Group UI framework. And we have at the moment plenty of more components. I count them earlier. In the moment, we have over 50 components, and in summary, 6 active themes. And overall, 43 developers has contributed in the last year into our repository. So that is, I think, very good summary for our components. And yeah, on the next slide, you can see some special components from our side. Here you can see our Group UI Showcase, because we want to document our components with our own components. So that is a little trick on this side. The Showcase is seamlessly integrated on Frontify, our CMS system for the documentation. And yeah, in the middle, for example, you can see our Group UI code snippet in the Volkswagen group style. And yeah, this documentation can also be styled for the other brands custom. Yeah, and it is a little playground for the users, so that yeah, you can test our components before you will use them. Yeah, on the next slide, you can see maybe an Angular developer which has to use now our pure web components, and he will miss some functionality like autocompletion in his IDE, for example. And then he recognized that Group UI wraps the web components into Angular components. And we are really happy, next slide please, that the Ionic team has already a solution there. So check out this repository. Thanks to the Ionic team, this stencil DS output targets helps us a lot for all our React and Angular teams across the group. And yeah, at the moment we have in use the React output target and also the Angular output target. And an open topic on our side is to integrate the Vue output target and the Svelte output target for all the other teams which are using Vue.js and Svelte.js. And yeah, that is a really massive thing for all the teams outside our group to use these Angular components and React components on the top of our web components. yeah, on the next slide, you have a short overview of some of our themes and how we split them into one. And there's a get mode and set mode functionality in Stencil, and we use this to manage all the themes in the components. And here you can see a short code snippet from a simple my component, I would say, and yeah, how this will work into a component. And here you can see also the Shadow DOM is activated, as Johannes mentioned before. And yeah, this could be a component opener. And on the next slide, you can see a global script, which we are using to split it up. And this is linked in our stencil config, and it is a simple recursion. So the element is looking for a theme property or an attribute, and if there is no theme, the script is looking on the next parent element, and so on. And yeah, then it activates one of the themes. And in the end, it can be something like this in the HTML file. We can activate the theme with property here. Yeah, and in the end, some last words from our side. So from the dev perspective about testing, here you can see a possible reaction of a developer, which is hearing that Stencil.js provides a toolset for screenshot testing. So this is a really nice feature of the Ionic team. And yeah, test-driven development is our daily business. Next slide, please, Thorsten. Is our daily business, and we use the following methods at the moment. So there are, of course, just unit tests, Puppeteer end-to-end tests, for example, for keyboard handling tests, and also this screenshot testing feature. I have to say this is experimental at the moment. So there are some issues we are facing, for example, running these tests into an CI or maybe on a Windows device. That is a bit problematically, I would say, but yeah, we love it because it helps us a lot in the daily business and to develop pixel perfect design is an experience for us with this test that is really nice.
Thank you, Johannes, Jan, sorry, which brings us to our next speaker, Matthias from MAN, which is our truck brand. But what I had in mind when I heard Johannes and Jan speaking is a thing which is very normal to us usually is to accept the size of our company. So maybe I can wrap that up. So if you have in mind, our group IT, which is our multi-brand IT organization, is about 12,000 people big. So we have worldwide 12,000 people working in IT for Volkswagen Group within Volkswagen and the other brands. You cannot imagine how many products we are delivering in this IT organization. We have so many use cases for internal and external clients, so you cannot imagine the redundancies and the potential for synergies in that. So we alone with Group UI have more than 60 teams and building 40 applications, so full stack application, not a small application, but bigger tankers, using our design framework. That's only I wanted to mention when talking about the Volkswagen Group. So, but now we are coming to Matthias. Hello, and I will switch now to Figma, where you can see exactly the same screen, which is great. So we can go on from here.
Cool. Thank you, Thorsten. So hi, thanks for having me here. I'm Matthias. I represent the brand MAN Truck and Bus from the Volkswagen concern. Yeah, I'm leading their design system at the MAN from design and code perspective. And yeah, together here with Thorsten and the Group UI developer team, we will now give you some more insights about our multi-brand design approach. We will go over our definition, the principles, how we achieved our buy-ins for this multi-brand thing, plus show you some actual thing, how we work together between the brands. But yeah, let's start with our definition. So our multi-brand design system enables brands to add their individual DNA to overreaching agnostic design decisions. So I guess it's pretty straightforward and explain what we understand and need from a design system. And yeah, but first things first, provide a bit more context. What does multi-brand even mean? So yeah, there are different, let's call it brand architecture models. And for multi-brand design systems, I will skip the much details in here and the differentiation. If you are really into this topic, there are awesome talks from Specify app, especially from Luis. Shout out to him if you're interested. Take a look on that. But important is to know we go with a hybrid model. So, but to be clarified this a bit, we have to give you a bit more insights into the Volkswagen structure and how many brands are really involved here. And Thorsten will give you some more details about this in this next slide here.
Yeah, so you may heard of it that the Volkswagen Group contains iconic brands such as Volkswagen passenger cars with the Beetle, but also Audi and Porsche belong to the Volkswagen Group, and Skoda, Seat, nowadays Cupra, Lamborghini, Bentley, Ducati also belong to our group, and all of them. Some of them are very iconic, some of them are iconic, and some of them also are a group in itself, like Traton, which is our truck and bus and yeah, heavy commercial car group, which again contains MAN, for example, Scania, the commercial vehicles of Volkswagen, Navistar, and our software brand Rio. Plus, there's a new kid in town, our Carriot brand, which is the central brand for delivering software for all of them. So, and we are enabling all of them with our approach to avoid redundancies in building again and again web components. But because, to be honest, a button stays the same, even if different brands are using it. We should just intelligently apply their individual brand experience. Matthias?
Yeah, so totally agree. To wrap this up, so our definition is hybrid. That means one design system will feed the organization. So in that visualization is the Volkswagen Aktiengesellschaft is leading all the brands, providing that agnostic solution in terms of design and code. And this solution can be consumed and modified to fit the dedicated needs for each brand. And yeah, to be honest with you guys, each brand has a lot of I would say needs and dedicated needs. So yeah, to establish this really big multi-brand design system mindset, these things, we need to we need to have the same mindset, and we need overreaching principles. That's in the next slide, Thorsten. Exactly. So we need overreaching principles to really establish this big thing and build up all our decisions based on that foundation, on that principles. And these principles are also straightforward. So we say flexibility over rigidity, global collaboration over stakeholder focus, transparency over complex processes, and that all wraps up with a common vision over individual goals. And for sure, we have to, it's in the next slide, we have to decide or define even simpler when we talk to stakeholders that are really, I would say, out of scope and not really deep into these design system or even codish things. So we define even simpler. If each of us is building similar things, why not building these things together? It is that simple. Yeah. But to grab that simplicity, we have to translate it into numbers to have a buy-in or to receive a buy-in, and also get the business behind us. Or in other words, we have to convince the management. Yeah. And for sure, first of all, we start always with what are the benefits from a simple design system? Everyone should be heard about it. For sure, it's a buzzwordish thing, but it's pretty good to argument here. So with a design system, you reduce the effort of UI and also from the developer perspective, because you have pre-built Lego briquettes. They are approved and finalized and whatever. And with this, we have a scale in UX, because these assets are good also in terms of usability or accessibility. So it's quite easy to argument this. We are 2 to 3 times faster on the market and just deliver products faster. But now one step ahead, when we talking about multi-brand design systems, it's just even better. Let's name it like this, keep it simple. So in compared to a regular design system, we can save even more time, because we have multiple brands, multiple designers, multiple developers who optimize these components continuously, which increase the UX even more, and we save even more time in compared to a regular normal design system. And yeah, that's pretty awesome. And especially with these money charts, let's name it like this, where you have the argumentation, we are faster on the market and really save costs. It's that transparent and that easy to understand also for the manager, money givers, investors, you name it. Exactly. And so how this looks in the real world. So preview how we work together. So for sure, Group UI is pretty awesome. And so our collaboration model, we call it the rainbow of collaboration. It includes a lot of shading, so to say. And let's see the shading. So first and important thing is we need a simple chat. So really we have to align in a single source of communication. We try to avoid like a Slack here, a Teams there, a trillion emails here, and maybe some Git communications as well. So we aligned on a single source of communication. In our case, it's a good Slack channel-ish solution, which also includes some plugins and so on, but we aligned on Slack. And then we have shared Figma libraries. These libraries doesn't only include UI kits, for instance, they also include presentations and workshop files that are related to design systems. So why do you to reinvent the wheel if other brands or colleagues from the other brands already prepared pretty good presentations or workshops, etc. Then common documentation. When we talk about documentation, it's the classic thing. You have to document all your stuff or it doesn't exist. So we aligned on the same technology platform. We use Frontify for our documentation for design systems. We have shared content for sure, while we should have another description for a button as the other brand. So it's quite logical, so to say. And we also share plugins. For instance, if some brand creates their own plugin to communicate between Figma and Frontify, for instance, we can easily share this between the brands. We have an overreaching backlog. It's really quite important that it's synchronized for sure. It's transparent and it's accessible. It's easy accessible for everyone. So no single sign-on craziness and 1,000 logins. So it should be really accessible. And yeah, we have weeklies and retrospectives. to be really aligned with the needs and try to get some structure in all these things. As the developers mentioned, we are really test-driven in the way we code. So this includes also pairings between different brands who work on the same modules, for instance, like a date picker or something. And last but not least, the fun kappa. But to be honest, the fun thing is really important. You have to keep the satisfaction high through all the brands and provide or give that feeling to all contributors that they feel like co-authors of the design system, not only contributors or consumers. Only with that mindset, you will achieve long-term success. Yeah, and which leads us to the next slide. It's just really a pretty basic visualization of our collaboration model. Basically, it's really quite simple. So every brand, as we mentioned, has their own tradition, their own pride, their own design decisions, foundations, basics, you name it, like colors, typography, and so on. And these design decisions will be or shift over into our technical pipeline framework, Group UI. Group UI provides the agnostic skeleton components and also these same from the Figma from the design perspective. And then we do the magic, we created the themes and have individually created libraries, style guides, even design systems for each brand. Yeah. And really the benefit for all these multi-brand thing is, in the next slide, please. Oh, it was the last slide. When we switch. So unfortunately, there was another slide. So if we work multi-brand, we have the opportunity to argument multi-brand. So if one brand already has a good decision regarding designs, here it is, a good decision regarding design, regarding components, or even buy-ins from the management, we can easily grab this argumentation and say, hey, look at these Skoda guys already established this. We should follow this approach because it works. Plus, it also has business numbers behind it and so on. So this is really an awesome benefit when we establish this mindset, multi-brand, we can really argument multi-brand through all silos, so to say. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's really also a mindset within a big tanker like Volkswagen. So appreciate collaboration instead of information hiding. Appreciate also MVP working. So let's jump in and build a small component and later scale it, and appreciate also ideas from other brands, such as bringing third-party products into the framework, and not always create a web component. Maybe sometimes it's also only not a web component, but a JavaScript part you can reuse, and it's an openness, and it's an openness to trust each other from the other brands, from other departments, to collaborate. We are creating a sort of design and front end family in the group, which is a great feeling because anyone can build upon the knowledge of the other ones and build upon the work of others. And that goes also for design and for code. So we have a code community or a code developer community in our framework, and a designer community, and a global community. So this is really, at least for a German company, it is new. And it is super much fun, and it works and lives with the tool stencil.js because that gives us the ability and the freedom and the flexibility to build exactly this. So thank you for your patience and your interest on this topic. And now we would be happy to answer your questions.
Hey, thanks everybody. That talk was awesome, and I just have to say that your humor is on point. Everyone enjoyed it here at the Ionic office. We are sharing all of your memes in our private channels, and I even texted one to my wife that I thought she would appreciate. So stellar talk, and appreciate it for sure. So we did have a couple questions come
Yeah,
in.
should I, just
go ahead.
one question. Should I stop sharing my screen?
Yeah, if you want to stop sharing and have it just be us, that's totally cool.
So I can stop here. So I can see you, yeah.
All right,
Perfect.
there we go. All right, and let me actually, I'm going to put you so I'm actually looking at you as well. There we go. All right, cool. So yeah, lots of questions came in about this one, so appreciate you guys diving in. First off, what made you choose Stencil over other web component offerings such as like Lit Element, or were there other things that you investigated? Can you tell me about like the decision that was made there?
Yeah, that's a question to Jan and Johannes.
Yeah, we compared it at the beginning with Polymer Lit and Svelte.js and other tools, but we stayed then with stencil.js because it is very easy. So the annotations are very easy and the programming is very easy. And we have full browser support, and it is very easy. In the end, we have a suitable bundle size, and the lazy loading is really cool. That is a fancy feature. And also the React and the Angular output target, that is a feature we are waiting for, and that is awesome. And we choose stencil.js afterwards.
Awesome. Thank you for diving into that. And then let's see here. Torsten pasted the URL. I'm going to repaste that to everyone. So there is the, I know a lot of people were interested in checking it out and diving in. I got like inundated in Q&A responses for the link. So people are very excited to dive in and check out what you guys have made. So shared that.
Tomorrow we will see an increase of analytics. So
there you go. You're gonna see a big traffic increase there for sure. One of the things kind of I'm most interested about, and a couple questions came in related to this, is, you know, all of us here know that design systems are a thing that you can build and frankly have go nowhere. And a big component to this is the actual communication and evangelism internally to make sure that this thing is successful in an organization. How have you guys ensured that this is actually adopted, and how have you evangelized it internally?
Oh, that's a hard, the hardest question of all, because it's essential and a core function to evangelize this thing, because to bring anyone on the same page is so hard. So it depends on with whom you are talking. So sometimes you are identifying a stakeholder, building a web page for one of the brands, and you're saying, hey, you're using web technology, why not using our components? And he answers, no, we are using a specific blah blah technology, and we cannot use your components because we are bound to, I don't know, Adobe IAM or something. And we are saying it is compatible, give it a try. And he said no, because my developers are specialized technology dependent developers, and so you have to evangelize again and again and again. And also this topic of reuse is not new for me, but new for organizations. Because in the past we were creating software like carpenters, individually. Each product was individually and exactly or every time it was new again. So you just have to find this common argument for all, which is web technology nowadays, and bring them on the one page. And it is even it's very much easier if you have internal regulation. So we at Volkswagen we are a German company, we have rules for everything. So also there is a corporate design rule. You have to follow the corporate design, and we are saying, hey, if you are using our components, then it's easier for you to follow the rules of the corporate design. And then anyone says, oh, that's great. So it makes my life easier. So if you find the central point of making lives easier, then you get them. Yeah, but you have to find this central pain point to make life easier, and that's the hardest part. You have to understand your audience.
Fully agree. I can only add something here. Find good ambassadors within the company who are related to design, understands the thing, and maybe translate it to other stakeholders in their words. So we have to do a lot of translation. Then ambassadors will help. Try to avoid mandatory. Find really, I would say, co-creators. Keep your consumers. Treat them like co-creators. Listen to them. Be transparent, and so on. I guess it would really help. But for sure, as Thorsten said, everyone has his pain points, and you have to feel them a bit, and be sensitive also.
There's definitely a very human element to this whole thing, and like what do I and my project kind of get out of the equation? Is it going to provide some amount of change that is always scary, right? But like there's benefit on the other side to be had for sure. I think some of the other
your baby, so
exactly
the best for it, and the best framework for it, the best system, whatever you call it. So agree.
Definitely. And I mean, when Stencil was born, like, we created it out of the thing of like, we want you to be able to still pick your favorite things. We want you to be able to go pick, Angular, React, Vue, nothing, whatever you want to bring to the table, but still be able to use our components. And like that same kind of emotional relationship and tie to technology on a project level will always continue to exist, right? So definitely understand that. You also mentioned like the fun side of the house, right? Like, let's just get together, let's POC some stuff, right? Let's hang out. I really jive with that for sure. We have time for a few more for sure. One of the other questions that came up, phrased about 8 different ways, is, when it comes to working with all of these different brands, different apps, different projects, obviously your core design system can handle probably a good majority of the basics. When it comes to like, unicorns, one-offs, kind of specialty components, like how do you drive that forward in the organization or handle that?
Matthias, do you want to answer that, because you are from that unicorn brand?
So I would say this is one of our earliest pillar, that the design system, especially from the code part, has to be that agnostic to allow these snowflake-ish special decisions. So for sure, it was an evolution process from the beginning. The group UI solution wasn't there to really fulfill all these unicorn needs, let's call it like this, but we really found a good way. Maybe Jan or Johannes can explain it a bit more in detail from the technical perspective, how to add our brand-specific unicorn needs through the global group UI design system.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to dive into the technical side if you guys want to share some tips for sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, maybe some words. I mentioned some minutes ago this own showcase components, where we have different approaches for each brand. And a clue here is that there are properties for some brands, and maybe another properties for the other brands, and this showcase components or our own showcase components handle this and shows the user only the component, the properties which are suitable for each brand. So maybe the custom element JSON concept inside of stencil.js, and we use this and created our own documentation for each brand. And that's the clue behind these multi-brand system.
Makes a lot of sense. Thanks for diving in there. I appreciate it. Go ahead.
I can say something from the design part. So we first, you always have the idea, A button is a button is a button, just skin it. And then we were talking with the brands, and we were facing that we need more flexibility in implementing design aspects. For example, this simple button thing. So for our brand, Volkswagen Group, we have 3 different states. So we have we have 3 different buttons. So we have a primary, a secondary, and a tertiary button. Matthias, for example, has 5 states. He has a quaternary and a quinary state. I don't ask him why. And we even have other brands with other requirements which have 7 states. Because they have special requirements on their use cases. So instead of discussing half a year why 3 or 5 or 7 is the right number, we enable them to be flexible to enter their amount of states, for example. And after discussing again 3 months, we will face that 5 is the perfect number. Then anyone goes with 5. So that's the idea behind it, and also to enable really unicorn or snowflake components that must be possible. Because in the end, it's not made for ages. Front-end elements are made for a shorter time, and then you have an iteration and build it again. So it is no shame to be a little bit flexible and a little bit messy also with the variations you have. So you don't have to. So we in Germany, I feel we go with this Lord of the Rings approach, the one ring to rule them all. So in means of standards, but I think flexibility is better than the ring.
Man, today we got all sorts of stuff. We got Lord of the Rings going on. We got Matrix going on. You guys had some Tom Hanks memes. I love it. So question came in from Michael. I think this will be the last one for the group here. So first of all, I say this design system is seriously impressive. What is the size of the team that has built this? Like devs, engineers? Like what's the composition look like of the team pulling this off?
Johannes, Jan?
I could answer the question. We are a full balanced team. That means we have one PO. That's Torsten. It's our product owner. We have one product manager from the technical side. That's Christopher. And we had 6 developers and 2 up to 3 designers. That was the core team. But a bigger community behind that. One of our designers, Lucas, built up the community. He invites the people to get the designers on our page. That they adapt that design systems, and that makes easy for the developers to use our components because the design requirements of those designers fits to our components. This is the core team, but we have some more contributors from the teams. They need sometimes a component faster than we could deliver, and so they just built it for us and did a pull request. That's it.
Yeah, I think there's definitely kind of multiple ways that people wind up pulling off these design system teams. And it sounds like you guys have taken more the approach of like, yes, we do have a core team managing it and making everything work right, but we're also, quote, open source, in that we encourage kind of this community help and community kind of contributions internal to your company, obviously back up into the core.
You have to so only open source and only contribution doesn't work, I think, because someone has to orchestrate the whole thing a little bit. So 6 developers, 2 designers, PMPO sounds quite few, but the whole community is So we had a community meeting with designers where we were 40 designers, I think. And for the developers also this amount. So even more developers, because we have less designers than developers. So we have more developers talking with each other on this topic. So yeah, if we had a meeting with Google Material, for example. So we were asking how many people are working on Google Material. They said, oh, it's about 200 people. We said, oh, we only are 6 or 8. And then we counted again and said, no, with all the community parts coming together, we are also 150, 160.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Awesome.
And I would like to add, don't to forget contributors from the brands. So we are the core team. We are implementing the one theme, but for Matthias are developers as well, developing that components from the style perspective. They, our system is open to them, that they just have to implement their CSS stuff, and so they are done with their theme. Yeah,
that's awesome. Awesome. Well, hey guys, it's been a pleasure. I really enjoyed the talk. I think you guys are more than welcome at any future Ionic events that you want to come. We'd love to have you. So thanks so much for hanging out with us. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much for having us.
Welcome.
Anytime. All right, we will take a short break before diving into the next talk here. So I will see you guys in just a minute. All right, welcome back. We are preparing for the next talk. We have with us, continuing the topic of conversation and talking about Stencil. We'll be talking about building micro front ends with Stencil.js. Please join me in welcoming Michel Tauban, a front-end engineer at Amazon, for this next talk.
Thank you so much, Matt.
Welcome. I'll hop off stage. It looks like you're good to go.
1 second. Let me just share the right thing. Can you guys see my screen? Yes.
Perfect.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Matt. And thank you so much. Welcome. This is going to be building micro frontends with Stencil.js. My name is Michel Tauban. I am a senior front-end engineer at Amazon. Actually, as of December 1st, I am a senior front-end engineer at Amazon. I come from south of the border in Mexico. And fun fact about myself, during the pandemic, I decided to take on learning how to play the ukulele. And I cannot stress this enough. It is great to create music, so try it yourself. Before I begin, though, I would love to thank Ionic for inviting me today, and of course you for watching and tuning in. Thank you for making it. I really hope that you liked today's presentation. So what are we going to be talking about today? We're going to be talking about micro frontends, what micro frontends are and how they are defined, and what are the elements that they require to build them. We're going to talk about some different approaches to build micro frontends. We're going to touch a bit on what are web components and how can we implement the construction of micro frontends with stencil.js. We're also going to be talking about the opportunities that this approach brings us and all of the benefits as well. And we're going to do all of this with the help of our made-up company called smallnews.com. So let's focus on smallnews.com. So imagine that in the beginning, this was a small startup with about 5 to 10 employees, right? It's probably a group of friends got together and decided to create this website. And initially, they were able to deliver content at a very slow pace. There was no problem for them. They maintained this delivery pace, steadily. And because of this, initially, probably they had a very simple architecture. They probably just had a database, a simple backend to pull and push data into it, and they had a front end, right? Originally, they had very little sections in their website, a manageable amount of routes to send the user to, a controlled content delivery system. And because of this, they were able to simplify their architecture. And something very important to note about architecture is you have to have the architecture that can support your business. But at the same time, you have to have the right business to justify an architecture. So at this stage of their life, potentially even a monolithic architecture makes sense for smallnews.com. So probably their website looked like this, with a home site with some different sections, very little of them, and a news detail site, right? But what happens when you start taking the right decisions? So probably small news started taking the right decisions. More people started turning their faces towards small news. They started doing things right. And when you do things right, growth is inevitable. Now, the small news had more sections, and probably each one of those sections needed their own specific content. Probably each one of those sections also needed its own different style, something unique for each one of them. And because of that, more business units have to come in play. They had to hire more engineers to maintain those business units. And with that, of course, more problems. So now small news became big news, and big news now is very big. Let's say that it has over 10,000 employees globally and 100,000 employees, I don't know. They have to serve millions of customers at this at very fast pace. And now they have multiple sections and business units that appear every single day. New ideas are coming into big news, and they have to be maintained. Because of this, maintaining the ownership of each one of those elements is really complicated. Now, even deploying changes is really slow because there are multiple sources of truths and databases that have to be carefully merged. And adding a single feature to specific portions of this application is complicated because you can break anything in another part of the application, right? And outages can happen at all times because now you have a very complex application that has a lot of moving parts. And if any of them has to change, they could break something even remotely related to it. So probably big news found out that it was going to be simpler to separate the ownership of their business by several different verticals, right? So potentially they had a home section, a detail section, a sports section, an event section, and other sections. And each one of those organizations had a delimited ownership of their business and their requirement. So instead of the whole team controlling the front, back, and database for all of them, now each one of those elements had the independence to do that. And all of these microsites would be routed under the same website, which would be something like bignews.com, right? So now we start talking about micro frontends. So what are micro frontends? Micro frontends are architectural patterns that allow to divide a front-end application into multiple independent portions. Luca Mezzalira in his book, Building Micro Frontends, defines micro frontends as a collection of decentralized artifacts that integrate into the same website. And he also defines a way to create a framework to create micro frontends in general. First, we have to define what are going to be the units that need to be decentralized. Then now we have to compose all of those units to make them work together. We have to have a consistent and reliable way to route each one of those artifacts in order to achieve interconnection and at the same time interdependence. And we have to have a reliable way to communicate all of them together. So now the big news site looks something like this with different pages, and probably each one of them is its own micro universe, right? But let's think about the use case of bignews.com. Imagine that I am a very big fan of sports, which, you know, I may or not be. So I want to go to the Sports Bowl championship game between the Seattle Athletes and the Chicago Sportsmen. And I got myself tickets and plane tickets, and I am really excited to go there. But here's the problem. I don't know what to wear. And probably because I don't know the weather in another city, right? So I could use the weather section in Big News. That sounds about right. So I have to go and click this tiny unit over there. And then I have to go and find the other sections. And probably the weather section is buried under another 100 sections because Big News is so big. And now I have to go to the Big News weather section, and I have to change the location to Chicago, Illinois. And then I have to change the date to when this is happening. And then I have to wait for the data to load. And then I will get the information that I actually wanted. I mean, that worked. But here's the thing. It would have been way simpler for me as a user if this information was shown to me consistently right where I actually needed it. So this gives us a very good opportunity to define a micro frontend because the same weather widget could potentially be displayed in the home page, in the detail page. Maybe you want to know the weather at, you know, like particular place when something happened. In the sport section as well, it can happen. We just show an example. Maybe in the event section, I want to know what is going to be the weather for that festival I got tickets for. And, you know, a lot of other use cases that I was just too lazy to think of. But here's the problem with very large applications. We have independence. And with independence, every single one of those elements can have the full decision of deciding on what stack they're going to be using. So in this particular case, the home section is written with pure HTML. The detail section is with React, sports in Vue, events in Angular. This is obviously an exaggeration, but these things can happen, right? And because of this, each one of those verticals can have their own stack and their own architecture. Maybe even one of those, each one of those verticals is also a micro frontend. They might be created with module federation or using something like Lattice, for instance. Probably even reverse proxies. It is all possible, right? So how can we potentially get that data from the weather service and display it? Potentially, the home team, the home service, could pull the data from the weather service and display it in its own way. That may work. Then the detail section would have to do the same, and the sports section would have to do the same, and every other section would have to do the exact same thing. So every team will have to pull their own data and implement their same front end in their own way, which leads to inconsistencies, right? It is not the same widget everywhere. So there's cognitive load. It is complicated to understand that the weather looks different in here than in there. And then all services change over time. So what happens when the weather service decides to be updated because of security issues, because of new databases, new anything, right? Now, every single team who depends on that service has to update their code. And all of that costs a lot of money because we are coding the same thing over and over. It's code that looks very similar for each one of these cases. So let's analyze the numbers for this. So let's be optimistic and say that it takes about 1 week on effort in the backend and 1 week of effort for the front end. So we land with about 2 weeks of effort. That's not terrible, right? But let's think that about 50 teams are using this same approach. That means we are using 100 weeks of effort. If there are 52 weeks per year minus vacation, we can say that Big News paid the full annual salaries of 2 engineers in code repetition. 2 engineers that basically were coding the exact same thing every single week. So this is definitely not something that scales. There's got to be a better way to do this. So let's try to find another way to route this micro frontend. Potentially, the weather team can own components that can render in any instance, right? So probably they had a jQuery plugin that can render in that HTML application, pull its own data from the weather service. That could work. Probably they have a React, a Vue, an Angular component that can do the same thing. I mean, this would work, but with this, we have a lot of problems. Now we have to integrate with multiple frameworks. And because of that, now we have a lot of code bases that we have to maintain. This is going to inflate their development times. And with that, every single deployment is going to take a lot of time because these are build dependencies. Whenever you make a change to your components, all of your consumers have to actually consume those changes and deploy them themselves. This leads to a lack of independent testing. How can I isolate each one of those components and test that all of my changes actually worked? This is complicated, and this creates a need for extensive communication. Now, product owners have to talk to other product owners, and it is no longer a matter of just consuming that information, right? There has to be a better way to do this. Let's talk about web components then. What are web components? Web components are natively supported, standardized JavaScript units that are completely framework agnostic. And they can simplify sharing and reusing experiences because they transport their own markup, style, and logic with them. And they are ideal to deploy reusable patterns such as design systems, small experiences like a tax calculator or something like that, or something even more complex like an actual micro frontend. They're a very good way to avoid repetition. I like to talk about web components as a way to teach new tags to HTML. So probably now the weather team can create a web component that looks a bit like this, right? It is a new tag that that is going to receive a location and a date, amongst other things. Probably we can even think about another 100 things that we can throw into this configuration. And this particular component is going to pull its own data from the backend and display the result. But here's the problem about web components. They're complicated. First, we have to create a class that extends the HTML element. Now we have to define and mount a shadow DOM. We have to add styles to the components, probably style tokens as well. We have to add markup with strings or by creating and maintaining HTML elements by hand. We have to maintain also the state and re-render the component based on it. We have to define the events, the methods, and the attributes that this particular component is going to receive, amongst any other complications, right? So web components are low level by design. This is very important because web components are very close to the DOM. It is very important for them to be this low level in order for us to be able to build bigger things upon them. That's where stencil.js comes in. Stencil is a compiler that generates web components, and it was created to be the core for the Ionic framework. And it provides a very familiar development experience. So if you are a programmer who is very savvy on React, you know about 90% of what you need to know to create web components with stencil.js. And what you're going to end up with is a native and framework agnostic web component that you can use then anywhere. These components are going to have a clear and defined method of communication inside and out because they are strongly typed as well. The other great thing about using stencil is lazy loading. If you created 100 components and only 2 of them are actually rendered at the same time at a page, only those 2 are the ones that are going to be loaded into your page. And it provides also with bindings for common frameworks such as React, Angular, or Vue. This is a great way for us to use the browser as the actual integration layer for micro frontends. So how could we leverage on stencil compiled components to create micro frontends? Well, let's go back to the drawing board now. Now, we can think that the weather team has created these web components with stencil, and the result is a series of JavaScript files that they deploy to their own CDN. So this content delivery network, it is owned and operated by them, and they maintain it and they update it. And then, because we're talking about something as simple as JavaScript files, obviously we can use something as logical as a script tag to deploy that same experience to absolutely each and every one of the other experiences that are going to be using it. So now that same component or that same versioned component is going to be deployed to the actual front end of all of those same elements, because now they're bound. They're bound by your React bindings, by your Vue bindings, or by simple HTML. And each and every one of those components are going to go and pull their own data based on that configuration and render consistently. Now, let's talk about a consideration about this approach. It is very important to prefetch the components from the start. So wherever you're going to use them, try to have them ready. You have to allow your components to be styled and customized, right? It is important to have like style tokens, something like that. You have to establish a strategy for version control. It is very important if a particular team requires to lock within a certain version, you have to allow them to do that. It is very important to have a very strict cache strategy, particularly in your CDN. I recommend personally to limit your communication to props and events. You can use methods because they are actually really good, something like focus or blur. But the problem with methods is that they work in a separate line than an application works normally. So they can break your application's lifecycle. You have to be careful with them. And you have to keep your component-based micro frontends small. Remember of separation of concern. Do not try to own an entire consumer's page. And then, very important, integration tests everywhere. Add circuit breakers if any of those break, right? So you have to have robust integration tests between your component and your backend. You have to test the integration between your components and the frameworks that you use. And you have to test and make sure that your consumers are also testing their integration between their pages and your components. So in conclusion, micro frontends are architectural patterns that allow for independent development. And you can mix and match patterns to fit different business needs that you may have. And this is because software architecture is not a one line, it is about trade-offs. You have to define what is the architecture that is going to be better to serve your particular system or your particular business. Big organizations can become chaotic, even when you separate the ownership of a very large application. Web components can be leveraged to standardize micro frontends in this particular way. And Stencil.js is a tool that is going to allow us to simplify the creation and maintenance of those web components. And this is going to simplify natively injective web component-based micro frontends into multiple architectures that you can find, even multiple micro frontend architectures layered one on top of the other. And finally, this is going to allow us to use the browser as a very powerful and very simple way to integrate micro frontends and external communication into different ways. Let me just tell you that micro frontends are really not new. We have actually been trying to inject information from one side to another for a very long time. So this is just another way to do that. My name is Michel Tavon. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed talking to you today. I hope that you liked my talk. This is my LinkedIn, so be free to follow me there. And I'm also in the Stencil Slack, so feel free to ping me.
Thanks so much. I loved all of the humor in here as well. I feel like every single talk today is just blowing it out of the water here. I believe my favorite part was the fact that you kept the references to sports at my level, and there was also a Stonks reference thrown in there. So props.
Thank you so much.
Cool. So a couple questions came in that we can talk about before the next chat. Can this approach for micro frontends be achieved with module federation? And what's the benefit of this, like, over that style of development?
That is a great question. You can achieve a certain level of this approach with module federation. You can definitely use module federation to load all of your assets into a different application. That is a way to do that. But here's a problem: incompatibility, right? So probably it is going to work very well if all of your web components are receiving data like just strings or numbers. So that is going to work if you are rendering something like React. But if you are looking into something more complex, say something that receives an object or an array or something like that as part of the component in order to render differently, then you're going to have to think about something else. Because React, for instance, is not going to actually pass the same information as faithfully as just HTML or plain JavaScript, right? React, for instance, can potentially do that, but not React. So module federation is a great way to actually integrate multiple layers. I think that module federation is optimal when you are the owner of a whole application, right? If you own 50 branches all built with, say, React, probably module federation is for you. Because you know that it will not change. It is consistent amongst all of your ecosystem, and then you're not going to have problems. But in this particular example, with like all of this independence and basic chaos between different frameworks, it is not the same type of approach. Additionally, using this approach, talking about benefits, could potentially allow you to create components that you can vend to third parties as well. Micro frontends you can actually vend outside of your organization. So if I went back to the example with the weather team, they could abstract that particular weather component and actually vend it to anyone who wants to include it into their own website, right? Now we have to talk about cores, we have to talk about other things, keys and whatever, but that is another great benefit of doing this. It allows you to start thinking outside of the box, and outside of like your framework box. So probably that's a good approach.
Yeah, definitely makes a lot of sense. One more question, then we can probably give people a couple minutes just to slow down a bit for the next talk. I'm just curious if you have like a favorite example of something that you have componentized that you feel like is either just like the coolest or like the most impactful for you guys.
That is a great question. I have done a lot of work with Stencil. I cannot talk a lot about what I have done at Amazon.
Sorry,
but it's okay. It's okay. I can tell you that what you see here is a pattern that is commonly used across very large applications, right? Or very big companies. So in my personal experience outside of Amazon, I have componentized similar approaches, for other small applications that I just like play around with. And in general, I think that the good examples for widgets that could receive this approach would be something I would say like, imagine that you want to vend something like a tax calculator, right? Or you want to, or you have a company that, I don't know, probably you offer, like home loans. So do you want to calculate those home loans or allow your users to calculate this based on your own rates and stuff like that? And instead of making them have to go to your page and stuff, you can vend this and componentize this as a micro frontend and have it as an experience that can be then, sent forward. So that's another way to do it. So yeah, they're great great ways to do this.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I think actually my bank, I'm with like a small credit union, and I'm pretty sure all of their calculators are just embedded versions of like the parent loan company that's helping like funnel everything for sure. So awesome example. Cool. Well, I definitely appreciated the talk. I'm sure everyone else did as well. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll take a quick break before the next one.
Thank you so much for inviting me. And yeah, super happy to be here. Thank you.
Absolutely. Catch you later.
Thanks, Matt. Goodbye.
Bye-bye. All right. We will take a quick break before we come back to the next talk by T-Mobile. Let me share that real quick here. Oh, we have to stop sharing the other slides. There we go. All right, we'll be right back. Thanks, everybody. All right. Welcome back to the Ionic Enterprise App Summit. Up next, we have a customer showcase with T-Mobile on the topic Speak Up, Employee Podcasting in the Age of Remote Work. With me, we have Stancy Soderstrom and Eric Madsen to lead the way. And with that, like I said, Q&A tab is in Zoom. Feel free to click that Q&A tab and ask questions. We'll have live Q&A afterwards. Let me stop sharing my screen, make sure we're good to go. Hey, everybody. I'll let you guys take it from here.
Hi, Matt. Thank you. So I should just share my screen?
Definitely.
Okay, great. Well, hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining. We're really, really excited to be here. Like Matt mentioned, we are a small application development team. We're in HR L&D at T-Mobile. And about 3 years ago, we set out to build an internal video content management system specifically for training content. Using AWS. So it's been a lot more successful than we ever even expected it to be. And that's pushed us to really explore building a mobile application for the platform. And then, of course, we had the perfect storm of huge corporate merger and pandemic, a global workforce and juggling all of the time zones. And that made us really start to think about designing the podcast to cater to our podcasting content, which is what we've done. So I'm going to go to the next slide if I can get over here. So this is us. I'm Stancy. I'm the team manager, and we have Eric. He's going to be talking to you in just a little bit. He's our visionary, also our designer, and a developer. Wei Li is our front end developer for our Eclipse platform, and he has developed our mobile application. Venkatesh is our AWS developer. He does all the AWS development, and Kyle is our project manager, and he keeps us in line. So I'm going to let Eric walk you through the process of what we went through to build our application. And Wei is here too to answer any questions you may have for him. Okay, Eric, are you ready? You want to talk about Clips? You might be on mute, Eric.
Yes, I was on mute.
I thought maybe you were.
Yeah, that's so uncharacteristic of me. Well, thanks. Yeah, so I think Stancy's done a good job of kind of introducing the history here of our team and what we've been working on. I do want to talk a little bit about our video content management system, because that's the platform and the back end of what we're developing as far as our mobile app goes. So we've built a video and audio media system in Amazon Web, using Amazon Web Services and a React front end. It's with a tube-like interface, so it's kind of a familiar, YouTube type of interface where everybody has a personalized experience. You can go in and search, and then our content curators can go in and upload and manage their content, and we have some other different types of users that use this platform. It's really been quite successful at T-Mobile. When our team comes from Sprint, so in the merger that took place, we came over with this application that we developed ourselves. T-Mobile already had a number of content management tools that they use for media, and over the past 18 months or so, we've kind of replaced many of those with our system. So we've brought in a lot of business units, and our content has grown. We've now got over 4,000 pieces of content, 150 plus content contributors. These are people that can upload and manage content, and we receive hundreds of thousands of hits or content views every single day. So we get a lot of traffic, and it's been extremely successful. And so we have that tube interface, but I think what really makes us successful is that we integrate with a number of other systems and platforms at T-Mobile. So we embed into Adobe Experience Manager, Microsoft SharePoint, and then some learning management systems like Cornerstone, OnPoint, Lessonly, an in-house LMS that we have as well. So we seamlessly integrate into that. It's very easy for people to put content in there, and it's easy to repurpose content across all these different sites, put it into channels, into playlists. It's just, that's our whole design, is really about how all these different people at T-Mobile can create, put it into a central location, and they can manage the access to that with having secure content that is easy to embed into different sites. The next phase of this that we see is putting it into a podcast type of format that is accessible to exempt employees, so salaried employees, on their personal liable devices, so on their mobile phones, Android, iOS phones, with a native app experience, so they can play back content offline, or store it on their device, create cues, etc. So Stancy, if you could go to the next slide, talk a little bit about that.
So we have about how many users then, Eric? Like about 24,000?
Yeah, I'm not totally sure. The last time I checked, we had about 25,000 registered users of Clips, but we have probably about 100,000 users that access Clip content through the embedded experiences. So we have ways that we can reach like literally anyone, but mostly we deliver to T-Mobile employees and contractors, indirect dealers, which are retail employees that work for other third parties that sell T-Mobile, and service partners, which maybe include like customer service or some of the companies that we work with that do network build out, those types of things.
Right.
So we have this great platform in Clips with lots of media in it already. So how can we use that to create a podcasting experience? We've been working on building out Clips to support podcasts with new content contributor features for creating podcast shows and then episodes. And the episodes can be anything, can be any piece of video or audio that's in there that's created by any of our content contributors. They just simply add that into their show, and they're basically then curating a show that has content that is on topic with what they want to put into their programming. The path of this thing has been actually a couple of years. We've got a number of of people that have been developing podcast content already. They've just been embedding it into like SharePoint sites and things, and it's just been missing that podcast experience of being able to easily get it on a mobile device, queue it, play it offline, have your screen go dark and still listen, those types of features and functions. So we've been, early on, we gathered a lot of requirements. We've built design comps, which have been somewhat of a brainstorm and also kind of a paper prototype to show, to kind of work through how the application might work. And then we started going out and looking at different technologies. We evaluated, looked at build versus buy. And we kind of started moving down this path towards Ionic. No one else at T-Mobile really that we could find had experience with Ionic, but there's a lot of mobile app development that goes on here, and but most of those are larger teams, and they primarily develop like native apps. For us, being a tiny team with several other responsibilities as well, we had to go with something that was a little bit easier, and it was compatible with our existing experience that we have and the resources that we have on our team. Kind of the things that, well, anyway, I think other things that so right now we've been in the process of building it this fall. Some of the things that we've been working on are hooking into Okta for single sign-on on the device. We've been working with internal teams that handle the distribution of mobile apps through the App Store. Our application is an internal use type of thing, so it's not really applicable to the general public, and so that's got its own things about it, and mostly on the iOS side. But anyway, so we've been working through those things, and in first quarter of next year, that's when we'll be rolling this out and piloting it with some of our close partners, like in business sales, corporate communications, human resources. We have some teams that have already been developing content and specifically around this, and they are going to be launching programs using our application. And then finally, we'll be taking taking the inputs from that pilot program and getting ready for an enterprise rollout for any exempt employee to get this application. You can go ahead and go to the next slide, Stancy.
Good.
So why we picked Ionic? We've already been using React for the front end and with the Clips application. So we had quite a bit of experience with that, and that's what Way primarily uses. So that was quite nice. We also appreciate the component, just the simplicity of the components and kind of the native feel of them. So relatively easy for us to theme it and skin it. So it has the T-Mobile branding, but still looks like a iOS or Android application. So that's great. Also, the Ionic native solutions were a good fit for what we needed. We needed secure storage on the device, so the ability to download those media pieces and also some metadata, and keep that secure and make sure that the user can only access that if they have authenticated into the application, and that if they leave the company, they no longer have access to the content. Other solutions like Identity Vault, Auth Connect, and then the capacitor wrapper also were really important to us. We couldn't have done this without the partnership that we've had with Ionic as well, the training. Even though we have the React background, there's still some things in there that we had to get up to speed with, and that took us some time to do, and we were able to get a good jump start with the 3 days of training. And then we've had design reviews, and we have regular meetings where we can ask questions, and we've had our partners with Ionic do help us with research and come back with some solutions there. And then finally, kind of our longer range vision of this, there's some other types of ideas that we have for building this out in the future, and maybe even connecting. Right now we're planning on making our app available only to exempt employees, but in the future we'd like to make it available to non-exempt employees as well, so hourly store employees. But we need to be able to tie in with like our time management tools like Kronos to make that a possibility. Otherwise, because we can't have them accessing content off the clock. So, Stancy, you want to go to the next one?
Yeah. Thanks. Oh, good. Like this one.
Yeah. So this is a little view of our application. It's pretty basic at this point, but it's a familiar podcast experience. User logs in with single sign-on, Okta, and they see content that is curated for them, but they also are exposed to new things that are being produced, and they can subscribe to those shows. They also see a feed where the latest content is shown. So like the latest podcasts or episodes across any number of shows are shown in a single feed, but they can dive into the particular show and see all of the content for that show. And then one thing we do that is maybe a little different than your average podcast is we have a lot of video content, and our application is not necessarily, it's not video or audio. We mix things, so it's easy to put both types of media into the same show, etc. But users interact with it in a kind of a familiar way, and they have tools like be able to download that to their device and play it back, maybe on a plane if they ever get back to that, or when they have windshield time, they're driving, or just maybe you don't have confidence in a network connection and you want to make sure that you have it. And all your activity that takes place in this is tracked using XAPI standards, and those we capture that into our learning record store, which is a Watershed is the platform we use there, and we also track that activity back into Clips. So in Clips you see your history, favorites, and likes, and things like that, and it also keeps track of what you're viewing inside of Clips.
Good.
Nancy, you can go to the next one, I guess.
Yeah.
This is the challenges. So, I think that when we first started talking with Ionic over a year ago, we thought this would be going a little bit, go faster than it was. But the reality is we're just a tiny team. There's really 3 of us that do most of the development on this. And we have had a lot of work that we've had to do with Clips over the past year. The merger has been a kind of a rolling set of changes that have taken place. And we're always having to kind of switch focus back to supporting changes with clips. All of those other content management systems and all that content that's been like in Wistia and some other sources, we've had to migrate into clips, and so we've done a lot of work with that. Other things that like Wei has told me about is like just like the learning curve of this has been a little bit, to do. We're somewhat self-taught. We don't have a lot of partners to turn to inside of T-Mobile, and this is our first mobile application build as well. So there's everything that goes with that we've had to learn about. TypeScript is one of the things that Wei has had to learn. Our partnership with our internal IT organization and hooking up with Okta has been a challenge for us. We do use Okta with clips, but it's a completely different setup and experience with the mobile side of things, and our Okta team also didn't really have experience there. So again, that's an area where the Ionic team helped us out quite a lot, and we had we got everybody on the same call with IT, and we were able to work through that and get that set up. Unit testing is a big part of Ionic's process, and that's something that we haven't really done a lot in the past. And for us, it's more about time and resources that are required there. It's a lot of kind of upfront, but saving you time in the back end, and we're trying to do better with that. And then one of the things too is the publishing piece. So we've just been having to learn a lot more about that. That's completely new to us. We have found those teams within T-Mobile and engaging with those processes. And then last thing is that this merger and the distances between us all, and it has just been quite big. So we are all a legacy Sprint employees, and so we're having to learn all new processes and teams and ways to engage in this kind of brand new T-Mobile.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Stancy, to the next one if you'd like.
Yeah, I would say, Eric, you mentioned that it's taken longer than we thought. So I'd say because of that, I think we probably did expect to publish our app in like late summer, but it's looking like it'll be probably January is what we're looking for, just to give people an idea of the impact of these challenges. Okay.
Yeah. So this is kind of like where we're at and where we're going. Like Stancy says, we're looking at first quarter for our pilot and publishing of the app, getting it onto the app stores for access. Increasing our podcasting content. We have lots of content, 4,000 videos. Some of it's perfect content. We have a lot of long form things, 60 minutes, 90 minutes, interviews with thought leaders, lots of good stuff that can be put in there. And it just needs to be organized into the shows, essentially. So curated by our content contributors into shows, and that'll be taking place in the coming weeks. Getting the word out within T-Mobile that this is a new thing that they have access to, a new way to utilize clips. And finally, I think about this a lot is why we've been successful with the clips application and other things that we've done is we've built critical mass with these things, and we want to do the same with our podcasting app. The more people that are using this app, it only, there's a lot of synergies with the clips, and it also, so we're driving use of that platform as well, and we're repurposing the content that's on that platform into a new way of delivering it, and all of that leads to more people working within your ecosystem and wanting to get in there, and more teams getting on board. So the more groups we have, the more teams that are using this, the better this whole platform becomes for everybody, and that's really what our goal here is. It's this mobile experience, this podcasting experience is one that just complements everything we're already doing, and I think it's just gonna, it's gonna just fit really well. So, and yeah, that's basically kind of what we've been doing and where we're at. And then yeah, we have Q&A, I think, after this, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And just to let everybody know, also, Wei is on the call as well. So if you had any more technical questions about build, he can jump in and answer that as well. He knows a lot more than I do about that then.
And
Matt,
me.
are you there? Oh, yeah, and maybe even Eric.
All right, yeah, let's jump into some Q&A. First off, great talk, guys. I appreciate it. It looks like the app's coming along great. So excited to see that continue to progress, and I hope the launch all goes well for you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, as you guys were talking, one of the things I caught during your like planning phase was you were kind of analyzing other options. You're talking about build versus buy. Can you talk to me a little bit more about kind of that decision and why you ultimately ended up like building this yourself on Ionic?
Sure. Yeah. So we did look at build versus buy. There aren't a lot of there are software as service options out there, not very many. We did look at one that was pretty good, but we wanted to launch something that's enterprise wide, and it's difficult to get something like that budgeted and paid for. That would be as much work probably as what it's taking to build this thing, honestly. And we're just a relatively small group in human resources. We're in a good position in that what we do develop has to go to all employees, and potentially all employees plus these external users like indirect dealers and service partners. So while we did look at the build and buy option, it was difficult to budget for it. Maybe some of the features that they had we didn't really need, and others maybe weren't quite what T-Mobile really needed. So everything we're doing here is to leverage our existing content and systems and clips, and not creating any duplicate work for users there. Get people to use the same application for curation, and then just build something that repurposes that and is perfectly just what T-Mobile needs, and nothing more.
For sure. And for what it's worth, like I used to hang out in the podcast space. I have friends that have like attempted to build podcast platforms of the whole 9 yards, and like it's always kind of hit or miss, in my opinion. The off-the-shelf stuff in the podcast space is definitely kind of a little bit wavy, depending on your needs. So totally makes sense to me for sure. Mm-hmm. One question came through in chat as well. They were curious on the side of kind of the content side. Like, where does this content come from? Like, do you have teams just pumping out content? Like, how do you sort? It looked like there was lots of different stuff in there. How do you source all of that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so right at merger, we were approached by Corporate Communications, which is a legacy T-Mobile group. So all new people to me, and they contacted us and they said, hey, we heard you had an application that could reach everybody. And they were putting all of their video into Microsoft Teams. And Microsoft Teams, you have to be in the same tenant to see.
Stream, right? So, you mean Stream?
Sorry, Microsoft Stream. Microsoft Stream. Okay. So you have to be in the same tenant to be able to see that content. So they were having to duplicate everything, So legacy T-Mobile employees would look in the legacy T-Mobile stream, and then legacy Sprint would look in legacy Sprint stream. They couldn't put all that stuff into the same SharePoint site as well, and then there were issues with mobile playback on tablets and mobile devices. They got with us. They saw what we could do. They tried us out for about a week, and they were like, "This is great. We're moving everything over to you guys." So. That team was the first to take off, but we've since brought on, I think there's maybe 11 or so L&D groups within T-Mobile. So care organization, the consumer sales organization, legal, security, various groups in IT and network, in technology, and then human resources and others that I can't even think of, right? So there's a bunch of different teams on the learning and development side that are creating content. The communications people are creating it. You know, with technology like this right here, you can record these types of meetings, and now you have something that is a piece of content that could be used for playback. So like literally anybody could be creating content. And we have some training that we've developed. People go through the training, they request access to be an author, and then they can go in and upload and manage content. And we have a number of different roles within our platform. So higher roles include like being able to curate content into channels within clips. And then podcasting is a high level role as well. And then we have administrators that can go in and like do pretty much anything. They can edit anybody's stuff. We even have a role for trainers too. So if you're a trainer at T-Mobile and you need to download videos, you can do that. Or I say video a lot, but video or audio. And that way, you know, maybe you're delivering training in a hotel situation and you want to download it ahead of time, they can do that.
So we do have teams throughout the enterprise that develop podcasting content. Like Eric mentioned, that we have an LED team specifically that does that. But also we have a digital security organization they're kind of waiting on us, and they will be developing podcasts, and especially our business sales organization. They already develop podcasts and they put it on Baked in Can now, but they're waiting for this as well. So those teams that really have a mobile focus are pretty excited, and they do have podcast developers.
Cool. Yeah. Seems like there's going to be a lot of content, a lot of views, a lot of users kind of funneling into this. So I'm excited for you guys. Looks like it's going to turn out well. One final question from me personally. Has your wardrobes gotten any more like pink lately or anything like that?
We have no choice but to assimilate. Yes.
Yes.
Everything, all the yellow has to translate to pink. I love it. Love it.
True.
They love their gear. They love their gear.
They do that. They do. Team Magenta for life, right?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, it's been great having you guys. I appreciate the time, and we'll hang out again soon. Thanks.
Thanks,
Great.
Matt.
Thank you, Matt.
Yep. Nice hanging out. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Before the next talk, we are going to watch a quick ad spot from one of our sponsors, View Mastery. So let me pull that up for y'all, and we will take a look. Give me just 1 second. All right. Up next, let me pull up the next talk for everybody. Just a second. All right. Up next, we are going to have a customer interview with Brandon Baki, the solution architect leader from Doosan Bobcat. This is going to be about fleet management. So bringing wireless technology to construction equipment. I believe we have Brandon set up and ready to go. So let's bring everybody on stage.
Hello.
Hey, Brandon. We also have Eric from the Ionic team. He will be running the video, so I will step aside. You guys can take it away from here. Thanks.
All right. Thanks, Matt. Hey, Brandon. Thanks for jumping on today. Thanks for taking the time out to meet with us at the Ionic Enterprise App Summit. Before we jump into some of our questions and start our interview, do you mind telling our audience a bit about yourself and what you do and what your role is at Doosan?
Sure. My name is Brandon Baki. I'm a solution architecture leader here at Doosan Bobcat. Within our organization, I've helped develop our mobile strategy and architectural runway to really support some of our digital solutions. I've been here for a little over 3 years now. Really heavily involved on both the web and mobile solutions for our Machine IQ offering. I also work with and partner with a lot of other solution architects in the organization. Been working with Ionic for quite some time in some previous roles at other companies as well, even back to the early beta days of it. And it's really a pleasure to be here today. It's exciting seeing how your guys' platform has really matured and grown over the past few years.
Thanks for the compliment, and thanks for the introduction. Could you go a little bit into detail on Machine IQ, the app that your team's currently working on?
Yeah, our app, Bobcat Machine IQ, is an application that really allows our Bobcat owners to monitor and manage their fleet of machines from anywhere in the world. We offer different types of telematics data in the application. That can be things like location, hours, fuel usage, maintenance progress. We also provide packages to our end users that allows them to protect the security of their equipment. They're able to do this through mechanisms such as setting curfews, where they're notified if a machine is started outside of some general working hours, or they can set geofences where if a machine moves outside of some geographic location, that user can be instantly notified. We also provide some advanced reporting mechanisms within the software. These can be things such as fuel utilization. We present fault codes to end users as they're happening. With those fault codes, we can also present maintenance instructions, so user can understand in simple terms how they may be able to resolve that issue with their machine.
That's some really, really cool stuff going on in the app. I wish I had a Bobcat machine so I could try it out myself. I'm sure all your customers are going to be very happy with this app. Let's talk tech for a bit. So the first question I want to ask you there is, what motivated you to choose Ionic's build stack, Ionic framework, and capacitor?
We really wanted to leverage a lot of our existing developers that we have in-house today. We've really gone through this digital transformation over the last few years, really building out kind of our web solutions, and to be able to take some of those technologies that are used throughout our web solutions and really effectively use them in our mobile application strategy as well. Things like capacitor, it's really nice where there is a large amount of enterprise plugins, or there's an amount of enterprise plugins that Ionic provides through their enterprise package that help us with some of those really gnarly problems. Things like authentication with our identity providers and authorization, things like biometric login, some of those pieces, things that would be more challenging for us to just build out ourselves. We've definitely been able to balance that whole kind of build versus buy for some of those more challenging pieces. Capacitor also is nice in that it provides us kind of this foundation of community plugins as well. So there's a lot of different plugins out there where we may not need them immediately, but there's definitely future use cases that may drive some of those plugins, and we're already starting to see some of those emerge within our solution. And so for us, the biggest thing was to not have to kind of split and have multiple teams that are very specialized in iOS and very specialized in Android. And we've been able to really build out this application with a lot of the same team members that we've used to build our web solutions. So that was a really big piece for us.
Cool. Any capacitor plugins that you want to, or capacitor community plugins that you want to name drop that you might be using or planning on using?
We've looked into there are some that will be coming. I guess that we're using a lot of the Ionic Enterprise plugins. We're using Auth Connect, Identity Vault, been heavily invested in some of those. For some of our future use cases, we definitely see some of those emerging and have vetted some of them that are out there. We haven't implemented anything yet, but there'll definitely be more to come there.
Cool. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad you're taking advantage of the community, and it's obviously our Ionic Enterprise solutions. Another thing that I learned with working with your company is that you folks are using AWS for components of your platform. So what aspects of AWS do you really like?
One of the things that we really like with AWS is it just allows us to build these highly scalable solutions without having to manage a lot of the infrastructure ourselves. A lot of the REST APIs that drive our applications for both web and mobile are all built on top of serverless technologies. We're able to really have that infinite scale as our user base grows. We've also used a lot of the different inventing mechanisms within AWS that allows us to really decouple some of our services where we can organize our teams and services effectively. So as we manage dependencies between large numbers of teams, a lot of these services that AWS provides really allows us an effective mechanism to do that.
Cool. So I heard that this week is your launch week for Machine IQ. Congratulations. That's a very big milestone. Just a round of applause for me here. As you launch onto the stores, I want to ask you some questions. Number one, how are you measuring success using Ionic's tech stack at this point of development right now?
For us, a really big piece in measuring our success is time to market. I mean, we were able to start this mobile application and have a pretty full-featured working solution within 6 months. So it really allowed us to accelerate the development of that without having to find specialized resources that are very specialized in iOS and Objective-C or Swift, and specialized resources in Android or on the Java side. And it really allowed us to leverage some of those existing resources that we had to pull together the solution very quickly without that heavy onboarding process of learning these different intricacies of these different platforms. It was a comfortable solution for both our developers as well as our designers, and that really allowed us to accelerate our time to market. I think another measurement of success from me as an architect is that we're able to have this really highly scalable and secure solution. With some of the plugins that we've leveraged through Ionic Enterprise, like Auth Connect, we can ensure that our application is properly secured without having to kind of roll that stuff on our own.
So you had some initial goals that you wanted to hit using Ionic. If you don't mind, I'd like to walk through them one at a time, and you could just let me know how you feel you're tracking against those goals. Mm-hmm. So number one, we touched on just a couple seconds ago here, developing a secure application. Do you feel that you're tracking towards developing a secure application using Ionic?
Yeah, definitely. I feel that with some of the components that I discussed, Auth Connect, Identity Vault, it really allows us to not have to design and integrate our mobile app into our identity platform. A lot of those intricacies and challenges are kind of figured out by that offering, and that really helped us. You know, we feel really comfortable with the solution that you guys provide. It's been well documented. It's definitely something that we feel very strongly about the security in our devices and our applications with some of the use of those enterprise plugins.
About providing an intuitive user experience, how are you folks tracking towards that?
Yeah, I think it's we've worked closely with our design team and our user experience team to really come up with a nice cohesive user experience, you know, both across iOS and Android. The area where we really like Ionic Framework is that it has that single code base, but it adapts to some of the different views in those different environments. So iOS feels more native on iOS and Android feels more native on Android, but without having to really implement a separate code bases, separate UIs. I know that our design team works with some different tools and some plugins where they're able to even pull in some open source like Ionic components into their design tools. So as they're getting the designs ready for the developers, all of that stuff is nicely translated.
Pretty cool. The last goal I have here that you were tracking towards is cultivating a maintainable code base. Speaking architect to architect, that is a big goal of any project that I work on or any team that I do work with. So how are you tracking towards that?
Yeah, I definitely think from a code base perspective, I'm really happy with how things have shaken out. There's a lot of really good documentation out on Ionic's site. There's a really big community behind it, which I think is really important. You know, any of the challenges that we run into our platform, there's a community forum out there. You know, maybe other people have run into similar challenges. Good documentation about the plugins. It's a really good open source project from the framework perspective as well, where there's a lot of engagement and a lot of those reference examples where we can really leverage a lot of that community to ensure that we're designing things following kind of proper patterns, and having everything into constrained to a single code base makes our whole Android Apple release cycle a lot more maintainable.
Glad to hear. The Machine IQ app, it contains some pretty cool functionality, as you were discussing before. One area I wanted to touch on was how do you use push notifications to engage the end users of the app?
Yeah, so push notifications are a part of our health and security package. It's a really nice mechanism where we can engage with the users in near real time. If they set up things like geofences or curfews, or a fault code is tripped on their machine, we're able to send that notification to the user and provide that in near real time. Those notifications today, we've integrated into our application, leveraging a lot of the pieces with our existing notification engine that was powering some of our web solutions and powering some of our emails. Kind of with a combination of that and capacitors, push notification plugins, we were able to really integrate kind of what we have today with the mobile stack.
That's really powerful stuff. Were you able to take advantage of AWS to, for lack of a better term, use the same system for web and mobile for your notifications?
Exactly. So a lot of our digital experience platform we have built on top of various AWS components, and we're able to use some of the Amazon's notification services, SNS, to really integrate to push notifications on the device using some of the out of the box integrations that they have within their platform. That really accelerated something really challenging like push notifications that can often take a long time to really iron out some of those intricacies with, and it allowed us to build a solution that integrated seamlessly into our existing notification framework.
You gotta love when that happens, right?
Mm-hmm.
So is there anything more you could tell us about the geofencing capability in your app?
Sure. So a geofence for a user is they're able to draw a geographical region on their map. It could be like a square, circle, polygon. And if a machine goes outside of that boundary, a user can be notified. That notification comes through an email, a push notification. So some of the technologies that we're leveraging heavily with that is just Google Maps, using Google Maps and the drawing layers that are provided in Google Maps to be able to build out some of that functionality. We've also done a lot of heavy investment on our IoT platform side, where the IoT platform is able to understand when a machine goes outside of one of these areas and can trigger an event that is then handled by our application.
By your notification system, right?
Yep, by our notification system.
The next area I want to touch on is Ionic App Flow. Now, you and I, and you and myself and your team, we've worked together to integrate your application with Ionic App Flow, and I just want to touch on your team's experience in using it. How are you folks able to reduce infrastructure costs by using App Flow?
Yeah, prior to leveraging AppFlow with our Ionic applications, we had to maintain Mac Mini somewhere that we'd have to kind of keep current with updates and SDK updates as they come out, Xcode updates as they come out, and just the maintenance of that machine. By leveraging AppFlow, all of that stuff we're able to shift to the cloud. We're able to push out our provisioning profile certificates and really be able to kind of shift that building of the application out to the cloud without having to maintain our own devices. Something that's really been beneficial for us with that, as well as that Ionic continues to keep those build stacks current as these new new versions of Xcode come out or new versions of Android come out. So it's just selecting an item in a drop down to be able to virtually change that build configuration. And so that piece has been really nice for us. It's just removed kind of the management of those machines from being in-house into Ionic's cloud.
Glad to hear. I also found the way that your team used live updates before you actually published the app to the app stores to be very interesting. Do you mind discussing how you and your team were using live updates while building the initial or during the initial development of the Machine IQ app?
Sure. So with Ionic's live update functionality, we're able to, anytime any of the web resources within the application change, we're able to easily kind of push that package to the device, outside of an app store update or outside of a physical build of that device, and then connecting your computer, waiting for the application to build, and then pushing it to your device. So during our development process, it was really beneficial in that we didn't have to, unless we were doing things with native plugins, whether it was like push notifications, splash screen, some of those community plugins that would do some things like that. We wouldn't necessarily have to do a new build. So as we're really trying to iterate on our development cycle, developers or QA engineers or product owners, product managers could have that application installed on their device. And as some of these subtle changes are being made, those updates would come directly to their device without having to send them a new build or having to publish something new to test flight. Or it just really helped to accelerate some of the simple items at more of the UI layer.
Thanks for sharing. I really like that story because you folks were using live updates in a way that I'd consider to be out of the box, or at the very least, a way that I had never thought to use it myself. As we start wrapping up here, is there anything else about the Machine IQ app that you'd like to chat about?
Yeah, I mean, we're really excited. We launched the app on Monday. Excited to start getting some customer feedback and understand how customers are using your application. This is really setting the foundation for a lot of future development. There's a lot of scenarios that we've been beginning to kind of think through, and it's nice to have this production ready app that's out there, and we're definitely looking forward to continuing to evolve it and continuing to see how we can integrate various pieces in the future.
Any feedback for our team, the Ionic team, or our viewers today that you'd like to share?
I mean, I'm a big Ionic fanboy, I guess. I've been using their platform for quite some time. It's been really it's really helped to accelerate some of our mobile application development. Worked with some other hybrid technologies in the past, like Accelerator or Cordova, and it's the community behind it is really solid. The documentation behind it is really solid. I've been a really big fan of it, and I'm really excited that we've been able to deliver kind of from thought to app in the store, like in a very short period of time. That's been great from our end. How we've been able to integrate it seamlessly to some of our other components. It's been a great journey, and I definitely am a big proponent of your guys' platform.
Thanks, and thank you so much for taking the time out today to discuss your Machine IQ app. Thanks for sharing your experience with Ionic. Best of luck with the launch today. And at this point, I think we'll bring Matt back in for Q&A.
Howdy. Great session, guys. How's it going?
Good.
Hey.
Thanks.
Now, my first question that I just got to throw out there, I think we've talked about this before, but I was just curious if my remote control Bobcat was still in the mail or not.
Yeah, it is interesting. We do have another application that's out there called Max Control, where users can actually control their Bobcats from a mobile device.
I'm just kidding, although it would be fun. I'm not going to lie. I know they're doing that with lawnmowers and stuff nowadays too. So yeah, from the Q&A perspective, let's dive in. So I got a couple questions that came in. When it comes to hybrid application development, was there any challenges that you faced, and kind of how did you overcome those?
Yeah, I guess some of the first challenges with us is when we were ready to start our application development, Ionic was already kind of built on top of Angular and React, but they hadn't fully adopted Vue yet. It was still in beta, so we were kind of right on that cusp of making sure that we're making the right selection, knowing that we had this more shorter term milestone in the future. But overall, everything went really smoothly. Timing wise, as soon as you guys went to, actual release of Ionic View, was timing wise was right when we were starting. So we've run into a couple scenarios where some of the Vue 3 plugins, and it's not just on the Ionic side, but just some Vue 3 plugins are not fully there yet. Some of those items arose around like Google Maps, but we definitely see. There's a huge community behind Vue as well, so we're starting to see a lot of those things really start to kind of continue to mature.
Awesome. Sounds good. Well, and hey, I personally appreciate as well you guys kind of hopping on board with Vue kind of earlier and kind of helping us through all that stuff. So appreciate it. It's immensely valuable to us as well to have people like yourself helping us on the forefront there. So highly appreciate it. Let's see here. One more question before kind of the next talk here. How were you able to leverage like Ionic Enterprise plugins? Like, did you take any advantage of kind of some of our other plugin suite in this app?
Right now, today we are using Auth Connect. It's been
cool.
That really allowed us to seamlessly integrate into our identity provider, which has been really nice. Just taking one of those complex problems and not having to sort through all of the different authorization flows and everything. It was really just kind of an off-the-shelf plugin that we could snap in. So that was really beneficial. We know, looking forward with things like Identity Vault, there's definitely areas where you can introduce, some of the other forms of authentication like biometric. That's definitely something that's on our radar. And then there's also the secure storage stuff where we haven't implemented yet, but there's definitely scenarios where we're starting to see there may be some future cases that could drive that as well. So those plugins it's been a really nice suite of plugins from the enterprise side that isn't fully available in the community. So I think that's really, I definitely think that's helped accelerate some of our initial development.
Awesome. Well, I'm very glad to hear it. I'm glad to have you on board, and it's been a pleasure talking with you here today. So thank you, Eric, as well, for running kind of the whole interview. I appreciate you, and I'll chat with you guys a little bit later. Sound good?
Great. Take care.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
Sounds great. Yeah. Thanks for having me today.
Definitely. All right. We are going to take a quick little break before the next talk here. Let me share the next slide, and then I will see you guys in just a few minutes. All right. Welcome back, everyone. Before we get started with the next talk, just a few housekeeping items. First of all, make sure you've downloaded the app if you haven't yet. You can search EAS 21 in the Apple App Store and the Android App Store. That gives you access to the entire agenda, the speakers, and if you click the sponsors section of the mobile app, you can scroll through everybody who sponsored this event. Thank you to everyone. As you can see, OpenForge, powering our next talk, is a platinum sponsor. So feel free to give that a click to learn more about OpenForge or any of the other sponsors that are showing their support for us and our ecosystem here today. So with that being said, we are going to also call out the Zoom Q&A tab. So the Q&A tab is in Zoom. Hit Q&A. Feel free to ask any questions. We'll have live Q&A at the end of every talk as well. All right. The next talk is leveraging mono repositories for enterprise projects. And if I know anything from what we've heard in AppFlow, there are mono repositories everywhere. So I'm excited to learn more about this. With me, I have Jedi Weller, Maria Jose Mendez, and Fernando Del Olmo. Let me stop sharing and make sure. Jedi, how's it going?
Hey, Matt, it's going good.
Can I just say, it hurts me so much that this is not in person, Jedi, because I miss you from the bottom of my heart.
I know. Me too. I am actively waiting for the next in-person conference.
I'm so ready to hang out again, Jedi. I am so ready. I think before we get started, we did have a poll from you guys. They do not give me the power to click that button, but I believe Mr. Matt Necko in the background could maybe hit the poll button for us to ask about mono repositories. So feel free to answer yes or no to the mono repos question. It should pop up in front of you. It's going to hang out for just a second, and then we'll get started with the talk.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, because we really want to know, how many people in the audience are currently at a spot where you guys do not yet have a mono repo structure, but you're seriously considering it. I can tell you from experience that it is a lifesaver for many reasons, which is obviously what this talk is about. But yeah, it'll be fascinating to see, what everyone else, where everyone else is at. So really excited for that. And we also have, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was going to say, we also have Fernando and Maria Jose on the call as well. I just want to make sure that they're both with us and they have their cameras on here. Let's see. Yep, we got MJ. Awesome. Hey, MJ. And there we got Fernando. All right, we got the whole crew here.
All right. So with that being said, I will dive off here and let you guys take it away.
All right, fantastic. Let me go ahead and share my screen here. All right, and let me move all the Zoom stuff so I can actually see you guys. All right, fantastic. You can see my screen, right? Beautiful.
Looks great.
All right, awesome. All right, great. So, hey everyone, my name is Jedi Weller. I am the founder and CEO of OpenForge and OpenForge Enterprises. And we are here today to talk to you about two things, actually. One is going to be adopting mono repos, right? And how you can go about it. We're going to actually go through and show you some step-by-step examples of what you and your teams can do, whether you have a team of 10 or 30 or 100. These practices apply for all of you, okay? And hopefully we can save your entire company a lot of time and a lot of headache by doing this. The second thing we're going to do is we're going to show you a real live case study. And that case study is going to be through one of our projects that our parent company owns, which is Startup Wars. It is going to be unlike any other Ionic app that you have ever seen in your life. And I promise you that. You can literally quote me on that. I guarantee you will not have seen anything like it. And then finally, thanks to the really great efforts of Maria Jose and Fernando, Fernando is going to be showing you guys an open source example of a mono repo that we recommend for a structure. So that's going to be the talk. And let's get started here. So first thing, quick introductions for the three of us. I'll go first. So my name is Jedi Weller, like I said, founder and CEO of OpenForge and OpenForge Enterprises. And I've been a software developer since the early 90s. So I've been doing this my whole life, ever since I was a kid. And now I've obviously moved on to more software architecture, business architecture, and mobile applications in general, which is what we specialize in. And Fernando, I will pass it to you, sir.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Fernando Del Olmo. I have been working on OpenForge around 4 years as a software engineer. And I'm located on Spain, living on Madrid. And that's my kind of background, and I will pass to Mr. MJ.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Maria Jose, but you can call me MJ. I'm a software engineer here at OpenForge, and I have been working with Jedi for almost a year and a half. And I'm so happy that you are here to talk with us.
Awesome, yeah. And I also just want to give quick kudos to both MJ and Fernando. MJ has been helping to lead our architecture for Startup Wars company, which has been going amazing. It feels like longer than a year and a half at MJ. And Fernando has built so many Ionic mobile applications that we probably cannot even count them. So you are all in really good hands because they really are the experts here. All right, so first off, let's talk about, is this relevant to you? So you are here in this presentation, is this relevant? Well, let's see. Are you a director, a lead, or a senior developer in your company, right? And you're currently considering monorepos, or maybe even how to enhance your monorepo approach? Then yes, this is for you. This talk is for you. So while we get started here, I'm going to quickly talk about our team and what we provide. So if you don't know us already, OpenForge, we have been trust partners with Ionic since I believe we got beta in about 2014. And so we've been working with Ionic's team directly for years now. We specialize in only mobile. So all we do is mobile applications. We don't do anything else besides mobile apps. We do app store consulting. We do architecture and development. We also help companies with app store monetization, right? Actually, how do you take your company forward and make some money from your application if you're hitting a consumer market or even B2B. Now, for the agenda for today, we're going to be talking about the benefits of monorepos first and foremost. We'll be going over how you can save time and money, how you can enhance your collaboration between your team members, both development teams and external teams from the development side, as well as design, quality assurance, business, the business analysts and business folks, whatever the teams are, right? This can actually benefit, and we'll talk about that. We're also going to be talking about the steps to migrate, like I mentioned earlier, and resource allocation. If you guys are leads, then obviously you would probably really care about resource allocation. Then, as I said, Maria Jose is going to talk about the case study and dive into detail there. And then Fernando is going to dive into the demo repo that we have made for you. All right, quick thing about our achievements. As I said, we specialize in mobile applications. We have built so many at this point. I do not even know how many. It is all we do, and we have a lot of fun doing it. So obviously, if you guys have any mobile application needs, please go ahead and give us a call. For many people who might be wondering what we mean by helping companies with monetization, this was one of our most recent case studies. And this was a public review that they left us, where after relaunching the app, we redesigned everything. The company actually saw a 25% increase in app revenue. And this was a very, very large company. So, this was a very large impact. So that's kind of like where we can specialize. All right, so let's talk about the benefits of monorepos. Productivity and time savings. It is one of the key, most important things for any organization, right? So how do we achieve that? One of the ways is code sharing, right? So monorepos allow you to really share code, between different, different features, between different team members, right? And it allows you to kind of make everything more transparent when it comes, to your actual team. When we're talking about the on-the-ground developers and the people who are actually working on it, it allows them to easily see everything that's going on. Enhance cross-team collaboration. So what do we mean by this? So when we're talking about, let's say a design and development team, for instance, when they're working together, we have, there's a fundamental shift in mentality. And I know some of the earlier speakers were talking about this, where front-end components, they change very, very quickly, right? As you implement your application, you may go through like a brand overhaul. You may, have some modifications to your, design components, and you have to be able to make these changes very, very rapidly. Well, commonly what you'll find is if you have multiple repositories, right, or even or even one single repository, but that's not quite structured well as a mono repo, you might find that as a team member is implementing a change, like let's say implementing a new button, or let's say implementing a new component or a new feature, that they choose an outdated button type, or they choose an outdated brand or style guide, right? Well, using mono repos, and specifically, we are huge proponents of NX and Narwhal, like Narwhal's NX. Using mono repos the right way allows you to use things such as Storybook, right? Which will allow you to basically have better collaboration between your team members. Right. It's also easy to assign ownership. And I know MJ, I think we recently did this when we did the Start Wars change, right?
That's true, Jedi. That's true, and that's have been very helpful for the team in any form that you can see that. Have been amazing, actually.
Yeah, exactly. And and how, like, when you assign ownership, like, what are the primary benefits, MJ?
Well, that way we can tell ourselves about who can help us and who is the person that can help when we have questions about the code that we are coding. So, for example, in our team, we have multiple persons that own not just one, but some piece of the code, and that can help me to know if I need to implement a new feature. I can talk with that person specifically, and that person can give me the guidance to implement the feature with the standards that we created before.
Yeah, absolutely. And and if any of you in the audience have ever run into a situation where you might be in charge of like code reviewing a particular feature, or like an architectural change, and maybe something slips through the cracks, or you weren't quite notified the way you should have been, setting up like a mono repo and assigning code ownership, and it's a lot easier to assign that type of code ownership and that automatic notification. So it really saves you a lot of time. And as we all know, like, saving time is saving money, right? Which is what this is all about, right? It's about saving developers time and saving money. It also allows you to increase your reliability. One of the primary ways of this is standardization. Okay, so when you have a single source of truth, is what we like to call it, right? When you have a single source of truth, you can standardize exactly how everything is run. How do you handle your configurations? How do you handle your CI/CD? How do you handle your linting, right? When you have multiple repositories, you will, by nature of having multiple repositories, have to set the same stuff up multiple times. And it's very easy for things to get changed just by a little bit. But as developers, we all know how much of an impact even a single character can make, right? And it also will help with release management, right? Having all of this under a single repository really helps speed up just that like developer lifecycle and the release, and the release management, to know, okay, what version are you currently on, and what was recently committed, what was recently released. It just makes everything a lot easier. All right, so let's talk a little bit about code sharing, right? If you guys are not convinced necessarily that mono repos have some benefits, let's go through some fun scenarios. So I'm going to ask you all a series of questions, and just think to yourself, is this me? So have you ever had a developer duplicate code? Write some code that maybe was already written somewhere else in your application. Have you ever had a deadline get pushed back due to newly discovered technical debt? So you guys go through, you do Scrum planning, you do sprint planning, and you say, okay, yeah, this feature is going to be done by the end of this week. Then at the end of the week, the feature is only halfway done. And you think to yourself, wow, well, why is it only halfway done? And the person says, well, we discovered a lot of stuff that we didn't know about, right? Coming into it. That again can be a result of poor organization or poor visibility, right? And if you answer no to either of these things, I would say you are totally lying. Don't lie, come on. All right, cross-team collaboration. Have you ever had issues with brand consistency? Again, back to the prior example, have you ever had a situation where a developer implements something that wasn't necessarily consistent with the design, but somewhere else in the application, there was a correct example of it? And that's basically this example. I'm jumping the gun here. We've gone through this, and I do want to say, at first, I was actually against mono repos. Like, for a number of years, I was like, I've never quite done this before, and it seemed like a big cost, and a big cost to basically implement this. Finally, we did it for one of our largest projects, and the changes were amazing. And now we only do mono repos essentially. So same. Let's see. Have you ever accidentally missed a pull request because you were not tagged in it? And that's what I think, to MJ's point about code ownership. And I wish that maybe you could automatically have the right people tagged in the comments. Okay. This is all part of like automation, right? Part of having this single, source of truth is that you can automate all these things very, very easily. And overhead costs. So do you suffer from complicated CI/CD configurations, right? Or long ramp-up cycles, okay? If you answered yes to any of these questions, then likely you are in a spot where you could really benefit from a mono repo setup, okay? And that's what we're here today to kind of talk about. Okay, so brace yourselves, we have a solution. Big Game of Thrones fan, love it, guys. So we are here today to talk to you about how to migrate your team to a mono repo architecture. And what we would like to do, wait, hold up. I just got word. Mike Hardington is not convinced. Yep, not convinced. All right. So I don't think we can talk about exactly how to do it yet. I don't think we can show you guys the steps on how to do it. I think first, maybe MJ, we need to do some more convincing. So why don't we go through, and why don't we take this as an opportunity to we had fun with that one, by the way. Mike had no idea that's coming. I hope he's watching right now. And we're going to go through, we're going to show you an actual case study for Startup Wars. So before we go into the case study for Startup Wars, let me just tell you, and by the way, this project has had over 30,000 hours. This is one of our internal applications, so we're allowed to show you a little bit more of the code and of the structure than we would normally be able to with some of our enterprise projects. So really excited about that. Just a quick demo or showcase of what Startup Wars is. Startup Wars is an entrepreneurship simulation platform. So it is a game for future entrepreneurs to learn entrepreneurship. And I told you this is going to be unlike any Ionic application you've ever seen in your life. And I probably did not lie, right? So players can basically go through, they can select their avatar, they can make different business decisions. This demo itself is not really about Startup Wars, the product. I just wanted you guys to get an idea of what it is that MJ is going to show you, what it looks like from the actual, result. And obviously, if you guys have any, questions about Startup Wars itself after the fact, or how we did this with an Ionic application, please feel free to let us know. So with that said, let me go back to this here and present. And MJ, you just let me know when you want me to change the slides.
I'm here. So yeah, did I say all the symptoms that we saw in the past about deadlines, duplicated code, that's a nightmare for all of us. So I want to show you first one of the greatest results and greatest feelings that we felt when we accomplished this. In the past months, we were able to reduce our code base by 8,000 lines of code. And that's not just because we delete everything. We did that even when we were building features at the same time. That means that at the same time, when we were refactoring everything, we were creating all the new libraries, all the shared components that we want to use, we were able to, at the same time, build new features for the product. So that doesn't mean that you need to stop your business. You can still working on your current milestones, but also you can do whatever you want for your code and it's gonna be great. So I just want to show that in this first slide. And then, as Yaraway was talking, one of the first symptoms that we noticed were that we were having 3 different repositories. So we used to have a front-end repository, a back-end repository, and an API repository. All those 3 repositories were for the same product. Of course, we are gonna use some collections, some models, some services in all of those. So we were having a lot of duplications, and we were missing basically a lot of type safety because we need to get deadlines done. So that's the first symptom that we noticed. And basically what we did first was to try to get all those repositories in just a big one. That one. So in the first attempt, we accomplished to share the models that we were having in the 3 repositories, but we at that time we basically just copy and paste and did some configurations about the packet JSON, but we were having still a lot of code duplicated. We just solved one problem at a time. So basically what we need to do was to go more deeper and think about the roots of the project and all the components, all the libraries, all the applications that we were having to see how it's gonna be the new Startup Wars repository. So we are gonna show you in detail later what is that steps that we need to take and what is the discussion that you need to take with your team. But when we did that process, we ended up having this new folder structure. So you can see that looks way better than the other screenshots. Now you can see all the libraries that we have, all the applications that we have. You can learn and you can read easily if this library is a data access library, if it's a feature, if it's a UI library, or if it's just a util library. So that can help us to scale our application even more and add new features without worry about redo a lot of stuff. Because now that we have this separated out, we can see, okay, we can start adding features and we just reuse all the things that we already built. So that's amazing, and that was amazing for our team. And some of the benefits that we saw basically overnight were readability, scalability, a lot of less maintenance. Now you can see we were maintaining 3 repos. Now we just have 1. If I want to change a model, I just need to change 1 file. If I need to change 1 component, I just need to change 1 component. It's not 3 different components doing the same stuff in 3 different repositories. Of course, the visibility of the progress of all the projects and all the repositories and applications that we have are in 1 single source. As Jera mentioned at the beginning, we used to call this just 1 source of truth. And that's the meaning for everything that we want to accomplish. And in this monorepo, we have just 1 source of truth with this. And of course, the standardizations about naming and separation between libraries. And now I want to show you this beautiful, let's say, reactions about our team when we notice that we decrease our code base by 78,000 lines of code. I can tell you that feeling was not just amazing for the team, but also for our resource allocation, for our timing, for our milestone, everything started to go faster. And I know that Jedi can't lie about it. We start just feeling that the project was fast as never before.
Yeah.
Because and that's something that we wanted to do before. And as I say, we were at the beginning thinking about if that's the way to do it, but now we can say that, of course, is the way to do it if you and your team are having some of the issues and symptoms that we explained before. So now we learn a lot about this progress and about this process. We were able to apply this knowledge again, and that's the application that FAIR is gonna show you. So what we did was all the knowledge that we accomplished in this big project, we want to implement it again with all our steps that we did in the past.
Yeah, absolutely. And one other thing I want to speak to here, whoops, oh no, too quickly, is on the benefits here. You know, as MJ said, we were able to do a lot of reuse. You may, like, as an organization, you may be thinking to yourself that, hey, certain components right now do not need reuse. Like, they're only used within one part of our application. And we were actually in the same boat. One of the things that happened from an organizational standpoint is, as the product was evolving over the course of 2 years, we discovered that on our admin portal, which none of our customers see, our admin portal is where we put in all like the content for Startup Wars and all the graphics and all like that kind of thing. And the application is so large now that even our internal team can't learn every single piece of it, right? So we discovered that, okay, well, we need to actually visually represent on the admin portal, we need to visually represent what it's going to look like within the student-facing application. And this was a new business model. Well, if we had done it the traditional way, then we would have had to recreate all these components or duplicate all these components, in order to put them on the admin portal so that you can see it. But since we already had them set up in the mono repo, right, as shared libraries, even though they weren't being shared by anything else at the time, when we developed that business requirement, we said, oh my God, we can now do this so easily. Like it literally was just like a quick import and that's it. So, even if there is not, like, for some of your libraries, if you come into the situation where you think, well, I'm not sharing it right now, so I probably don't need to do it, you may in the future, and you may find actual hidden business cases in which it would make sense to do that. So I just wanted to make a point of that. All right, and I just got word that, yes, everyone, Mike Hardington is finally happy. This is his happy face. It is actually, I challenge anyone in the audience to find a picture of Mike actually smiling online. All right, everyone, keep calm and love Ionic like we do. All right, so let's talk now about steps to actually do resource allocation. I'm going to roll through these really quickly. I want to make sure that we have enough time for Fernando's section as well. And Fernando and MJ, feel free if I miss anything to just interrupt me here. So the number one thing you guys will have to do is you'll have to do some prep work. Okay, if you're migrating from a non-mono repo to a mono repo, then it's not going to be an easy day one. Okay, first you need to set aside time with your teams to identify what is the actual structure, like the folder structure, the naming convention, what libraries we actually want, right? This took us probably a week, I don't know, a week or two of time, MJ?
Yeah,
what do you say?
Probably 2 weeks. And we did like a couple iterations of that.
Yeah, it was an evolving process for sure. Examples of this would be applications, features, UI, utility, data access, etc. Right? Then assign code ownership. So you probably, if you're a larger organization, if you probably already have code owners, but these code owners may change, right? Like the new structure that you're going into, you might find that a lot of things can be condensed, in which case you're going to need to prepare to say, hey, MJ is going to take this over, Fernando is going to take this over, right? So just be prepared for that. And then scheduling out the actual refactoring work. This is going to be an important piece, because remember, on the first day that you create a mono repo, and we're going to talk about that in a second, the first day you create it, you're not going to be able to have a team of 40 people just start committing to it. It will be impossible, okay? So while a couple select people on your leads of your architecture team are actually creating the mono repo structure and only the structure, you can at the same time have the rest of your team working on refactoring some of the existing components to fit within the structure that you guys just identified, okay? And this is also a great time to bring in your design and quality assurance teams as well, to start talking about, hey, during this refactoring process, is there anything that we can, synchronize and merge down into a simpler form for our branding and for our components, our UI components. All right, step 2 is going to be to create the actual repo. So like I said, we highly recommend NX and Narwhal's recommendations for how to set up a mono repo. I'm not going to go through those in depth. They have amazing documentation, and we really appreciate their work in creating that documentation. One thing that we can say is that when you are creating the skeletons of the applications, and actually, you know what? I could probably even pull this up really quick. Let me just exit this and pull this over. So, they have a couple different examples of like common library setups, okay? And we found that 95% of it worked for us out of the box. 5% did not. We had a phaser library and a game engine library that had to have their own custom type, but 95% did. So what I would recommend here is just make sure you read all the documentation and you really play with, okay, if we do this particular structure, what is it actually going to look like? And that kind of ties into this last bullet here, which is just make sure to re-review your initial architecture. After you go through and after somebody actually creates the repo, then go back to step 1, right? And make sure that you actually had it right the first time. Likely you did not, and that's okay, right? Because we know software development is ever growing and ever evolving cycle. Third thing is, again, right now you're still in the setup phase. Make sure you do this first. We made the mistake of not doing it first the first time we did this, and it hurt. Either way, this is going to hurt. Set up your enforcements, such as ESLint, StyleLint, Prettier, your configs, commitIsn, CI/CD, package JSON, Husky, etc. Particularly ESLint, StyleLint, Prettier, right? These are just so important, and hopefully you already use these as an organization. But what you might find, and we found this, and every time actually we go into another application and we find the same thing, right? Whenever we're consulting, we find that in one repo, you're going to have a certain configuration for ESLint, for instance, right? And another repo, you're going to have a similar one, but it's not exactly the same, right? Because someone missed something along the lines, right? And so what that means is all of a sudden, if you try to just take all of this code and just move it over, just copy and paste it, it will not build, right? It won't pass commit. So there's ways you can go about that. And if we have time in the QA process, we can talk about that. And last thing is naming conventions. This is what MJ talked about and Fernando is going to talk about in a second. So I'm not going to really talk about it here. But what I will say is this part right here. Just when you create that empty repo, create the folder structure and create the actual components for every single component that you think you're going to have, but do not move the logic over. Because again, once you do this, you're going to now look at it and you're going to realize, hey, maybe there's actually a slightly better way of doing this, right? So it doesn't make sense to move over, all the logic until you actually have everything laid out, and it'll also make it easier for you. All right, and then you can start with the actual migration. Once you do that, you can start with the migration. You can have each team member who has been working on refactoring on the side, right? They can now start moving stuff over. And because you've already set this up as libraries, you're not going to have all the merge conflicts that you would have had before that would push you back months of time. You'll have a much better time by going with this approach. All right. And now we're going to talk about Fernando. You are going to be up here. And before Fernando jumps into this, I just want to quickly go over what the application is. The application is called Startup Glossary. We put this as an open source repo online. You'll be able to find it. We built this just for you guys, so it's not a fully functional app, but the monorepo itself has everything. And we will be posting all this on our website after the talk as well. So Fernando, I'm going to pass it over to you.
All right, thanks, Jedi. I'll be sharing my window, this one. Okay, so after all these guides or all the topics for the migration, we learned a lot. So we created this new project from scratch, following all the standards and all this knowledge that we learned on the process for the migration. So one thing we learned is that we can split in a single monorepo repository different apps. In this example, is just one app, is the startup glossary, as Jedi mentioned, and the one for the end-to-end testing. And then we have the libs. This is our structure. We found that we usually use data access, where we can display anything that is need to be like static data that we can import in different places on the app. We can also create models where we can import the models in all different apps, even in between the libraries. For example, there is one that glossary imports other definitions, and then you can import glossary in other part of the app. And also we can use the typical service from Angular, and we can create tons of service, and we can use them anywhere on the different apps. For example, if we have the front-end app or the back-end app or an API, whatever. Then we have the utils, and here we can create pipes, directives, enums, functions that are reusable on, it's like a helpers, like a typical function of Lodash, the same one. We can create different or tons of functions, and we can use them to help us on the other apps. Then we have the UI, as I mentioned, the different components. We create a small library of components. We have defined a category or definition in our example, but you can extend that to different themes, different brands, whatever you want, and you can just import the model you want on your apps. So it's easy to share component between apps and reuse code instead of copy the same component and just changing sizes or styles or whatever is needed in that case. And then we found that it's easier to split also the features into modules instead of using that on the app itself. If you see in the app, it's just the app component. There is nothing else. All is split into modules on our feature library, and it's easy as just import the module. That's it. That way, we can use, for example, the home module on this app and also in other app, and will be exactly the same. The behavior will be the same. The styling will be the same. It's only one point, and you will be using that in different parts. So as long as you need to change something or update something on home, you will be just updating in the library and will be reflecting those changes in the other two apps or all the apps you want to use the home module. And then the other thing that Jedi mentioned is the linters and all these configurations. We found that it's easier to have a single point of truth. So we have our main ESLint, for example, that has all the rules. The same appears to tsconfig, for example. These ones are the main ones. And then for example, on the libraries, for example, in this one, we have the ESLint and the tsconfig that is only extending the main one. So this is easier to instead of maintain like 5 to 10 files differently, we only just maintain one, and this rules applies to all the files. So it's easy to maintain design standards across tons of applications, tons of libraries with just one file. It's easy only to maintain one file than tons of them. And that's mainly the new structure that we are going to follow in all the future projects, because the migration process might be hard, but this one that we started from scratch is easily than the other one, and it helps a lot in the future. So, and then just before ending, I will show the app, and this is the homepage. This is the module that is being imported from the future library into the app side. Also, all this data and all these images are being loaded from the data access models that is being called by the service into the home module. So all the pieces comes together and is working fine. And all this helps a lot in the future, and also maintain all the features and all the code. And this is the repo that we are going to share on GitHub. And I think mostly it's all Jedi, so I don't have anything more to show or tell.
Beautiful. Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you, Fernando. And Fernando and MJ, they put together this in in a week for sure, but really only in, I don't know, maybe 8 hours each-ish.
Yes, more or less.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the reason I say that is the initial setup should not scare you. The actual implementation, once everyone goes through the process of deciding what is the naming convention, what are the folder structures, what's the architecture. After that, the implementation will be straightforward if you guys follow those steps that we talked about. So, it is not a super difficult process. It just is. It's more difficult from an organizational level, and especially if you don't kind of do the right steps in the right order, it can sometimes hurt. So, definitely recommend it. All right, awesome. Thank you, Fernando. So so that's basically what we have for you today. If you would like to learn more about, mono repos or OpenForge or anything we do have two things here. Obviously, you can always contact us through our website, openforge.io, but we also have a mobile academy. And this is something that's pretty new within the past couple of months. So it's been asked for by a lot of our community members. It's just a way to kind of show people and showcase common tips, common improvements for the mobile application industry. So if you are interested in that, feel free to sign up. You will not get contacted for anything except for the Mobile Academy newsletter. And with that said, I think that is it for our presentation. So I think we'll open it up for some Q&A now. Thank you, everyone.
All right. Thanks, everybody. That was an awesome talk. And I think all of us at the Ionic office are grateful for the mic content that you brought into our lives. It is already an emoji in our Slack channel, I believe, under the moniker "Not Impressed." And we've already tried to use, I think, some form of artificial intelligence to turn it to a smiling face. So we'll keep everybody updated on that. And if we can find any evidence of Mike smiling, y'all will be the first to know for sure. All right, cool. Back on the actual mono repo stuff, though, let's dive into some Q&A. First off, any specific common pitfalls you wanted to mention in terms of maybe your number one thing for don't fall into this trap when migrating to a mono repo?
MJ or Fernando, I'll let you guys go first.
Yeah, I already answered that question. I will say don't fast think the initial architecture. I think that is gonna be the base for all you need. I think that talk and involve your team, discuss it with your team is very important. So I think that's the most important part that you can avoid. don't think this fast.
Definitely. I do the same thing with all of my home construction projects. It's like, okay, I know this is going to take one more trip to Home Depot. That's okay. If I don't do that, I'm just shooting myself in the foot by not using the right tools for the job. So,
and to add to that too, I would say make sure everyone on your team is involved in it, because otherwise, like, it's a different mindset. And otherwise, if you keep it to just a leadership team, then only a leadership team is truly going to understand, like the changes, right? So if you have everyone involved in that process, then everyone will be able to understand it, and it will just make the process a lot easier.
For sure. All right, another one. If you have projects that like have different languages, right? So like maybe you have some backend stuff, some front end stuff, a couple different front end pieces. Do you still advise that it makes sense to like put those in a monorepo?
Yeah, absolutely. You can still share configurations across, but you can also still override configurations as well. So that makes that possible. Like I think when Fernando was showing the ESLint and Prettier that we had set up, what we tend to do is, if it's the same language, the same stack, like if we're using like Angular or React, well, what we can do is we can just basically delete the additional configs that are auto-generated. But in the case that you do have like let's say you have like a Node a backend server or PHP or something, right, then you can have a different configuration.
So is that configuration, that kind of leads directly into the next question someone asked, actually, which was, when you talked about like setting up the models, were those shareable or reusable across like the different languages? How is that configuration set up? Is that the stuff you're talking about?
If I clicked the right button to unmute. So I didn't quite understand the question. Sorry.
Somebody, I believe there was a point in time in the talk where you were talking about like the models, like the shared models across your monorepo, like you're sharing those between different languages. And if so, is that through the config you were just talking about, or kind of which pieces of the puzzle help there?
Gotcha. Like for like data models, you mean? Well,
yes.
I'm assuming, right?
Yeah. I'm assuming as well.
Gotcha. Yeah. I mean, one of the things that we did when we actually went through this process is we have a data access library specifically for our data models. So we use those just across the board, and it actually allowed us to shrink everything down as well, because we discovered that we were like implementing classes a little bit differently over here, a little bit differently over here, right? Which was causing some of those pesky little bugs that sometimes pop up. So yeah, you could absolutely do that.
Awesome. Well, it's been a pleasure having all of you. Thank you for the time. I appreciate every second I get to hang out with you guys. So I'm hoping we can meet up together in person sometime soon.
Cool. Awesome. Thank you guys. Thank you, Fernando, and MJ too.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, everybody. See you later. All right. Before our next jam session here, we have a message from one of our sponsors. So let me bring that up real quick here. We are going to be sharing a slot from Couchbase.
Do your mobile and IoT apps rely on the cloud for data? If so, they depend on the internet, which can make them slow and unreliable, frustrating users and costing you downtime. To get around internet dependencies, gain real-time responsiveness and 100% availability, you need a database that you can embed directly into your applications. And to maintain integrity and ensure that data is never lost, you need a database that automatically syncs as connectivity permits. You need Couchbase. Couchbase Lite is a full-featured embedded JSON document database for apps that run on mobile, desktop, and embedded devices. It is cross-platform and provides developer-friendly APIs for your language of choice. And it provides fast, efficient, bidirectional peer-to-peer synchronization of data between edge devices without dependence on the internet. Download Couchbase Lite and try it free. See for yourself how it provides real-time responsiveness and 100% uptime for your mobile and edge applications.
All right. Up next, we have a talk with none other than yours truly, me, Matt, and Matt Netko from the marketing crew. Let's bring Matt Netko on up.
Hey, buddy.
You had to wear the head. We both got the headbands. I'm gonna say that you tried to match me today. That's what I'm gonna say. Oh, you even got the new one too.
Yeah,
the right logo and everything. You got it.
I had to represent, of course.
Had to, absolutely. So I wanted to bring Matt up on stage to talk about specifically the EAS app. So that was something new this year. We didn't do that last year. So if you guys go on Apple or Android and just search for EAS 21, that's probably the easiest way that you can find this thing. You can download the app. We're going to talk about what it's built on, go through a little bit of a Q&A, but yet again, you can find the agenda, sponsors, speakers, and enter for the swag giveaway, all from the application. So, Mr. Netco, anything
let me interrupt you really quick there, Mr. Matt.
Uh-oh.
We have another poll for everyone before we jump into the app questions. So let me roll this out. So while you're listening to this, everyone, we are really interested in hearing, you're going to hear a lot about Ionic today and enterprise app development. And so we have another poll for you. If you are interested in learning more about Ionic, everything we do, and want to get access to more information, go ahead and fill this poll out while we're talking, and we will be in touch, someone from our team. So thank you. All right, continue, Matt. Let's do it.
All right, so let's dive into the EAS 21 application, and we'll just chat kind of about how it was built, the tech behind the thing, and everything that made it up. So is there anything you wanted to lead out with before I start just pummeling you with questions?
Yeah. Can you see my screen okay with the app?
Yes.
And everything? Great. We'll be there in a second. Great. So thanks. Hey, everyone, just really quick. I am head of product marketing, occasional developer advocate, and product evangelist, all rolled into one from Ionic. So thanks for having me on, Matt. And I'm going to talk about our official EAS app. As Matt said, this is the first time that we rolled out an official conference app, and we're really excited to do so, especially with the surprise announcement of Ionic 6 rolling out today. This is what we believe to be, no pressure, the first Ionic 6 public app. So I'm going to show that in a second. And so definitely go ahead and check that out and download that. So this is all available on all the app stores, the web, and on GitHub, completely open source. So we will show those links again and again. Definitely check it out and get some swag. So I am going to pop open the app here. Matt, why don't we talk about this first modal actually and some of Ionic 6?
Yeah, let's go for it. So what is this first modal?
Yeah. So this is really exciting. So what's great about this app is I partnered up with Liam from our Ionic Framework team, one of our lead engineers, and Ben Sperry, our chief design officer and Ionic co-founder for the design and engineering aspect of this. And what we were able to do here is really take Ionic 6 for a spin. And this particular feature I'm really happy about because it's kind of a great way to build a really nice UX for your app as well as show off Ionic 6. So one thing that a lot of devs were looking forward to was I think we mostly see this in iOS, but it's the sheet modal type of pop-up. So that's what we're seeing here for this push notification reminder. And traditionally the modals would take up the entire screen or about 3/4 of it, but now we let you open this modal that goes up, really is on the bottom fourth or half the screen. Really, the sky's the limit. So this was a really popular request that we're able to roll out here. And in this particular case, I'm excited because I used it for a permission modal, because as you may or may not be aware, you can often customize the messages that iOS and Android show you when you ask the user for camera permission, maybe Bluetooth, some of the others, but this particular one for push notifications, you can't. So what apps have been doing like this one is kind of give you a little prompt ahead of time to remind you, hey, we want to send you push notifications, but here's our legit reason why, right? And so we're using this upgraded Ion modal with Ionic 6 to do so. So you can see I can have it pop up as soon as the app loads, and then just show it to you once as an app attendee. So when I hit continue, it's going to show that OS prompt for the notifications.
Pro tip in general, whenever you are doing a native prompt to request permission, it is always good to have your own version of that prompt like Netco. before showing the native prompt, because once a user denies the native prompt, let's say the second you install the application, you request push notifications. It's like, I haven't used this app. We're not friends yet. Like, we're still kind of, building up that relationship before I want to give you push notification privileges. If you just immediately pop up that native thing, like now you have to tell your user how to go to settings, how to open the app in settings, manually toggle it. Like, there's kind of no going back. So asking permission yourself first, storing that in local storage or something like secure storage, and then coming back later, good pro tip. So I like it in general from a user experience perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's one of the fun parts I love doing and working with our team is make sure we're showing off that UX best practices, especially as they evolve in mobile apps, and they always are. And I think this is a key one. So yeah, across the board too on Ionic 6 in terms of features, we've got, I'll show off enhanced dark mode for iOS especially. There's been some elements that have been updated. And of course, what we do with Ionic, the framework here every time is keep it up to date with the latest material design for Android and iOS Cupertino style design systems. So you get all these great UI components out of the box using their latest best practices and standards, so that, as an app developer, especially someone like me with very little design skills, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. All those great animations and gestures are provided for you. And that's it makes me look good. It makes us all look great as traditional web developers. So yeah. Any other questions, man?
Cool. Let's dive in terms of like native functionality of this. I know you just showed off a little bit of push notifications. Anything else native that you're bringing to the table here?
Yeah. So, again, we have the capacitor-based push notification plugin, and then not much to really show here, but I'm using the Firebase as our backend provider to actually send those and connect. We work with any push notification provider that's out there. Firebase just happens to be a really easy solution to use. So in this case, I've been sending out some notifications around the events starting, and we hope to follow up with, when our talk recordings are done. So we thought this would be a really great use case for a conference app where you'd want to be in communication for a variety of reasons, right? Both before and after the event. But the other thing I really like is, so let's go ahead a little bit and look at, so I'm excited for Robert's talk here about micro front ends. I'm also speaking about that later today, so stick around. And if we go into each agenda item, I have a remind me feature, and that's using Capacitor's local notification functionality. And so if I tap this, it'll say reminder set for 5 minutes before the talk begins. And this uses, again, the system integrated notifications. It's not, because it's local, it's not coming from a server like a push, but it's scheduled in the operating system now on iOS. So when we get to 3 p.m., so 2:55 p.m., 5 minutes before, I'll get a notification and come back into the app. So this, I had a lot of fun building. Getting that all configured was just a few lines of code, honestly.
That's awesome.
Yep.
Also cool, just because like you have all the data here already. You know what time the talk starts. So like everything you want to put in the push in the notification is like already there. So local makes sense for sure.
Exactly. You can do all kinds of cool customizations, but really I'm just setting the time that we have in the app, the title of the talk. Really, you can configure what kind of data you want to send in the notification.
Cool.
Yeah.
So I know, Matt, one of the hardest things about turning this into a mobile app has been the fact that we had a couple last minute changes to the event, right? Like we had some talks get modified. We had some additional speakers get added to certain talks. Kind of how are you handling that?
Yeah, great question. So that's been the nature of planning a remote online only conference. We've had speakers mostly join or have just had to make adjustments. That's just part of it, especially because we have so many great speakers, the majority of which are from all different companies. It's not just Ionic, right? So what I'm using is AppFlow, which is our mobile CI/CD platform. We can do, which Matt runs as the product manager, which is awesome. Love that guy. So what we have is the ability to build our Ionic apps in the cloud with native builds. And then what I'm using here to keep the schedule up to date, because again, even today, I've been pushing some updates to the app. You'll probably, you probably won't notice them. They're images, they're agenda tweaks and talk title tweaks. But I'm using AppFlow's live update feature, which allows us to update any of the web code. So HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, which is the core of our Ionic app, right? The tech behind it, as well as images and other files like that. And this is also important, especially for speaker images. We have a lot of images in here and high quality ones too, right? For all our speakers. And what I'm able to do here is bypass the app stores. Because this web content and not native content, it's fully allowed by Apple and Google in their terms of service to do this. And the benefit is we can keep the app up to date with any bug fixes. In this case, it hasn't, I think we did a, knock on wood, a good enough job if you're testing the app, where we don't have any bugs, but we do have those speaker agenda changes and things like that. So for example, we're having Liam and some of the Ionic team in Dallas come up next to talk. I had to swap that out for a different talk. Totally fine. So what I was able to do is go into AppFlow here, which is what I'm showing. And this is all my list of commits. In fact, someone from our Ionic Discord made a mention that I made a small spelling error here. So it was fine. I was able to commit that while the conference is going on. And then what's really cool is I can go start a new web-based build that out, and have that build in the cloud. And then what's really great is I can say, make it a live update and assign it to a production channel, which basically is what I've shipped to the app stores. So of course, because the web app version always gets up to date, right? So this is for the iOS and Android version. I don't have to go through Apple in particular is notorious for longer app store reviews, right? So I don't have to wait days to just make a few small tweaks to the application, right? We're able to update it live even during the conference. And then when you're viewing the app like I have it open now, those updates are downloading in the background. And then when we update them, which actually I think we had some updates. Let me go close that there and then pop it back up. They're going to be updated live. So here's that new talk. It's been updated. I didn't have to do anything. Pretty amazing, right?
That's awesome. I'll send you a bill later. No, I'm just kidding. All right. So one last question. We're about to move on to that talk, right? Introducing Ionic 6 Q&A with the Ionic team. I know you built this with Ionic 6. Is there anything you wanted to call out or kind of your favorite piece of that puzzle? Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's so much to mention. One neat thing, I thought I'd show off dark mode actually, which is built into Ionic Framework. It always has existed in Ionic Framework, so it's not entirely a new V6 feature, but I know we made some iOS in particular changes. So what's really cool is because we're building with CSS variables, for all these main colors and themes, like we have our dark blue on the agenda tab there that I can tab before, as well as like our swag buttons and things like that. What's really nice is we can change these on the fly and not have to recompile the app and have them update for us. So we're just using simple CSS here to configure a dark mode and change some of the primary colors. So when I go to settings, so you saw that was like regular light mode. And if I change just for the operating system back to dark mode, and then I go back to the app, look at that. I didn't have to configure anything. And it looks, I mean, really great, very, very crisp, easy to see. So just one quick example where there's just a little bit of setup and I have that automatically in my app, which everyone loves dark mode to these days. It's pretty much a requirement for modern mobile apps. So I know I thought it was funny that you started talking about dark mode and somebody asked a question like, hey, does it support dark mode? And here I had it on my phone from this morning. I had it on my phone from this morning and I was like, it is in dark mode, right? Just because like that's how I use my phone. So like the auto detect is great. Yep. And of course, I manually triggered it just to show it off. But later tonight, probably when 4 o'clock, when it gets dark here now in the Midwest, it would automatically switch to it, which I love. I don't even have to do anything. So. Cool. All right. Well, on that note, I think we can bring up some of the Ionic 6 team to talk about kind of everything Ionic 6 and what's going on there. Right. So all right. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Matt. I appreciate it. And I'll catch up with you later. All right. So up next, we are going to be chatting with Liam DeBeasy and Dallas James all about Ionic 6. Let's bring him on up. Let me make sure I can say Dallas. Hi, Liam.
Hey.
Welcome. Thanks for hopping on. It's going well. The conference has been going great. There have been memes all over the place. And it's just in general made me very happy. However, I think the happiest thing for me is Ionic 6. So I'm going to leave you guys to talk. I'll get out of your way. Thanks, everybody.
Awesome. I think we're both really excited to kind of talk about this, and especially after that great demo from both yourself, Matt Kramer and Matt Netko. We really appreciate the introduction. I'm really excited to be here today. And in fact, I'm here with probably, I'd say the fan favorite of our community, Liam DeBisi, one of the principal engineers on the framework who's put blood, sweat, and tears into building Ionic 6. Liam, how's it going?
Good. I think Mike has me beat on fan favorite, but I'll take second place.
That's great. Awesome.
But I'm doing good. Excited to be here talking about Ionic 6. Yeah, that EAS app is pretty cool. And I'm not just saying that because I helped build it. I legitimately think it's really exciting. Building with Ionic 6 has been great. I started Ionic about 3 years ago. And before that, I was building with Ionic. I built an Ionic 1 app, 2 app, 3 app. And actually the day Ionic 4 shipped was my first day at the company. So that was a fun day. It was nice to, after spending 3 years building Ionic, build with Ionic and just see how much it's evolved over the past few years. And I even found a few ways where we can improve Ionic. So that was nice. And it was great working with Matt Netko again. Hadn't talked to him in a bit because he's been so busy. So yeah.
That's awesome. So, I mean, let's just go ahead and jump into the meat of what everyone's excited for. Let's talk Ionic 6. What are the biggest feature updates coming that you've been working on?
Yeah, absolutely. So some of the high level things, improved desktop support, overhaul components. I know we saw the bottom sheet earlier today with Matt Netko and Matt Kramer. So we got some iOS and Android design changes and really a lot more. And I think we'll sort of get into some of the nitty gritty there. I think my personal favorite is the datetime component. Date pickers are so incredibly complex and need to cover so many different use cases. That was really fun to build. It was very challenging. And it's something that people have been asking about for quite some time. So I'm happy to have come together with the team and we were able to deliver that for all of our users.
Yeah, that's really exciting. I'm really excited to get into the datetime changes because I know as a developer who's used Ionic Framework and really as a developer in general, dates are not fun. You see that on your to-do list, you're just like, crap, I don't. So I'm excited to see how Ionic 6 is really going to help with that. Before we jump into that though, I mean, with all of these new features, one of the big questions I think that's going to be on everyone's mind is migration, right? From 5 to 6, maybe 4 to 6. Developers, that's always the big thing that you're concerned about when you're doing these migrations. And we've had some more painful migrations in the past. What's this one going to look like for developers?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great question. So we've always been really mindful of breaking changes. We only want to make the breaking changes that are absolutely necessary because we know that every breaking change that we make is some level of a burden placed on developers. So Ionic 6 actually has fewer breaking changes than both Ionic 5 and Ionic 4. So if your upgrade from Ionic 4 to Ionic 5 was pretty easy, it should be a piece of cake upgrading to Ionic 6.
That's exciting. Yeah. That's really exciting. I know I've worked with a lot of developers who made that move from 4 to 5, and I was really excited. We could tell them, you can do this in a day. So that's really exciting to hear that 5 to 6 is going to be that same way. How does compatibility look across frameworks?
Compatibility, pretty good. We try to support more modern versions so that people are continually updating their app, right? Like if you wait a few years and you're like, oh no, I have to update across 5 major versions of Angular, that's not fun. But if you're doing it gradually over the course of time, it's a much easier process. So our support policy doc page covers this a little bit more, but in general, with Ionic 6, you're going to need Angular 12 or newer. For React, it'll be React 17 or newer. And then for Vue, it'll be Vue 3 or newer.
Great. That's awesome. And so you mentioned in there, when you have these big jumps all at once, it can be tricky. So for developers who are currently sitting on Ionic 3 or Ionic 4, should you go straight to 6 or should you kind of take this incrementally?
Yeah, if you're on Ionic 4, I recommend the easiest I've seen is upgrading from Ionic 4 to Ionic 5, making sure that all works, making sure you've accounted for all of the Ionic 5 breaking changes, commit your changes, push them to a repo. And then when you're comfortable, upgrade from Ionic 5 to Ionic 6, going right from 4 to 6 you're likely to just miss some little details that had you gone one by one, you would have found out easily. Otherwise, you would spend, you can easily spend 20, 30 minutes digging into a particular issue.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I know that you and the other developers have spent a lot of time building in a lot of tooling and a lot of helps to make that transition easier.
Absolutely.
Great. So it's this time of year with all of the Android and iOS updates, and we look forward to kind of all of those new design revisions that come down from Apple and Google, and by extension, we look forward to the updates to Ionic to reflect those. How have those design changes impacted Ionic 6?
Yeah, I think the biggest one is with iOS and dark mode. There were just a little few tweaks that made the app feel a lot more native with modals, with toolbars. There's a new pull to refresh style, things like that. With Android, we made a few tweaks, especially with inputs. So you can have helper text, error text. There's a new outline sort of style that's been pretty common in material design applications. We don't have anything with Material U, Material Design 3. That's still pretty early days. I think we're waiting more for some guidance from Google to come out before we really commit to building that in. But with Ionic 6, it is ready for iOS 15. It's ready for Android 12. It's got all the latest and greatest iOS and Material Design 2 changes.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I really want to commend you for the job well done, especially on the dark mode. We saw Netco show that off there at the very end of that transition from light to dark mode. It looked really, really good.
It just works.
It just
impressed.
Works. And that's what we love about Ionic. It's great. So, kind of continuing down the Ionic 6 train, one thing that developers are concerned about is performance, and specifically with that application size. Have we been doing any work to make Ionic 6 application size smaller?
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't say we've done everything. There's absolutely more that we can do to improve. So in Ionic 6, we're rolling out a new build of Ionic that should improve bundle sizes, basically make those bundle sizes smaller. If you're using Ionic React or Ionic Vue, you're probably going to see the biggest changes, the biggest size reductions. Ionic Angular users should see some changes, but I think there's more work that we need to do in the future. The way Ionic Angular works is it registers all the components up front, and that's really nice because it lets developers just write, say, Ion button in your template. You don't have to go through any ng module. You don't have to import anything. The trade-off is that your bundle size is a little bit bigger than normal. The one thing I'll say on that, though, is when your end user opens up the application, the entire Ionic framework library isn't just loaded into the app. You're only loading exactly what you need. So it's going to lazy load, say, Ion button, Ion date time. So even though your bundle size may still be a little bit big, it's not all going to be loaded up front when your user opens the application.
Yeah, well, and that's especially important for performance, and really keeping that optimized. So yeah, that's great that you've been putting in so much work to help with that. Cool. So another question and talking with our community is concerns about components that are being removed from Ionic 6. A big one of these topic is Ion slides and everything that's kind of going on with that. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. Yeah. So the first thing I'll say is Ion slides is deprecated in Ionic 6. It's still there in Ionic 6. It's not removed. So you don't need to do anything with your Ion slide setup in order to use Ionic 6. So some background on it. Ion slides is actually powered by this third-party library called Swiper.js. We've been using it, I think, since Ionic 1 or Ionic 2. It's been there for a really long time. In Ionic 6, we made the decision to deprecate Ion slides in favor of having developers use Swiper.js directly. I think the big reason was when we launched Ionic 4, we needed compatibility for Vue, Angular, React, and Swiper didn't quite have all that compatibility figured out yet. And so we added Ion slides in Ionic 4 to help with that migration. But now flash forward to 2021, Swiper has an Angular integration, it has a React integration, it has a Vue integration. And so really at this point, Ion Slides is actually holding developers back from taking advantage of all the new features and bug fixes in Swiper. So we think this is something that is going to help future-proof applications, even though it's a bit of a migration. We think it's going to help future-proof applications by giving developers the power to really control exactly which features they're using, which version of Swiper they're using, and get bug fixes sooner rather than later. We also are we have rolled out a migration guide on our documentation website that shows you exactly step-by-step how to go from Ion slides in your application to Swiper. So it's not like we're just sort of throwing you out there and say, all right, migrate. We have a step-by-step guide to show you how to migrate to Swiper.js.
Yeah, that's really useful. So in terms of a timeline, I don't remember catching if you mentioned this. What should developers expect in order to make this migration?
Yeah, so we deprecated Ion slides about a month or two ago. I would say about a year, no less than a year, that we want to give people plenty of time to migrate. So usually we're going to do it in the next major release. So whenever Ionic 7 happens, that'll probably be when we remove Ion slides.
Yeah. Okay. Any release date for Ion 7? We'll confirm
I'll let you
now.
know as soon as I figure it out.
Okay. Awesome. So another component like this that we hear a lot of talk about is virtual scroll. It's very much in this same box of Swiper where, support for it is kind of dodgy here and there. What's the status with virtual scroll?
Yeah, so similar to Ion slides, Ion virtual scroll, which historically has only been available to Angular users, React and Vue users didn't really have anything. Ion virtual scroll is also getting deprecated in Ionic 6. So deprecated, you don't need to change anything with your virtual scroll setup to use Ionic 6. It will probably be removed in Ionic 7 as well. We're pushing developers more towards using the virtual scrolling solutions provided by your JavaScript framework. And I think this is really important because if you look at what's available online, there aren't any really popular virtual scrolling libraries that work with just vanilla JS. And I think there's a reason for that. And the reason that I think is that the virtual scrolling library really needs to tightly integrate with the rendering lifecycle of your JavaScript library, right? So the Angular team has Angular CDK, a collection of components for Angular. And one of those things is CDK Scroller. It's their virtual scrolling component. It's built by the Angular team, maintained by the Angular team, and built for Angular. It makes the most of the performance benefits of Angular. It makes use of all of their lifecycle hooks. These are things that really need to be specific to the JavaScript framework. And it's something sort of out of the scope of what we are sort of comfortable managing. So we are deprecating it. Similar to Ion slides, we also have a migration guide for Angular users. So it'll show you how to go from Ion virtual scroll to Angular CDK scroller. And the other benefit of this is we also have migration guides for React and Vue. So we will have official recommendations for virtual scrolling in React and Vue, which is a first for Ionic users. Previously, React and Vue users didn't have virtual scrolling. So similar to Ion slides, we think it's a bit of a migration, but we think it'll be much longer, much better in the long run, future-proofing your application.
Yeah, definitely. I as an Angular developer myself, I've used the CDK virtual scroller and it's been a great component. And I definitely would attribute it, like you said, because it has that tight integration, as opposed to something like Swiper, where it's just, it can be generic, you can make that work across everything, but really being tightly integrated with those change detection cycles because everyone does it differently. So that makes a lot of sense.
Very specialized component.
Yeah, definitely. That's really cool news also about the recommendations for React and Vue. Do you want to, I don't know if this is kind of off the cuff more so, the recommendations that you made for those, which libraries are those? Do you have that offhand?
Yeah, so for React, it's a library called Virtuoso. That one's a pretty popular one in the React community. And the Vue one, I forget the name. It's like Vue Virtual Scroller or Vue Scroll or something like that. The libraries are listed and linked on our documentation pages. So for those interested, they can go to the docs and get, see the library, evaluate it for themselves. Those aren't the only virtual scrolling libraries in the React and Vue communities, but we found after our research that those were probably the most robust feature-wise, the most, the sort of best maintained, have they been committed to recently, things like that. And do they have other people using them? Is it, 10 NPM downloads a week or is it a few thousand?
Yeah, that makes sense. That's great that you've done all of that work to at least give people the starting point of where to look. That's awesome. Awesome. So big topic with Ionic and mobile apps is accessibility, right? This has kind of been a hot topic in the hybrid web world where, we have Flutter and all the work they're doing in React Native. How is Ionic 6 specifically addressing accessibility issues?
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the big things that differentiates Ionic from the alternatives, and this extends to any apps built with Capacitor as well, is that it's built on the web And the web has built-in tooling and built-in support for accessibility, ARIA roles, screen reader integration, things like that. Keyboard support is also important. So we're able to leverage a lot of that out of the box. So developers really don't have to think too much about it. It should more or less just work. We, of course, give them the ability to customize and adapt to whatever their use cases are. But specifically in Ionic 6, we've addressed a few pain points, mainly with date time. So in Ionic 5, it was pretty challenging to have keyboard support and also screen reader integration with date time because of mainly how it was built. And so it was very hard to say use the arrow keys to scroll up and down and select times or dates. Screen readers would sometimes announce the wrong things. And that was a big focus with the date time in version 6. So for example, version 6 now uses the calendar style picker where it has, every day of the week. When you select an item, VoiceOver, TalkBack, all those screen readers, they will actually announce the full date. So if you select one, and it'll say like December 1st, 2021, things like that. You can use the arrow keys to navigate between days. The home button, for example, will jump you to the beginning of the week. The end button will jump you to the end of the week. You can jump between weeks. You can jump between months, years. There's a lot of flexibility you're given and a lot of control over how you navigate and select in these date time components. And it's hard. I'm sure there's things that we haven't gotten quite right, and we're of course going to iterate. But I think it's a big improvement over what we've had in the past.
Yeah, accessibility is so important. So that's really great. And I imagine that it's a lot of work to get that right.
Yeah, absolutely. And, that's not the only accessibility improvement. All the new components, accordion, breadcrumbs, even the bottom sheet to a certain extent, even though that really takes in a custom component. Those were all built with accessibility in mind. There's one feature that I prepared a little sample for because I'm still blown away by how cool it is. Let me see if I can share my screen.
Yeah,
it's with the accordion component. And can you see my screen okay? Looks good?
Looks good.
Great. So this is the new accordion component in Ionic. And so by default, when you tap it, it'll sort of animate down, slide down. But for some developers, some users, they may not want that. They may get motion sickness. They may bother their eyes. They may just not like it, for whatever reason. And so on operating systems like Android and iOS and more, you can actually check a box called reduced motion or reduced motion accessibility, which will, as it sounds, reduce the amount of animations, the amount of transitions in your app to reduce whatever strain was there. And with accordion in Ionic 6, it will actually automatically listen to those preferences and adapt to that. So by default, it'll animate down, but if you have the reduced motion preference on, it will automatically disable the animation. The developer doesn't have to do anything. So if this video is gonna play, so right now it's animating down, animating up. And if you switch to the reduced motion preference in settings, you go back to the app, and suddenly it's no longer animating. The developer doesn't have to do anything. These are one of those accessibility features that just works out of the box. And it's something that is oftentimes overlooked. It's these little details that can really make the difference in user experiences. We want to make sure that anyone can use an Ionic app. And these are the little things that will sort of go that extra mile to make these app experiences really accessible. This isn't done across the board. This is specific to accordion. I'd really like to see us expand upon that and expand this functionality to other components. We're absolutely not done adding new accessibility functionality. This is just the start, but I'm really happy to see this getting into Ionic 6, and I can't wait for us to expand upon it.
Yeah, that looks really, really great. And it's awesome to see how it's tightly coupled with the operating system. I think as developers, we often are pushed to get features done, and we don't always consider everyone who might be using our application. And in consumer applications, especially at the enterprise level, this is so important. There are so many users out there who need features like this. Like you mentioned, people who get motion sickness, and being able to just trust that the framework you're using has all of this taken care of is amazing. Like that is an amazing benefit for enterprises who want to have this support and choose Ionic 6. That's really, really exciting. Okay, So the big topic everyone's excited for, date time. Let's talk about it. Let's start with localization, right? That's probably one of the biggest pain points I think for date time is getting all of the localization options right for your users around the world. How does that work for Ionic 6?
Yeah, so we've really expanded upon that, and we are trying to leverage as much of the browser APIs as possible. I don't know about you, I don't speak 40 languages, so I'm not able to localize that all off the bat. I know two, and I'm like iffy on a third, so maybe don't hire me to translate your application. But we have all these new localization features in Ion Datetime, and again, I'll share my screen. I got a little sample. All right. So this is a screenshot of the new datetime component in Ionic 6. So on this phone, the device is set to English, United States, right? So it's going to show December in English. It's going to show 10 o'clock a.m. instead of 1000 or 1300 instead of 1 o'clock p.m., that kind of stuff. We're able to use browser APIs to automatically determine the language and the region that your app is in, or that your device is in. So if your phone is set to Spanish, datetime is going to show up in Spanish. So if you switch to here, this is what it's going to look like in Spanish, right? So you have it, the month in Spanish, you have the time format. You notice it doesn't say AM or PM. The time label is not automatically localized. We can't do that, unfortunately, but users can customize that using the time label slot. So they can customize that time text. So that's really, really awesome. To really show and drive home the point of like how big of an improvement this is, since this happens automatically, let me show you how you had to do this in Ionic 5. So in Ionic 5, this is code snippet of Ion Datetime in Ionic 5. If you wanted to localize your application, you wanted to have the month display in a certain language, the day names display in a certain language, you had to know all of that in advance. That meant engaging with a third-party localization library or just having that data hard-coded, right? It was pretty tedious, right? There's the month, day names, month, short names, day short names. And this syntax is Angular specific, but the same kind of logic applies to React and Vue. You had to pass in all of this data. Now to localize it, to have the month display in the correct language, the day display in the correct language, the time to be formatted, this is what it's going to look like in Ionic 6. You just write Ion Datetime.
A lot simpler.
Lot simpler, really, really cool. And I also understand that there's going to be situations where you do need fine-grained control over it. So we've also added new manual options for localization. So there's the locale property that's going to let you set the language and the region. If, as a developer, if you're familiar with locale extension tags, that's a browser API, you can also pass those in here to specify, the hour format, do I use 24-hour time, 12-hour time? What kind of calendar format with language, things like that. The hour cycle, you can set the hour cycle, right? Should it say 1300 instead of 1 o'clock p.m.? You can also customize the first day of the week. In some places it's Sunday, in other places it's Monday. So we've added a lot of really robust localization features. We have some stuff work out of the box, and then we give you, the developer, the control to really power exactly how this date time component is going to display. We're by no means done with it. We have ideas for more localization features, and I'm sure we'll get more feedback as Ionic 6 is consumed by other developers. But this is a really exciting feature, and I think it's a huge step over what we had in Ionic 5.
Yeah, that's a wonderful improvement. As someone who's had to use the previous methodology of figuring all that out ahead of time, it's great to just drop in a tag and you're up and running with that. So yeah, that is a huge developer benefit for everyone to take advantage of. Really excited. Okay, so datetime is great. Does it work on desktop?
Yes. Very simple answer. Yes, it does.
Great.
I know in Ionic 5, if you wanted to use it on desktop, the layout was a little awkward, and I think it sort of appeared from the bottom. And if you had a big monitor, it's like, all right, let me move my mouse down here and click and drag. In Ionic 6, it can be displayed wherever you want. If you want to show it in a modal, if you want to show it in a popover, if you want to show it directly on the page, you can do that as well. Selecting times. Previously, you had to like click and drag. It worked great on touchscreens, but on desktop, it was frustrating to use. And so in Ionic 6, we've really improved that. So you can just swipe to scroll. You can use a trackpad, mouse wheel, whatever to select a date. Again, keyboard support, I know we touched upon it when we were talking about accessibility, but it's also nice to just be able to select dates with a keyboard, right? You can tab into it, use the arrow keys to go between dates and be on your way rather than scrolling, and then click. So that's a lot of really cool improvements with date time. There's other components that got sort of datetime overhauls. Of course, the new components, accordion and breadcrumbs, were built with datetime in mind. With desktop support in mind. I mean, I guess you could use a datetime in an accordion component. I won't stop you. The breadcrumb component is something that really excels on larger screens, right? Because it's going to show you a trail of exactly where you are in your application, how you got there. So not only is that great on, say, an iPad interface, it's also even better on desktop because it's going to show you that sort of context and provide that important context to users. And again, accordion works great on desktop, full keyboard support there. The Ion Select component is something that was typically pretty mobile focused. With Ionic 6, we've updated Ion Select with the popover interface to not only match the new material design styles, but you can now use the keyboard to select dates. So you can tab into it, hit enter, open up the popover. Focus will automatically be moved to that popover, and you can use the arrow keys to go up and down and select items. So we've made a lot of really good improvements to desktop support. I don't think we're done. I think we've got a lot more to do, but I think we made some really great strides in there that will make manipulating data, selecting data, and just using Ionic apps a lot easier. You can, using keyboard support, you can navigate the app just a lot quicker without pointing and clicking.
Yeah, that's awesome. So this desktop support, it sounds like it's kind of coming to all of our components as we can build that out. Is that right?
Yeah, I think it's going to depend on where we can fit the need the most. A lot of our components already work pretty great on desktop, right? Like say Ion button, it's a pretty simple component. You can already tab to it, select it. I think we're focusing more on the bigger pain points. So date time was a big one. Ion Select was a big one as well. I think moving forward, we're going to listen to feedback from the community, from enterprises, see where are the pain points remaining, where can we have the biggest impact? And I think that's how we're going to tackle this moving forward.
Great. That's awesome. So for anyone who's moving between Ionic 5 and Ionic 6, when they're needing to figure out what do they need to address, where do they go to find that information?
So as of, I believe, yesterday at around lunchtime, noonish, we launched a new migration guide for Ionic 6. So on our documentation website, I don't have the link handy, unfortunately, but on our documentation website, you will be able to go to an upgrading to Ionic 6 page. And that is going to show you step-by-step everything you need to do to migrate your Ionic 5 app to Ionic 6. We also have framework-specific things. So, step one will be update to the latest version of Angular, right? You'll have to do whatever breaking changes that Angular has, things like that. And then we'll take you through, okay, you need to migrate date time. You need to do this, and this for date time. Here's an example. We go through every single component and really sort of walk you through step by step, what do I need to do in order for my app to build in Ionic 6? We also link you to the full breaking changes guide. There are some sort of design tweaks that we did note there, though, that while you might not need to do anything to account for it, you may still want to be aware of it. So that's also there as well.
Okay, that's great. It's really exciting. And, we're excited for everyone to get hands-on with Ionic 6 and, test it out. Give us your feedback. It's definitely great feedback for us. So what's coming next? Now that we've hit this major milestone in Ionic 6, where is the team looking to go over the next several months?
A lot of places. I think the biggest thing moving forward is we're really going to focus in on our documentation, particularly with examples. We want to make the examples more interactive, more representative of what component should look like, how they should behave. Sort of our vision is to be able to say, go to the date time page and get an example of what Ion datetime looks like, be able to play with the properties, theme it, switch to light mode, switch to dark mode, and then click a button. And this might be down the road, I don't know, if we can get to this, but eventually get some code that you can just cut and paste into your application to use it. The way I see it is you shouldn't have to go through the process of making an Ionic starter app, getting some sample code and tweaking it to figure out how it should look. You should just be able to go to the docs and say, okay, this is what datetime should look like. This is how it behaves. And that's that. So that's something that we're looking to do. We've already started the planning process, just from a high level, what kind of features should this new feature have? And then from there, I think we're going to be looking to enhance some of the features that we shipped in Ionic 6, right? So we're going to look to add new features to bottom sheet, to datetime, to accordion. We want to make sure those are really robust components, really robust features before we move on to other things. Beyond that, can't really talk too much, can't give it all away. But documentation and new features that enhance the stuff we shipped in Ionic 6 are definitely top priority for us.
Great. I'm really excited for those documentation changes. They sound especially useful, maybe for a team that doesn't have a dedicated designer, perhaps, so they can go in and, just kind of tweak those parameters, get it what you need. Or as a product manager, copy the code and say, I want this. Exactly. Just drop it in. Go work with it.
Absolutely. It's all about making it easier to build apps.
Yeah. It sounds like you and the rest of the team are doing a fantastic job at that. So thanks for all of your effort and hard work you've been putting into that.
Thank you. Yeah, we're all excited to have Ionic 6 wrapped, and we're looking forward to what's coming next.
Absolutely. Okay, well, I've seen a couple of QA questions come in, so I think we're going to turn over some time to dive into those. For anyone else who's, if you have any questions, now's the time to get those in and drop those in the Q&A section of Zoom, and we will do our best to get to all of those. Okay, so let's get this pulled up. So we have a question here specifically. Are there any plans to get the circular clock time picker for Android in the datetime component?
Yep, that's a good question. So we originally started looking at that to implement it, and when we wanted to redo datetime, one of the things that we did is we looked at what other libraries did. We looked at what other UI libraries, how they implemented time pickers. Specifically, we looked at libraries that implemented this sort of radial circular time clock. The feedback that they received from their users is that it was really hard to use and not accessible. And so we made the decision, we have limited resources. We have to get this out the door, not to rush it, but, we should really focus on what we can do to give a good developer experience. And so I think moving forward, we're looking to stick with the sort of wheel style picker that you can use with arrow keys, that you can use with touch. It just provides a lot more of an accessible experience. The other thing I forgot to mention is with the time picker, you can actually type times in. So if you tap the time picker, you can actually type in, 2:52, and it'll select 2:52 p.m. Those little things also add to the accessibility. We didn't see that with the circular clock picker. Not to say that we won't ever implement it, but I think right now we're more focused on how can we make this as accessible as possible.
Yeah, that seems like very solid reasoning to me. And, again, that's something that everyone should be considering, especially.
Yep.
Let's see. So are there any testing updates that we should be aware of with Ionic 6?
Yes. So if you are using Ionic React or Ionic Vue, there is a teeny tiny little snippet of code you will need to add to your Jest configuration if you're using Jest. And again, this is noted in our migration guide, in our breaking changes guide. There's a teeny tiny little bit of code you'll need to get Ionic components to be compiled down. So Ionic 6 ships us something called ES modules. And those are really nice. They reduce code overhead. They make it easier to maintain code. Just at the moment doesn't support ES modules. They're working on support. So we're looking forward to that getting out the door. So you'll need to add a little bit of code to have the components get compiled down from ES modules to something called CommonJS, which is a format that Jest can understand. Beyond that, that's really it. That little bit of line of code that will give you, you can just copy and paste it into your Jest config. As of right now, Angular doesn't have anything that I'm aware of. I know there's the protractor deprecation, but that's more of an Angular thing than an Ionic thing right now.
Okay, awesome. That's good for everyone to know and to really be on top of that. One of the questions in here, I think, is more just a comment for you. It uses the time zone from the phone. Sweet.
Yeah, we don't touch your time zones. We did that in Ionic 5. It didn't always work. We don't touch your time zones anymore.
Yeah. Okay, awesome.
Yeah, we actually encourage you to use a third-party library to manage that, right? So we give you the raw date when the change event is emitted, and then we encourage you to use something like DateFNS or other libraries to really manipulate and parse those dates. Those do a fantastic job. We don't need to reinvent the wheel on that.
Yeah, definitely. That makes sense. So a more personal question. What's your favorite part of Ionic 6 that you've built out?
That is a good question. I know the accordion accessibility, that reduced motion thing, that I only put that in there because I really liked it. I thought that was super cool. That's definitely up there. Honestly, though, I think the bottom sheet, I'm really hopeful that the bottom sheet can be used in some really interesting and creative ways. It's a UI paradigm that's becoming more and more common, especially in iOS apps. I've seen it a little bit in Android, but mostly in iOS. It's just being used everywhere. And in all sorts of ways. I've seen it in map applications. I've seen it in like sort of share dialogues, email applications. So I'm really excited we have like a base implementation and we have some ideas for what we can do to improve it, but I'm really interested to see how developers take this and use it in ways that maybe we didn't anticipate.
Yeah, for sure. I think you even showed it off at one point internally using like a fake Google Maps demo of using it like as an overlay to Google Maps. Is that right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think I ended up tweeting that out because someone said you should tweet that. I was like, okay, fine, I will.
Yeah. Yeah. That was a really, really good example in there. Cool. Okay. Well, I think we're going to turn the time back here over to Matt Kramer.
Howdy. Thanks, everybody, for kind of walking through that. I really appreciate it. Also, I'm like, Liam, I'm not going to lie, I'm highly jealous of your backdrop and everything like that. Like your backdrop's clean, your slides are clean. You guys flowed for the whole Q&A, so I really appreciate it. I had a few more questions here too as well. So we've seen the EAS 21 app that was made with Ionic 6. You talked about how the migration guide is live. Like on the DL, is this something I can like play with right now? Or like how do I get my hands dirty?
Yeah, go to our documentation. It shows you how to get started, how to migrate your app. I think our new starter applications will be going live in a few days. I think we're waiting for this to be over before we publish those. But yeah, if you have an existing app, you can get started. And even the migration guide can show you how to take like an Ionic 5 starter app and upgrade to Ionic 6. So it's absolutely something you can start playing with. It's stable. All the features are in. Have lots of fun.
Sounds good to me. I know I'm personally excited, and I really liked kind of how fluid everything was in the ES 21 app, just in terms, even from like the animation perspective, like everything is just so smooth nowadays. The dark mode's beautiful. You guys have done a phenomenal job. And honestly, the accessibility stuff is super cool as well. Just bringing that to the forefront of every single one of our components. So I love the work you guys do. Appreciate every minute of it.
Yeah, the web has come a long way in the past, even just in the past 5-10 years. It's incredibly fast. Ionic apps are incredibly fast. So
definitely. And I'm happy for migration too. I don't know about you guys. I was pre-Ionic 1 and went through the Ionic 1 to 2 pain. I don't know if we want to do like a minute of silence here. But I'm happy with how far it's come and how smooth it's going to be for Ionic 6. So great work. Excited for everything. And thanks for chatting with us.
Thank you.
All right. With that, first up, we have a message from one of our sponsors, Narwhal. So let me bring that up for everybody here.
NX is an extensible open source dev tool that helps teams develop at scale by providing 3 main things. 1. Out-of-the-box configuration of frameworks and modern tools so that you can focus more on your application and less on configuration. 2. Easily share your code across multiple applications or teams while enforcing clean integration points. 3. Understand the dependency graph of your code base so that you can run tests or other actions on exactly the areas affected by a PR and no more.
All right. So a few other things to talk about before our next our next talk coming up. So yet again, download the EAS 21 app. We are seeing a lot of submissions for the swag giveaway. Yet again, that is just the 4th tab on the application. So if you go open up the app, click that swag tab, you'll be able to fill out a form, enter a giveaway for one of our swag bags. The other way to get access to free swag during this event is to ask good questions or have good content in the Zoom chat. Both of those things we're looking out for. We have tons of swag to give away. There's still a lot left. So Troy, if you get a message from Troy from the Ionic team in that chat, he's asking you for information so that he can ship you free swag. So good questions get you free swag. Good chat gets you free swag. And we will do a drawing for all of that data from the app, which also gets you free swag. So free swag all around. As always, the sponsors, you can also check out the sponsors like the video we just saw from Narwhal. You can check that all out in the application as well. Click on a sponsor. It'll take you right to where you can learn more information about those sponsors. And you can see all of the talks coming up next as well. Let's see here. We had maybe an additional 1 or 2 Annex 6 questions. I don't know those answers, but if anyone's still around in the background that does, feel free to come forward. Otherwise, our next chat is, let me pull it up for everybody. All right, 1 second. All right, so our next chat is going to be choosing a technology strategy for the future. We are still waiting just a few more minutes before we start this talk. So if there's anything you'd like to know from us, feel free to post in chat, post in the Q&A tab. Now is a great time for me to just answer any questions you guys have. Something that has come up as well is whether or not these talks are recorded. So everything is recorded, right? This is being recorded through Zoom. We have it live on YouTube as well. We'll be cutting up the entire day's presentations. Okay, so you don't have to worry about like going and finding the spot in 8 hours worth of video. We'll be chopping up all the presentations and posting them individually to our YouTube. Be on the lookout for that. Remember, you can always look at any of those videos from past events at ionic.io/events. So if you go to that page, it will have all of our previous major events that you can go back and watch. If you're interested in any of our webinar content, you can find that on ionic.io. Go to the resources section for some of that webinar content as well. All right, I believe we have a few more minutes here. Just double checking to see if we can start the next one. I'll be back in just a few minutes. Thanks, guys. All right. Welcome back, everyone. Up next, we have another customer showcase event. So we're talking about choosing a technology strategy for the future. We have Rob Gore and Daniel Rodriguez, both from Norwex, here to talk to us. Let's bring them up on stage if we are all ready. Rob, how's it going? You are on mute.
I'm doing very well, so thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to them.
We appreciate it, definitely. So you guys can take it away if you want to share your screen. I think we should be good to go.
Doing so right now. Well, welcome everyone. I'm thankful for the opportunity to present. My name is Rob Gore. I'm the Director of Mobile Applications for Norwex. We sell high-end cleaning products all over the world to make our environment a better world to live in. And I thought it would be appropriate today to just spend just a few minutes and talk to you about my personal journey as a director and leader in a global enterprise company, and what this meant to me as far as this technology framework. And I divided up into 3 quick little slides. Basically, choosing a technology stack for my personal future, choosing a technology framework for a global enterprise e-commerce solution, and selling a new technology and framework within the organization. Again, about 7 years ago, I ran into the situation where I thought it's time in my career, again, like I experienced when moving from C to C++ or from C++ later to Java. I began to think about what technologies could open the most doors in my own personal future while still leveraging all of my past experience. And mobile application development seemed like a desirable choice, but there appeared to be some inhibitors. One of them was just lack of knowledge. I had not yet even heard of hybrid mobile development. I thought mobile apps required specific device-specific languages and environments for iOS and Android, and there was some truth to that. But the more I thought about it, I didn't know how practical it'd be for me to try to rapidly develop high proficiency in all those different environments. It just seemed to not be practical. And turned out that my son-in-law, James Casey, introduced me to Angular, and he was real excited about it. And it was exciting technology, but it just didn't seem ready for prime time, didn't seem ready for practical enterprise development activity. But it wasn't until quickly after that Angular 2 came out. And I began to see Angular 2 combined with Ionic's Cordova framework, just tremendous possibilities. In fact, what it reminded me of personally was when we started writing in Java a long time ago, and I started thinking, this has a lot of potential for the future, and it turned out to be true. Well, I believe the same thing with Ionic, but I was thinking about it personally. For one thing, my C++ and Java skills could be useful for plugin development. My previous HTML, JavaScript, and web application skills would immediately flow into this Ionic environment. I would just need to learn Angular 2, and more importantly, but later, NGRX. But it became apparent that I could leverage decades of HTML client-server web application experience with this new technology. So choosing Ionic could leverage my past and open many possibilities for my own personal future. So I created and released a social media application to the stores. Its name was Grace Note, and it was something that was fun to do. But in doing so, I was able to develop the UI, the APIs, the database, learn how to satisfy all the business requirements for an approved mobile app through Apple and Google. And overall, I just had a lot of fun. But in my position as a senior business analyst for Norwex, this was a couple of years later, I'm looking at Ionic and saying, would it be a good fit for Norwex? And these were the things that were on my mind. Was it in line with our strategic direction as a company? The Ionic framework and Angular provided that technology and support that we needed for a global enterprise e-commerce solution from what I could read And the experiences that I've had have told me very definitely that this technology was actually ready for prime time. Now, in this meeting, I hope this isn't rough to say, but there are us that come from a different world than JavaScript, and we're going, can JavaScript really be ready for prime time like this in an enterprise solution? And the answer is absolutely yes. Then that was new to me. Another was resource availability, because one of the things I knew that I was going to have to talk to senior management about was, are we going to have to hire completely brand new staff that are going to be specialized in one only working on iOS mobile and the other only working on Android mobile? And I began to see that that's not really true. The required JavaScript and HTML skill sets that are required for hybrid mobile development are easily available for the most part. And with training, we could even leverage our current developers and train them how to bring them on and work with us. Another major issue was going to be the cost. And in this case, not having to hire separate Swift teams and Java teams. And we don't have to implement the entire development environment because they've got a wonderful cloud-based solution. That I can actually do rapid development and proof of concept, which I used quickly. And in general, it was a very low risk, high reward solution. Then there was another issue that I had to deal with that I was concerned about, and that it had to do with whether or not a JavaScript, TypeScript, this whole entire open source environment would be ready for prime time in an e-commerce global international environment. But it turned out that they had enterprise plugins and complete internationalization functionality that we needed at the time, which was terrific. I discovered that they actually have enterprise level support plans that were available that really turned out to be a blessing for us when we did have a hiccup one time. And the live update functionality was a big advantage. Because one of the things that I knew we were going to need to be able to do is be able to provide updates to our field rapidly, and they can do that. But knowing that such a technology exists is only one part of the equation. The other one was, how in the world do I sell this to upper management? Because I was going to have to prove its viability in a number of different ways. Well, the opportunity arose to actually do that. Because Norwex wanted to produce a training application, and they wanted to do it as a mobile app, but it was going to be expensive and time consuming, and they needed it to be out quickly. So what I did was I told them, let me do it. So I personally developed and deployed a Norwex training application called Party 360 using the technology stack of Ionic 3, Angular 4, GitLab, and Jira and all that. It was released in 4 countries in English, French, and Spanish. And after it was successful, I then presented a business plan to senior management to hire staff and 4 developers and lead the development of our API and our mobile applications. And they received it, but I found out that there was some internal resistance to such an idea. The primary one was the fact that that our senior management had the same lack of information that I had. They thought that mobile development was too difficult, too expensive, and that the internal development could never meet the aggressive timelines that were going to be involved. But both were proven to be the exact opposite. It was less expensive and much faster to do it ourselves with this technology. I used Party 360's requirement meetings. So that was the training application. So when we were doing training meetings, I saw an opportunity. And the opportunity was to start training everyone, senior leaders in particular, on what is hybrid mobile application technology and how could it help us here at Norwex. I actually used these requirement meetings, and they would say, you need to do this, you need to do that. And I would tell them about how I can, or in some cases cannot, but with this rapid development environment, I can actually make some of the things they want to do possible. And there wasn't a need for them to go out and hire a third-party vendor or hire specialized skill sets. that we could do this, that I could hire people to do this. I do want to note in one area though, that there was something that I completely failed at being able to do. I also attempted to explain to my senior management, not just explain, but promote the use of progressive web apps. And I just wanted to let everybody know that I found that to be rather unsuccessful, that it was just very difficult for senior managers to understand the difference between a mobile application and a progressive web app. I take that on my shoulders. The last thing, that this actually did end up being a success. Now, I'm not saying that this will work for everybody. I'm just trying to give a quick explanation of my experience. But by using these opportunities to basically teach upper management, and once they began to understand that the Ionic framework could leverage our current resource skills and rapidly develop mobile applications at a low cost, the resistance actually turned into excitement. The Norwich shopping app has been in production for over a year in 4 countries and is generating significant revenue. Our second consultant application is well under development and will be released soon in 2022. So we're very, very excited. I thank you for the opportunity to give you my testimony, and I'd like for you to hear more technical details from our team leader and senior developer, Daniel Rodriguez.
Hi, hello everyone. Thank you very much, Rob. So I'm Daniel Rodriguez. I'm the lead mobile developer here at Norwex, and I'm gonna be talking to you guys about our team. Right? Let me share my screen. Okay. So first, I want to talk, right? I'm sorry. So first, right? So we have a lot of technologies, right? A lot of frameworks, layout libraries, platforms, and we have a lot of technologies where we can choose from, right? And they are all good, right? But it is very important for us that we choose the right technology for our project, right? Every project is different. Every project is unique, but how can we choose the right technology, right? So here, I'm just gonna talk to you guys about the technologies that we choose and why we chose them, right? So first, I'm gonna talk about us, right? So who we are. So Norwex is a company that provides high quality products to families and helping them to live safer and sustainably. Norwex is available in multiple countries, but the Norwex shopping app is available in 4 countries with 6 different cultures and growing. But more specific to our team, right? So what are we doing to help Norwex and our customers, right? About the vision and the mission. So we are the team that we're on charge of the research, the development and the support of the mobile applications in all the available countries. So how are we doing it? Because Norwex is available in multiple countries, we had to research multiple technologies and find the right one for us. The one that allows us to deliver the content to more customers faster, and the one that makes our applications easier to escalate and easier for new developers to help us work with it. So, being said this, we have some choosing criteria, right? This choosing criteria while we were researching was the adaptability. How flexible and adjustable is the technology? The delivery. How easy it is to deploy a fix, a new feature to our customers. The support. We are developers, right? So we don't know everything, and sometimes we need help. But when we need help, who can help us, right? And then the community. Is it accepted by other developers? Is it supportive to other developers? And this is the technology that we choose, right? We are using Ionic, we are using Angular and GRX for the state management and Tailwind. So why did we choose Ionic? Well, Ionic is a platform that specializes in creating native apps using web technology. It gives us the flexibility of building cross-platform applications without any problem. It's one code for all, and that means that we have only one code base for our iOS application for iOS application and one for Android platforms. It has all the required plugins and integrations to interact with the operative system. It saves a lot of time and effort. And also, all the cloud solutions saves a lot of time while deploying changes to the app, thanks to upload live updates, right? Then Angular. Angular, it's a JavaScript framework based on TypeScript. This framework has all the required tools for development. This reduces the time spent on research. Angular is constantly updated. Every year, the Angular team releases a new version, adding more features, right? So another helpful feature is its components. Being a component-based framework, it helps us to develop only once, but use it multiple times. Then NGRX, right? NGRX is the state management system for Angular, and it's based on Redux. Well, for us, NGRX helps us to create maintainable, reusable, and reactive data stores. About Tailwind. Well, Tailwind is a customizable CSS framework. It helps us to create beautiful UIs faster with less code, increasing our productivity. Its syntax is very easy to read, to understand, and if we have any problems, the documentation is excellent. And also, one of the best features about Tailwind is that the building process makes our CSS code smaller, making our app bundle even smaller. And then, as I mentioned, well, these are only the technologies that we are using for a mobile application. But what about the content? Do we have to make a release to update the content? Well, no. For that, we have a bigger stack, right? That we have here in the bigger picture. As you can see, we have not too much complex stack, but it's very useful. Why? Because we have a CMS, right? That this CMS, it just we have a custom implementation of a Python and SQL Server to update our content. Well, this allows us to give access to our marketing team to update the content of our app. And this is a very powerful tool, as it allows us to modify our content as needed, as products, images, and catalogs, etc. And to get information from the CMS, we have a Symfony server, and this helps us to convert the entire data to JSON objects and get it from the application. And then because we are using Symfony and the CMS, one of the challenges that we found is with the images, because we have more than 100 products available, and when we have more than 1,000 users, getting all the images from the server, it just gets a lot of calls, right? It's a lot of storage, so it increases the cost by a lot. So how did we fix this issue? We started using AWS. With Amazon, they have the Lambdas and we have the S3 buckets. So what we did is we have a Lambda function that gets all the images. We process them, we resize them, and we store them in the S3 bucket. This allows us to deliver all the images through Amazon CloudFront, and then with our mobile application, we just get those images. It helps us reducing the cost of our servers, the payload, and it makes our application even faster. Then we are using Firebase. So what is Firebase? Firebase is a tool created by Google, right? So we are using it for push notifications, and we are using it for analytics. Firebase allows us to deliver those push notifications for marketing campaigns, And this allows us to do it by country. Because we are available in multiple countries, we need those push notifications to be different in every language, in every country. So Firebase makes it very easy to do it. And also with analytics, it helps us because we can keep track of our application usage, and then we can get very detailed reports for our application. And well, as final thoughts, right? After all the research we have made, we found the right technologies for our project. We have had some challenges in the way, as no technology is perfect, right? But the ones that we found have allowed us to create excellent quality applications, helping the customer and the company. Thank you.
If I may, please, Daniel, may I make a couple of comments during our last few minutes here? I wanted to let everyone know that a personal story with our implementation of these mobile applications using Ionic Framework technology. Because we knew we had multiple applications and that there was a possibility of sharing code between the applications themselves, we created a mono repo and shared a lot of the code. And over time, we developed a very complex build environment. And at one point, we finally got ourselves in trouble where our build environment was not working well, and we had to find a solution. And there was a point in, for me to really leverage, do I really have what I need from Ionic? Because there was a point in time when I needed their support. I needed their technical help. And we were able to leverage, I forget what it's called, their enterprise support agreement, whatever. We were able to leverage that and call them up and say, we need help. we have got to get this build environment. And they brought in excellent staff. They reviewed the stuff that we were doing. They made recommendations, and we learned that we needed to do some things to kind of separate some of our modules a bit because we were having some circular dependencies that we didn't want to have, and we, working together jointly with the Ionic staff that was provided to us, we were able to resolve those problems timely manner and get our fixes back out and get our whole game going again. And to me, that was a very important time in life. And then one more comment about the future. Okay, my company is aware of what I'm about to say, but we have not made any strategic direction to act on it yet. But Daniel and all the developers that have worked on this solution are fully aware of the fact that this code runs on the desktop as well as running in the mobile apps. Should the time come in the future where we need to make some decisions about what are we going to do on the desktop, one of the alternatives that I'm going to be able to propose, thanks to this technology, is let's stop developing a desktop totally separate from all the mobile. Let's just write once for everyone. And that's the conclusion of our presentation. Does anyone have any questions?
Hey, Rob, thanks so much for diving in there. And first off, I, on behalf of the customer success and advisory team, just want to say thank you for that shout out at the end. I'm sure they appreciate it. They're always here to help and they've got your back. So I'm going to pass along that feedback, make sure the whole team kind of gets to see that. We really, really appreciate it.
Well, it's a serious attaboy because it was very serious at the time. We had tried hard and you guys came through for us. It was a very good decision.
We've always got your back.
Thank you.
So I have a ton of questions. So we probably only have like 5, maybe 8 minutes here to go through a couple, but I just had light bulbs going off in my brain throughout your entire talk. One of the kind of things a little bit more on the technical side I wanted to ask is from the perspective of kind of going through and choosing this as your architecture. Like, I know there are other web native players like in the game. What ultimately led you to choose Ionic as the choice here, as opposed to one of the other web native players?
Well, in the beginning, I chose Ionic from a number of other well-known, most precisely in the beginning was simply because it was leveraging HTML5 and not using all the XML and other different types of solution sets. Well, there were lots of other different solutions. For me, it was very, very simple. I thought I'm going to be able to hire web developers and train them much easier than I can teach somebody to write a totally different programming language. And I thought that was going to simplify both my job as a director, but it was also going to make it easier for me to just find people that can use this technology. And for me, and very personally, in the very beginning, it was just simply that I needed something that I could prove out. And I've been doing web applications for a long time. And I knew that if I was ever going to be able to sell this to the business, I was going to have to prototype it and show it that it could work. And so I thought this is a much, lower risk,
yeah, that's awesome
solution.
Yeah, thanks for diving in there. That reminded me of I think in the keynote, Max was talking about how like central to everything we do is we really view like Bet on the Web as like actually utilizing the tools the web provides, how it provides them. Yes, we need frameworks like React, Vue, Angular, et cetera, to make our lives easier, but ultimately like the core technology here is still the web. So that makes a lot of sense.
To reflect on one thing you said, I did get to do the Angular 1 to Angular 2 transition. and
I'm so sorry, Rob.
No, I came in at the tail end of it. So I came into, I got to experience it, but I found my stride in Ionic 2.
Awesome. That's great to hear.
That was the time when I said this can work.
Yeah, I personally am like I was an Angular 1 fanboy. Like I've been doing Angular 1 before kind of the transition, before joining Ionic even, and transition was a little interesting for sure, but ultimately like I'm on board with new Angular and have been loving every minute of it. It was just a little bit of change. So I know we all kind of look back at it like it's a war story a little bit, but I think we've wound up in a better place.
I think sure. Angular 1 to Angular 2 was a bigger deal. And so moving from the different versions of Ionic for me at one time was alarming. I thought, boy, I hope it's not like that one. And I can attest to the fact 1 to 2 was definitely the hardest. Everything from then on, even going to capacitor, was actually a blessing.
Yeah, and the new stuff is even easier. So a lot of stuff coming on the way. So during that last question, you mentioned proof of concept a little bit, right? One of my biggest questions hearing you talk about like your personal journey and having to convince management to kind of give this a shot, right? Really see what happens here is, you mentioned they originally weren't on board. You might have had to, do some knowledge sharing from yourself for them. Like literally, how did you pull that off? Like, was it one-on-ones, group sessions, POCs? Like kind of what were the tools in your arsenal that you used to kind of help make that case?
Prototyping you're talking about?
Yeah, anything, right? Like
I guess the way to make it very, very simple is they wanted a mobile app out in 6 months that would do all of this training. Well, they couldn't even develop all the API and knowledge resource base in 6 months, basically. There's no way we're going to get an app out. And I was in a unique position. I know all these people. I know the training. I know the technology. And so when I knew what the business wanted, I said, here's my opportunity. I will make you a mobile app. And I'm not trying to make a big deal about it, me. I'm just wanting somebody to know this is what I did. Okay. Mm-hmm. It might be different for you. But what I did was I said, I'm going to make it. And I personally went to my CIO and I said, just give me the whole project. I'll make it. I'll deliver it on time. And we launched it on time at our big national conference. And that did a lot to get people from, oh my gosh, this might actually be this might be possible if one person can do this. And
yeah, that's awesome.
But it began, I mean, there is a learning curve, and it's become more and more in some respects. But I really mean it when I say that it's a low risk solution to bring board and say, can I do this? Well, I can show you quickly, so that I can put this in senior management's hands and say, do you like the direction this is going? If they say no, we haven't spent a fortune to get here. You know,
Yeah.
I don't have all these contracts out here. I didn't hire all these people to make all this. So from a director level, to me, it just was a no-brainer to give me a try. And at first, their biggest trouble, I said it in my presentation, was just information. You know, they just like they thought mobile development meant all this stuff, and it just took me a while to explain it to them.
That makes a lot of sense. Thanks for diving in there. Another technical question here. I saw Tailwind in your stack, and personally, I'm just curious, like, how have you liked Tailwind? How's it worked with Ionic's other stuff? Like, you know, talk to me a little bit about how that's played out for you and what you like about it.
Well, to be honest, I think it is very good. It's a very good library, and once we were in Angular 10, it was getting a little bit complicated because the setup was not very straightforward. But when we started working with Angular 11, everything was just seamless. I mean, you just install it, npm install Tailwind, and then it just starts working everything magically, right? And it has a lot of plugins that gets along with Ionic really good. It's really nice. It helps us a lot because at least their documentation, it's really big. They are detailing everything. And something that I personally liked and that I'm just sticking with Tailwind is that the entire bundle from Angular while building the application just went from like 10 megabytes to 3 megabytes. So it was just huge. It was a huge change. It made our application faster, and it just really, really good. I totally recommend it.
Yeah, it's an amazing reduction in size. That's awesome to hear. All right, let me check here. I think we have time probably for one more question. I was wondering if you had to call out like a single pro tip for someone who is passionate about giving Ionic a shot and needs to convince kind of management to give it a shot. Like, what's one thing they can do to kind of get over that barrier? If you had to call out kind of like a single instrumental piece.
Well, for me, it's reducing fear.
And doing that through, so in terms of how you reduced fear, that was through like you said, you whipped it up like really quickly to show them and said, hey, this is going in the right direction. Is that kind of the way you did that?
I began it with, I started looking for opportunities to build a mobile app that would make senior management's lives better. And I'm very serious.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
They use, and I said, okay, I'm just going to go build something they can take advantage of and
That's
show
awesome.
them that it'll work. But that effort got started, but it got sidetracked when the training opportunity came along.
That's awesome. Awesome to hear. Well, I appreciate from the bottom of my heart your entire talk and for you guys hanging out with us. Be on the lookout. I think some members of our team are going to be reaching out to you guys for some follow-ups. I've loved having you, and thank you for joining us. I really appreciate it.
It's our pleasure. Thank you
very much.
All right. Bye, everybody. See you. All right. Up next, let me get my ducks in a row here. We have a talk from one of our other platinum sponsors. Let me share my screen quick. All right. So we've talked kind of a lot about this trend over the entire EAS sessions today of micro front ends. We've had some talks on stencil. So specifically, Robert Flagg here is from Modus Create, one of our trusted partners, to talk about accelerated solution delivery utilizing micro front end architecture. I believe Rob is up and ready to go. So let me stop sharing here. Robert, how's it going?
It's going well.
All right. If you want to go ahead and share, I'll step aside and let you take over the stage.
Cool. Sure. How's that look?
Looks perfect.
All right. Well, hello, I'm Robert Flagg. I'm a director of engineering at Modus Create. I've been a software developer for over 40 years, and I've been doing Ionic development since version 1. My company, Modus Create, is a digital transformation professional services company. We've been in business for 10 years and have over 500 people in over 50 different countries. And as Matt mentioned, we're also an Ionic partner. Before I start, I wanted to give a shout out to one of my teammates, Grigor Grisagono, for his leadership in the topic. He's a thought leader here at Modus, and I encourage everyone to check out his videos on the Modus YouTube channel. He's super informative, super passionate developer, and really on the cutting edge of a lot of technologies. And I think the link might be somewhere in the Zoom call. Given the audience for this event is enterprise technical decision makers, application architects, application engineers, I focus my talk on helping them to decide if micro front ends are right for them. Micro front ends are a deep and wide technical topic with vastly different approaches and philosophies and vendors out there. And it's a new technology, and as a consequence, there's a lot of different opinions. I'll talk in general terms about MFE architecture, but I mostly wanted to focus on the why rather than the how. But I'll still give an overview of what I think the best implementation patterns are. Most importantly, I wanted to give you some real world examples of how we've helped 4 Fortune 1000 companies in the financial services, pharmaceutical, telephony, and automotive industries to fundamentally change the way applications are delivered to their customers. We're also doing so by pioneering the use of microservices for backend and micro front ends for customer facing front ends. When these technologies are combined with Ionic technologies like stencil, Ionic component libraries, capacitor, and portals, our customers are literally saving tens of millions of dollars a year while accelerating their product delivery and maximizing their user experience with highly customized front ends. We all know the benefits of the Ionic platform: write once, run on many platforms, PWA, iOS, Android, and the web. But I think the benefits are not just in using code across platforms. It's also about the organizational impact in building teams around a unified language and framework. In working with a major bank to modernize its front end and back end applications, we're seeing the organizational impacts of adopting hybrid technologies. COVID hit this company hard, having to temporarily close 10,000 branches. It highlighted the need for them to be extremely fast and adaptable at delivering digital transformation, both of their organization and of their products. They learned they needed to think like a software development organization rather than a bank. Banks and financial institutions were among the first companies to adopt digital technologies. As such, we see these institutions having some very antiquated application technologies where they can benefit from modernization, specifically moving to the cloud for the benefits of performance, cost, availability, reliability, scalability, and breaking up monolithic applications into microservice. But perhaps the most significant impacts of hybrid standardization were on their organizational team structures. One of the biggest challenges faced by this bank was organizational, not technical. When you have large monolithic applications on multiple platforms, the velocity of new product development is gated by your slowest team. And these disparate teams have to coordinate release activities. It's especially challenging when you have 3 major platforms all using different languages, architectural patterns. It made feature delivery really slow. And with every feature team needs its own Ruby engineer, its own Swift engineer, its own Angular engineer, Kotlin engineer, with 3 different architectures. It was just daunting for them to have any velocity whatsoever. Micro front-end architectures use a singular platform to allow more flexibility in how you organize your team, how members can span multiple feature teams, and how your code is organized. Ultimately, it's proof in the pudding is delivering features faster and getting products out the door. For this major bank, we utilized a micro front-end approach to migrate parts of the huge Ruby on Rails application they had into smaller Angular Ionic applications using Node.js-based Angular universal web servers. We literally took a single menu item out of their web application and replaced it with an entirely different platform architecture. we utilized an application load balancer ingress controller to have the routing rules recognize certain routes and then route them to this new Angular application. It's a different pattern than most micro front ends, but it's one in which you have two incompatible platforms living and coexisting very well together. One being a server-side rendered Rails application, the other being an Angular front end. And then you slowly eat the elephant by picking off pieces, and eventually you end up with you can merge them all into one single page application. Our next step is to move their account servicing mobile applications. We're moving all of their current native applications to Ionic Capacitor, so that ultimately their loan servicing part of their application will be served on the web, iOS, and Android, all from the same component-based Angular application. Any new features added to the existing native mobile applications are actually being developed in Angular Ionic and installed on these existing applications using portals. So this way, their feature delivery is not gated at how fast we can port their entire native application. So it's really an excellent example of how Portals is enabling people to migrate to new technologies, yet still deliver features in a timely manner. It's a very timely feature, guys. What exactly is a micro front end? Micro front ends are obviously analogous to microservices, but for the front end rather than the back end. It's really the age-old problem of software engineering. How do we break up large projects into smaller units of work so we can get teams to work independently and in parallel? So I came up with object-oriented programming. Now, if you go and Google micro front ends, honestly, you're going to get confused very quickly. There's a myriad of offerings, opinions, architectures, approaches on this topic. And to be quite honest, some of them are just wildly wrong. You do not want to go down certain patterns. So it's a minefield fraught with a little bit of danger. We'll talk a little bit later about what I consider best practices. In a nutshell, just think of micro front ends as a way of accelerating your application feature development by decoupling your features, your teams, your repositories, and your delivery pipelines sort of into independent units. What we have here is an application that represents an example, just merely an example of a micro front end. It's composed of 4 different micro front ends. We have a shopping view, an authentication view, a cart view, and an analytics component. Note that each of the work streams aligns to a business need and have their own teams. They have their own repositories, and they all have independent delivery pipelines. Down in the right-hand corner, you'll see an application registry. This is kind of a source of truth that's used to know what repositories make up an application. And because when you're building for the hybrid native application, we have to know those build times, those build assets in advance so that we can build them and copy them directly to either the Android or the iOS project. But for the web, we can build them all independently and publish them independently to separate feature URLs. Over here on the right, you'll see like shopapp.com, authApp.com, cartapp.com, analyticsapp.com. So, the build pipeline builds each one of these components, dumps them into an S3 bucket that has a CloudFront distribution in front of it. Then the application, which could be the web application or mobile applications, that shell actually is built with a content identifier, and that application will go out to a CMS provider like Contentful. Most of our clients are actually using Contentful. Use that identifier, read the application config, and basis that application config, it literally tells the main application, okay, your first feature app is shopapp.com. It's located at shopapp.com, and it will go out there load those assets and those packages to literally assemble the application. There's a little bit of tooling around knowing when all the individual applications are hydrated. And this is kind of the one kind of architecture. It's a popular architecture. This will be used in some of the examples we'll show later, where these modules, even though they're independent, we're using Webpack 5 module federation to ensure that we're not needlessly downloading libraries we don't need to download. The benefits, well, independent teams work with greater focus and for faster delivery. We've always known in software development, small teams with clearly defined objectives work faster, have fewer blockers, and have a clearer mission. Independent repositories make code easier to understand. When we reduce the coupling between the various pieces of our application, it's much easier to go look into the shopping cart application if it's a little standalone application, and now we can see the tree because there's no forest around it. Independent CI/CD pipelines allow independent feature delivery. This is a really big one. It means that each team can develop and publish at its own pace, and that's a highly valued resource, in my opinion. High level of customization is available via the content management systems configuration. It drives the configuration files drive what features are displayed, how it's being displayed, which data sources to use for content, and how the feature is themed. So you get complete flexibility within your application. We'll see a couple examples of how some of our clients have used that to deliver unique applications. Feature teams aligned to business value. This is especially important when you have applications that have very different business purposes built into them. For example, in our banking client, they have their loan acquisition is not only different from loan servicing, they're also different business units, and it's a lot easier to get those business owners involved if they're only working with the team that's solving their particular problem. Micro front ends allow heterogeneous frameworks, but it's best to avoid. And I'll go into a little bit more detail on this later. There are instances where this has to happen, but if you're doing any kind of greenfield development, this really should be avoided. There's too many perils around it. And honestly, this really benefits most, is most suitable for very large teams and very large projects. I'll point out some instances later where the approaches aren't really suitable, because in order to reap some of these benefits, you have to have the scale to reap some benefits. Easy A/B testing. I have to say the micro frameworks that we've been working on are the easiest implementations of A/B testing that I've ever seen. So if that is a criteria, some big benefits there. Financial impacts. When you accelerate feature product delivery using Ionic with micro front ends, you also save a lot of money. We're working with one of the largest pharmaceutical companies in the world, I think COVID vaccine provider, to reduce their costs and accelerate their delivery of websites, their regulatory compliance, and their mobile applications. This pharmaceutical is adopted Ionic for all of their mobile applications, and we've helped them develop some reusable website development platforms that are based on Ionic stencil components and Jamstack. Anytime you have multiple products that have to go through the same processes, in this case, regulatory compliance, website development, mobile application development, for each and every new product, you should seriously consider hybrid-based technologies with micro front ends. When you speed delivery, you save money. And to give you a scope of that financial impact, these efforts are saving this pharmaceutical company $25 million per year per drug. So that's a pretty substantial impact. Customization. big winner in micro front end applications. Modus is currently working with a white label application development company that provides the cloud storage solution for many of the top mobile telephony providers. Right now, these applications are being delivered via native applications, but their inability to deliver PWA, web, iOS, and Android features in a timely manner to multiple clients wanting a high level of application customization has resulted them in deciding to move to Ionic PWA and hybrid solutions. This is for an application that has over 100 million users. So that's a real testament to the power of hybrid with micro front ends. Now, obviously, this type of application requires a high level of customization of features and branding, and this is perfect for micro front ends. Not only can their clients easily choose which features to include, how the features are organized, how the features are customized. For example, let's say you want somebody to display as a grid versus a carousel. They can now also control all of the branding and all of the UI UX components entirely from configuration. Target market customization. This is a really interesting one. Because microfriends make it easier to dynamically customize content at runtime, there are new opportunities for geographic customization for your application. Modus is working with one of the leading European auto manufacturers to use micro front ends to provide highly customized user experiences tailored to specific markets. And for this manufacturer, that's 160 different markets. Long before COVID, digital transformation was fundamentally changing the way people buy cars. People were increasingly turning to manufacturers' websites to browse and configure their purchase, so that, a lot of times dealers were order takers. COVID shutdowns obviously exacerbated this trend. Indeed, some manufacturers like Tesla have eschewed car dealerships entirely and sell direct. While websites have long provided localization and language translation for different markets, it's been a challenge to easily tailor content and user experience for culturally diverse markets and regions. Spain's preferences tend to be different than Eastern European markets, and heated car seats are not much in demand in Southeast Asia. But micro front ends allow for exactly that level of customization, not only in what is displayed, but how the content is displayed. For example, in Germany, Germans want to control every single feature specification. In the US, people tend to prefer the simplicity of trim levels. And that trim levels obviously have there's a reason they do that. The manufacturers do that because they can ship inventory around the world and be reasonably confident that there's, something that someone, customer will find that fits their need without having to build everything custom. Now you can imagine trying to build such a level of abstractions into a monolithic website would be daunting, and you'd be right. I've done it several times in my career where you try to build a dynamic user experience driven off of metadata, and it's incredibly difficult. Micro front ends solve a lot of those kinds of issues, and just remember that it's a pattern as much as a technology or a framework. And when you recognize that, there's tremendous new opportunities to reusing these patterns to solve problems in different ways. So it's really exciting and a challenging field. Patterns, what kind of represent the best patterns or approaches in building micro front ends? I would say number one is pick a framework. Now, in theory, you can build applications with completely different frameworks for each micro front end. In some cases, it's just necessary. So we've got the financial institution where we're doing a migration from one, Ruby on Rails to Ionic Angular. You're stuck with two different platforms. You have to live with that. Another particular use case is two firms merge. One's got all their products and their assets in React, and the other is in Vue. but you need to merge those assets and get them together as to one entity. Micro front ends can solve those problems, but the reality is, if you're doing greenfield, that has serious drawbacks with respect to performance. A better pattern is to utilize a common framework, and when doing so, I recommend favoring browser-based standards like custom elements. While theory stresses trying not to share code, the reality is that the performance challenges dictate that using a single framework and a module sharing technologies have big impacts in improving your performance. So we make some sacrifices to have some contractual standards across the teams, but we reap major benefits in performance by being able to share dependent modules. My favorite approach is Webpack 5 Module Federation. It's based on standards. It's not opinionated. It's very robust and it's very well known. So it's a pretty good approach, and it's being used by being used by both our auto manufacturer and our white label application. Now, there's also important when you're establishing those dependencies early on. Recognize what they are, what your shared dependencies are. Very common ones are navigation, authentication, user identity, themes. These are instances where having a good pattern around how you architect and having some shared resources can be very, very valuable. In many cases, service workers are very helpful in this regard, especially in around authentication. Some of our clients are using service workers to intercept all the feature applications fetch calls so that authentication headers can get added. So that's shared across all feature apps. Think runtime over build time. The goal is to assemble applications. This obviously rules out things like Git submodules and NPM libraries. No, this doesn't mean you can't, feature apps can't use shared components from an NPM library. Indeed, most of our feature application developers are using Ionic framework components. You're just doing so at the lowest level. And again, those libraries with Module Federation do get shared. They're compiled independently at runtime. This approach also, decouples your release pipeline entirely. And if you build in semantic versioning of your releases from the outset, you'll find that your applications can be very robust when you're releasing multiple versions at a time, and teams are releasing versions independently, and they can, older versions of wrapper applications can still work. Other good thing to follow, establish clear naming conventions to prevent name collisions or CSS leakage. Again, stencil compiled custom elements go a long way in aiding this. It's kind of the pattern of browser-based standards that is going to work and reap great rewards. Browser features over custom APIs. Utilize browser-based event communication over global state management with PubSub to eliminate all your cross-cutting dependencies. I'm a big fan of reactive functional programming with PubSub interfaces, but those tend to be too tightly coupled for MFEs, and you're just not. It's not going to be. It's going to be too easy to break your modules, and it introduces dependencies between your feature apps, which you're really going to try to avoid. Hydrating multiple feature applications on the client side can have some performance impacts. There's a lot of stuff to download. So consider using server-side isomorphic rendering technologies to improve your perceived performance and your time to first contentful paint. That's always a good strategy. And again, the goal in micro front ends is to have the most minimal coupling. But you will have shared dependencies like auth tokens, user identity navigation. Identify these early, and obviously it will benefit performance, if everyone's sharing the same version of React DOM. Because if you don't, it will download multiple versions of React DOM. So there's an obvious role for infrastructure around your teams to enumerate what those shared core dependencies are. A lot of teams are using evangelists that sort of are conduits between teams to establish these rules that make sure that everyone's playing nicely. You can have version conflicts. It won't break anything. It just may impact your performance, and it's just not optimal. Also consider using mono repos and package management tools like NX for Angular or Lerna for React to sync your version dependencies and optimize module federation. So developing some core tooling that teams can reuse is super helpful in that regard. And then there's reality. Finally, don't get religion on micro front ends. They're not appropriate for everything. While I've painted a picture of sunshine and lollipops, the reality is that building micro front ends are hard. Some would say they're very hard. Micro front ends have the same restrictions as microservices. So you have to honestly evaluate if the juice is worth the squeeze. For most simple applications, this is not the case. Even with some complex applications, it may not be worth the investment. For example, I never recommend startups build microservices or micro front ends. In order to be successful at building microservices or micro front ends, you have to have a very clear understanding of your domain boundaries, and startups, which are acting agile, don't have that. They can't know what the thing is that they're ultimately delivering. Two, the goal of a startup is to get to market quick, get customers quick, prove their value proposition so that they can A, raise more money, or B, make money to be able to afford fix their technical debt. The perfect architected system that never ships is just a waste of time and money. And so on that cautionary tale, I think we have maybe a little bit of time left for Q&A.
Yeah, thanks for that, Robert. I definitely appreciate the whole talk. I appreciate you diving into details on some of the nuance there. A lot of really good stuff. I do have a few questions that came in from the audience before we'll dive into the next talk. First up, which cross functions do you see in this approach, and how do you deal with holistic UI aspects like across these micro front ends?
The holistic, yeah. How do you that's a great question, because it's how do you prevent divergence of your applications, your frameworks? This team starts to go off doing REM, and this team's using Pixel, and this team is not following the design practice. One of the things I think that helps that tremendously is to recognize you can still share components, and you can enforce your UX standard across applications and your design standards across applications, while giving them the freedom to build what they want to build, how they want to build it. You're just going to upfront, establish some standards. In the case of two of our clients, we've done this by, okay, you will use Ionic components, and you will use these global standards for your theming. You don't get to, you can play it a little bit, but you don't get to override these standards. I think that's the best pattern.
Makes a lot of sense. Thanks for diving into that. I know we're running a little short on time, so I appreciate you hanging out. I'm going to hit you up with another question or two privately afterwards, and we'll go from there. Sound good?
Okay. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Robert.
Bye-bye.
All right. Let's see. Real quick, before we bring the next talk up on stage, we do have another sponsor to talk about. So let me go like this. All right, it's time to talk about Launchpad Lab. It's no secret that the world has changed drastically over the last couple of years, and it's become mission critical for today's businesses to evolve their customer experience. Launchpad Lab's team helps you think through the gaps in your digital experience. With a combination of Ionic's mobile framework, custom development, and human-centered design, our team will help you build a mobile app that keeps your users happy and engaged. Say goodbye to frustrating digital experiences and hello to happier customers. You guys can learn more at launchpadlab.com. So with that, we will jump over to our next talk. This is another partner session. We're going to be talking about delivering dynamic mobile experiences with reusable architecture and, after my own heart, live updates. So let's welcome to the stage Ralph Borges and Seisha. All right. Welcome.
Thank you, Matt.
No problem.
And good afternoon to everyone. And I'm going to share. Can you guys see my screen?
Looks great.
Awesome. Okay. Good afternoon once again to everyone. My name is Ralph Borges. I am the product manager for AAA Mobile, and I've been with the company for about 5.5 years now. So a little background on AAA. It is a company that started about 120 years ago. And as of this year, we have over 62 million members. Many people don't know that AAA basically helped pave the roads of America. And in 1920, it started the AAA School Safety Patrol program. And those are the crossing guards that you see on public school. The company is known for offering roadside assistance. Basically, every time your car breaks down, you call a truck, a AAA truck, a tow truck. And through the years, it has expanded to other products and services, as in discounts in travel, hotels, car rentals, cruises, restaurants, and insurance policies, automotive services, among many others. So that's a little background. So we will move forward to our challenges. And basically, AAA has been a very unique industry, I should say company, when it comes to the operating architecture. And basically, those 62 million members that I mentioned are spread across the nation and are independently owned by clubs. And what does that mean? That we have approximately 20 clubs, which can translate to 20 regions. And each region has their own and preferred user experience. But from a development perspective, we still have to point to only one app in the app stores. So roughly 15 of those clubs they use a similar experience, while the other clubs are significantly different. And you will hear a little bit more on one of our partner clubs a little later this session, after my session. So our biggest challenge has always been maintaining the AAA brand across all regions while enabling clubs to be independent, giving them that freedom. We began with iOS and Android native apps, and about a decade ago, and that was also very problematic due to our structure. It did not provide that flexibility that the deployment needed, that the flexibility needed, and the deployment to go to production was also very, very slow. So web views are also a challenge that we had and we still have in the mobile app. And we continue to kind of improve on those by taking those web views where opportunities come and work with the clubs to see if we can make those, move them into the app as Ionic apps, for lack of a better term. And the last but not least, each club has their own authentication system. So this also prevents the app from having that control every time a member logs in. And it is one of those that fall in the web view challenges. So with that said, we move forward to what has helped us and where we are today. So basically, right off the bat, Ionic was a solution. The framework was exactly what AAA needed. We started with one template and as a starting point, and we added features and customizations as needed by these clubs/regions throughout the US. Deploy, now we can go fix things faster, enhancements go to production faster. That has been a huge improvement. One code for both iOS and Android has also been a huge and big plus. We now have a distributed development model, which it's much easier to integrate and deploy. As part of that distributed development, our third-party partners can provide us their components, and at the same time, they have the power to deploy to production independently and as needed. We just completed the capacitor migration. This effort now gives us access to the Ionic supported code, as well as reducing our in-house custom code. One of the challenges that I mentioned earlier today is having the clubs with their own authentication process. So basically, we implemented what we call Ionic login for one of our biggest clubs. And basically, that's an API connectivity, no longer a web view, connected directly to the app server. We also took advantage of the identity vault from Ionic to include that biometrics. So, and that project, not from me, but from our club partner, was a complete success. And they are right now targeting about 95, 96% accuracy when it comes to member login. And finally, Ionic has helped us improve our ratings in the app stores. Big plus in 2018, we were at 2.1, and today we enjoy a 4.3, which is extremely valuable for our AAA brand and for our stakeholders as well. So moving forward, basically what Ionic has done for us is to give us that dynamic experience that we needed. Sorry, I think I got here on a loop here. My apologies here. Could you guys see the agenda?
We are looking at the PowerPoint, not in present mode.
Okay, sorry. I don't know what happened here. I think my mouse just kept going forward. Is it changing now?
Yes, it is.
Okay, my apologies.
No,
okay.
You're great.
Okay, so basically, what do we have today? Now we can offer our members a dynamic experiencing, addressing that regional requirement from a single app in the app stores. Our club partners can deploy with freedom and independence. And while studies, as you can see on the screen, show that the average time is just 4 times per year or less, Ionic has given us the freedom, liberty to deploy 2 to 6 times per month or even more if needed, right? Depending on what we're working on, enhancements and projects and things of that nature. So with that said, this concludes my short presentation. Now I will pass it on to our club partner, ACG, which Sesha will be speaking. And Sesha, I will pass it on to you.
Oh, sorry. I believe you are on mute.
Yes,
perfect.
Sorry.
No, you're all good.
Yeah. Thank you, Ralph. Good afternoon, all. Myself, Sesha. I'm working as a product manager with Auto Club Group since last 3 years. Before I jump onto the slide, I just want to give a little background about Auto Club Group, and I will move on to the presentation. Okay, so the Auto Club Group is the second largest AAA club in North America, and ACG is part of AAA National Federation, and we are Tier 1 club and providing the ACG experience within our footprint. And the mobile app for the Auto Club group serves more than 14 million members, and it has monthly active users of an average 600K users. And the mobile app serves the features across 14 United States. That's the brief. And moving to the problem statement, basically we started, way back towards and up until 2018, we were delivering the application in pure native iOS and Android platforms. And basically the challenges that we all aware that the release life cycle is a little bit slow. And due to that, we had several issues, challenges that we faced. So we decided to move on to Ionic platform since beginning 2019. And basically it instantaneously helped us building the source code once and, developing once and build the application for the multiple platforms that in the nomenclature phase. So we could make it faster builds and deliver it to the, app stores. And also the app flow helped us in terms of releasing the builds faster. Ralph, can you move on to the next slide? So basically, ACG core feature functions are completely built with Ionic. The screenshots that we see here, these are all Ionic components. And while we are building the components, we cautiously put our effort in terms of building in a way that we can reuse these components with the minimum changes in the theme and functionality, so that it can be scaled for other clubs as well. So with that development, we could deliver these features for other clubs, for Carolina and Colorado. Recently, we onboarded them to ACG experience. Now they are enjoying our features. So while we leverage these features, the device features with Ionic plugins, we also have integrated third-party SDKs, and we developed our own Ionic plugins that are integrated, which are homegrown plugins that is integrated with several other vendors' SDKs. Recently, we migrated to Ionic, the capacitor platform, a runtime that provided an advantage of building the native code as a framework and libraries for us. And Ionic App Flow is a flexibility code deployment, and we could deliver the enterprise-grade applications in weeks of time rather than months. Ralph, can you move to the next slide? So the screens that we see here, these are the core functions of ACG. So, the AAA drive is one of them. This is a vendor integration. Basically, this is a UBI feature, usage-based insurance feature, where members can gain certain discounts based on their driving pattern and the usage of the application. So this is a WebView integration, but we could integrate and seamlessly deliver the application to the members. Yeah, that's all from my side, Ralph. Thank you very much for running the slides for me.
Okay, thank you for that, Sesha. So now we will open it up for questions. So if you guys have any questions, or you can post them on the chat session, and we will be more than happy to answer them.
All right, so I've got a few that came in. However, there is more time to get more questions in. So if you're in the audience and you haven't asked one yet, click that Q&A tab in Zoom and we'll get to it for sure. First up, in terms of, you mentioned kind of using live updates as part of a deployment mechanism. I wanted to talk a little bit more about what that means for, are you deploying multiple times a week or a month per club? Like, how does this affect release management in general for you?
The question, Matt, is for me or for Sesha?
Either one. So mostly related
Okay.
to live updates and native deployments, right? Like,
Yeah.
what does your kind of release cadence look like on the live update side, on the native side, on the club side? Like, what is the cadence you've developed?
Yeah. Right now, we're deploying maybe every 3 weeks. And that's because we also have some native components, right, that we have to consider and integrate. But when it comes to Ionic only, of course, we have a process of approval, and we have to go, just imagine the structure that I talked about, right? So if we're going to deploy an enhancement. So we have to get it approved first, right? And think about, we have, clubs that we have to go through this approval process. So if it wasn't because of that approval, we could certainly deploy faster and even many more times during the month. But we're kind of locked into basically every two, 3 weeks. But Ionic deployments, we do them often if needed. So, which is a big plus for us.
Gotcha. So just to make sure I understood. Yeah, just to make sure I understood correctly on that. So you're saying like on a native cadence side, like we're talking 2-3 weeks, go through, get the approvals, things like that. On the Ionic side, you're operating on a different cadence, which is like when something is ready, let's push out a live update. And then every 2-3 weeks, we'll launch like the brand new native application. Correct. But
we're also very tied to making sure that we have to alert our stakeholders first. What is it that we're deploying, right? Because it's not just one owner. To put it in perspective, Matt, it's not just one owner, one app, right? It's one app, different flavors, many owners.
Yep, lots of involved parties in the architecture you guys have going on.
Very uniquely. Unique architecture,
Yeah, just in case like somebody didn't pick that up from the talk, like the AAA has a ton of kind of subgroups operating in it. So I mean, I don't know how many you guys have. I don't know if you could share a number or not, but lots of stakeholders all funneling into one native application, and that's what this architecture really pulls off.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we have about at least 15 clubs using the reference app, and then we have our partner Sesha. With ACG, we have Mountain West. So it does engage a lot of stakeholders, right?
Definitely.
Great question. Yeah.
All right. Another question from the audience. Someone was just curious what map components you used in the ACG app.
Yeah, the map components are basically the Google Maps API that we have integrated. And these works seamlessly, and the map zoom feature and the clusters that we created, all that was seamlessly with the Leaf, the subline underlying the libraries that helped us to scale the application.
Awesome, cool. All right, well, I think that's it from the Q&A perspective. I greatly appreciate you guys walking us through this architecture. Personally, I think it's really cool, kind of the dynamic native / live updates architecture that you guys have used to pull off having so many kind of different experiences all in one native binary. So definitely one of my favorite examples, and I appreciate your guys' time walking us through everything.
Thank you for your time, folks.
Thank you. Catch you later. All right. Up next, let me share my screen. All right, so up next, we have our very own Matt Netko, who was on stage earlier, our head of product marketing at Ionic, and Josh Thomas, product manager at Ionic, are going to be talking about portals. Now, you might have heard about portals a little bit. Max talked about it in his keynote. We're really going to dive deep and talk about how micro front ends can be accomplished on the mobile side with Ionic Portals. So with that, I'm going to stop sharing and throw it over to the rest of the Ionic crew to talk about portals. Take it away,
Hey,
Matt.
Matt. I'm back. It's great to be back.
Long time no see.
Exactly. Okay, let's get into it. Hey, everyone. I'm going to share and let's get to it. All right, looking good, Matt?
Looks good to me.
Awesome. Okay. Hey, everyone. This is Micro Front Ends for Mobile with Ionic Portals. I am Matt Netko, as you probably saw me before earlier today. I'm head of product marketing, and with me is Josh Thomas, the product manager for Ionic Portals. We are really excited to be talking about this today. We've got an action-packed agenda. We're going to be talking a little bit about some history, the history and evolution of app development and how it leads us today to micro front ends. If you've been paying attention today and joining in some of our other great talks, we had Amazon and Modus and others talking about the micro front end movement, a really significant change and title shift in enterprise application development. We're going to be talking about that with a little bit of a twist. So we're talking about bringing those to mobile applications with Ionic Portals, one of our newer products that we launched this year. And so we're going to have Josh show a live demo of that, and then of course be around for Q&A at the end. So let's get into it right now. So let's go back a little bit into an evolution of application development, going back several years. We all started by building monolithic type of apps. And really what these are taking our front end and back end code and our teams all working together in a single tier and building that single tier application that combined the user interface, business logic, and data access layers all in one solution, all in one overarching team working together. And this was really in vogue for many years. And the challenge, though, as teams started scaling up across different industries, is they ran into a bunch of different challenges with working together as a team, shipping really quickly, responding to customer requests, a lot of challenges there, right? And so because of this, the microservice movement came out of that, which is where we take, for the back end, we take our back end services and break them up into a more loosely coupled collection of services that are often broken up into business unit or feature tier. And the ability, really what this allowed for us is allowed for our teams to work more independently, build, test, and deploy their services on the back end without stepping on each other's toes, and allowed them to ship a lot faster and move into more of a modern age that we're used to. From here, we're getting into micro front ends, which again, we're just going to touch on what this is briefly because we already had some great content from our other speakers on what micro front ends are. But think of them as basically the microservice concept, but for the front end. So there was a lot of innovation with moving our back end services and splitting those out. But nowadays with modern app development, our front end web apps are really powerful, but more complex as a result, right? And so what we're doing with micro front ends is essentially breaking up our modern web apps into pages and feature slices, each feature being owned end to end by a single team and or business unit. So of course that allows them to work tightly coupled across the entire stack end to end, and still at the end of the day, come together as a team to deploy a cohesive experience. So really, of course, our modern desktop app, web app, to the end user still looks the same. It's just underneath the architecture and the way that our teams work together is different. But to our end user, they still get that great cohesive experience at the end of the day. And so some of the benefits of micro front ends, we heard, again, lots of great ones already, but effectively, it allows our teams in business to scale development by working in parallel. That's really the key part and focus, is working in parallel so that you can move multiple goals and KPIs forward and not have anyone step on each other's toes or implement any natural blockers that came from the more monolithic approach to app development. The next benefit there, of course, is being able to reuse code, reuse assets, reuse components across applications, old and new. And of course, it makes sense, right? Why rebuild that same search experience every time? Your login experience, product catalog, really the sky's the limit there in terms of what you could be using for both old and new apps. And so, of course, not only for upgrading your legacy ones, but accelerating development of new applications and experiences, this is a huge aspect of doing that, reusing that code and those experiences you've already built and are maintaining already. Problem here, though, is we've mainly been talking about, in the micro front end context, desktop web apps, really powerful ones. Think of Netflix and Disney Plus and all these amazing solutions today. But what about the mobile side of things, right? We all have mobile and web apps at the very least, if not desktop and other platforms we're building for. So what do we do about mobile? Because it presents a lot of unique challenges. The main one is, when we look at micro front ends, we could theoretically just drop them into native mobile apps as is, but they're probably not built for that, right? There's aspects like integrating with the native user interface. There's the device features and APIs and SDKs that should be tightly integrated. And if you just plop them in, and we're going to see how that works in a little bit, if you just plop them in as is, that's not going to work really well at all. You can't just do that out of the box. And then, of course, the main issue, which is compared to web and comparing web and native mobile, is that ultimately mobile apps compile down to a single application binary. This is a huge bottleneck of an issue because unlike web apps where they can be deployed independently, whether they're large ones or are very tiny component pieces, at the end of the day, the app binaries are what your users download from the app stores and can only be one piece of combined software, right? And so, of course, as we work towards integrating and deploying those, your teams have to come together as part of the software development process and integrate them, test it, make sure it's all working together. And speaking of that App Store review process, we all know that Apple in particular is notorious for their App Store review times. And so if you have a mission critical bug fix that needs to go out or want to release different features, you have to work together as a team to make sure that that next planned release goes out on time and is of a high enough quality bar that Apple and Google will approve them. Finally, some challenges, the probably perhaps main challenge that we see working in the web ecosystem is that honestly, the building for iOS and Android requires highly specialized teams for each native platform. And what we've seen is there's just simply so much more web developer talent out there than native devs. And so ultimately for us as businesses, it translates into hiring challenges, right? If we can't find the talent that we need, we're not going to be able to move our goals forward and constantly ship new updates and bug fixes if we're always stuck in a hiring loop. So one thing we've seen with working with teams and through our research with other companies that have more embraced the native mobile stack is that what they've kind of done is implemented feature modules as an approach to tackling this on mobile. And think about this very much like the micro front end technique, but with native code bundles. So implementing smaller pieces of functionality and splitting them up, just like the microservice model and the micro front end model, but with native code only, because again, it's a native mobile app. And what's great, there is some benefit to this because Google Play and the App Store have implemented services and on-demand resources that help teams deploy these and manage them. I particularly like Google Play's feature delivery service that they have, which basically lets you take Android app bundles or AAB files and break your app into smaller feature modules that can be downloaded on demand by your users and tend to be used more so with game developers because of in-app purchases, putting those behind a module that's separate. Or think of video games where we have different levels that need to be downloaded and unlocked later. Of course, you don't need to download the entire app binary, which can be very huge if it's a video game. We can on demand or prompt the user to install additional levels at different points. So this is typically used more so with gaming applications and less so with business units. But there's still a problem with this feature module approach with building native mobile apps. And that is, at the end of the day, our mobile teams are still unable to build, test, and deploy their apps in parallel. And of course, there's that word again, in parallel. Because again, you're still compiling down to that same binary. And yes, the feature module approach is a step forward where you're splitting up your teams into their individual business unit or functionality. But again, they have to be combined at the end of the day into that same binary, likely at the very least at an integration step at the end of your testing and release cycle. And then of course, all of that testing that has to be done by your own teams as well as the App Store review process in a single binary where you could have issues sneak in at the last minute. Furthermore, what we tend to see with native applications is longer build times just because of the amount of code and SDKs that get injected into our apps and leveraged by our native mobile apps because of, again, the devices and the legacy of 12 plus years of having mobile platforms that have to exist. Of course, the more of the potentially hundreds of devices that you have to support means more and more code to have potentially even just provided by the operating systems. And when we look at managing dependencies, that comes up a lot as well, because you have your teams, yes, working independently in feature modules, but you might run into communication issues there where you have to be always talking with each other and making sure that you're making similar architectural decisions, like the analytics libraries you're using, data storage approaches, and other libraries that you might be included that are common core to the app. Because otherwise, what would happen if multiple teams pick different approaches to analytics? You might end up with either duplicate code or separate libraries doing similar functionality, which ultimately will bloat the app, right? And of course, on the web, this really wouldn't happen as much, or it might have a lesser impact. But when your users are downloading from the App Store, if they're on cellular service, and they might incur additional costs from all that data that you're chewing through. So it really makes a difference on mobile when we have to think about all of the code that we're shipping and the app size that ends up going into users' hands. It's really a concern. Even in today's age with better internet and lower data price plans, it still can be a big deal. Finally, as we mentioned, all updates have to go through the App Store review process. So again, there's still some challenges with communication and making sure that each team can release on time and they're not holding each other up. All of that, the implementation of feature modules don't matter if our teams aren't able to put out their updates in a timely fashion. So given all these problems, how should we tackle this, right? Perhaps unsurprisingly at Ionic, we're going to recommend bringing the web to mobile. And how we're going to do this is effectively using the web and micro front ends and bringing those micro front ends to mobile in a newer approach we're going to talk about here. There's some great reasons to do this. And the first one is, of course, being able to easily update the app without updating the larger application. Because again, we're working in separate teams, but with smaller instances of our web apps that are truly independent of each other. Furthermore, I know all of you today have a great bunch of in-house web developer talent. You all have desktop websites. You all have, even if they're just internal, you have great web apps that they've built to support the business, or they might also be B2C type of sites. So why not scale your development efforts by using the web team that you already have? They're a great talented set of folks that run into all different challenges building for the web. And this is a way to extend their skills and have them build for mobile. The benefit of using web developers as well is they're pretty much ready to go without any additional training, because if we think about it, they've had to build mobile optimized experiences likely for years already, with responsive design being required for many years now as we have different devices to build for. And of course, these are invisible to users. They automatically scale our UIs up and down based on screen size and other different types of form factors. So they're used to building these types of experiences, not just desktop web apps. And finally, the reason to use the web here is we don't have to sacrifice anything with using the web versus using pure native code. It's really the best of both worlds. I want to emphasize it's not a web versus native issue. It's using the best functionality and best practices of both the web and native to bring this to life, as I'm going to show in just a few moments. So we don't have to lose anything out. We can still use native features like the camera, Bluetooth, geolocation, haptics, anything and everything that native developers have access to on native device features. I'm going to show some quick examples here too that really show this off in really great ways. The first one is Apple Music. Now, this is a wonderful example of combining the best of web and native together. They mix web and native content all the time, and this is not as much known. So I'm really happy to sort of unveil the curtain here on these folks. As you'll see from the Apple Music app screenshot I've got here, they're using native UI components like the tab bar and the song player controls at the bottom of the screen there to kind of control all of those song playback features which kind of, really makes sense, right? You as a user, you're likely going to have those songs, if it's from your private library, downloaded and embedded on the phone storage. So why not provide a really slick experience and highly responsive experience to play that file and do all those types of interactions. However, then they're using for all of the browse sections, so their playlists and other ads and other things, they're using web content. The entire browse section there for the playlist is images and cards right there are all web content. And I think that makes sense because likely this is tailored to my login, those recommendations, and it's going to change based on every user, as well as the types of ads and promotions that their marketing team wants to put out. And really the sky's the limit from the business there. So being able to control that and push it out into the native app is incredibly powerful. Another great example is Netflix. Of course, they started many years ago, I think around 99 or 2000, so many years ago. And when they deployed their streaming service, I looked this up, it was the same year that the iPhone came out. And so very early days there, right? And for mobile apps especially. But they already would have built up a huge library and content repository of Q&A questions, right? So why recreate that for native? Why they don't have to. What they're doing here is serving up pages from their help.netflix.com account and website and just embedding them in the app. And so that's a win-win. They don't have to recreate that at all. They can just embed that. And then I imagine they probably have a customer success team that's managing that's using a content management system to update and maintain these. And what's great is if they make a change, everyone gets that updated immediately, whether you're on the web or mobile here. And then finally, they're still able to provide a great experience because they're using native navigation. We see this often where it makes sense, right? Let's use what native is best for, especially navigation and responsive controls like the Apple tab bar, and then use web content for more dynamic and FAQ content in this case. Now let's look at how this kind of works in more of a little bit more technical detail. So how are these companies doing this with the web content, right? Well, they're using embedded web views within their native apps. And a web view, if you haven't heard of it before, is basically a native web browser component. They're provided by Apple and Google. It's part of the standard SDKs. And in fact, because of that, they're widely used in mobile app development and have been for years now. Primarily, we use them to display internal and external web content and can link. You're basically, in the original case, you're just linking out to other company websites and FAQs and other things. But since we're here today and over many years, we've seen a modern renaissance and pushing the limits of what a web view can do. So in this case, we're going to use web views to reuse our existing web content and apps within and embed them within native apps. How they do this today, those really large companies like your Apples and Netflixes of the world, to accomplish this is they build on top of stock web views. Now, this approach works, but there's a lot of issues with it, a lot of caveats. And even those companies with all their engineering talent, time and money, et cetera, have to do all these steps here, which is, the fact is these stock web views only have low-level APIs exposed. So there's a lot of this functionality that may look slick from my examples, but they have to build themselves, which is a pain because they're not focused on building their own unique app experiences. It's things like communication between the web and native layer, so sending data, authentication and session info, and so much more. Managing the native elements like those tab bars and navigation and making sure that content loads well online and offline. Navigation, error handling, managing permissions, all of that has to be thought through and navigated with using custom WebView code. And then finally, what about keeping all of those embedded web content and experiences updated dynamically, right? They're going to have to go through a normal multi-day App Store review to update them, typically if they're using the stock web views. So the reality of this DIY approach is it's not great. It's difficult to work with, very time consuming and costly to maintain, especially as we see at the very least yearly OS updates from iOS and Android, if not monthly, depending on security updates and vulnerabilities that come through that they have to worry about. and patch all their apps for their users. Additionally, there's much further lack of native feature access from the web. To integrate that in is a bunch of work and a lot of details that are easy to not get right. And then finally, what about controls for collaboration? If you have native and web developers working together, you want to make sure that each of those teams has guardrails in place to work on their section of the app and not step on each other's toes. And you just don't get that with the stock web view experiences. So because of this, we really recommend that you don't build on top of stock web views. It's just not worth it. You should leave that work to the Ionic team, where we've got years and years of experience building for web and mobile and can provide that for you. And how we're doing that today is Ionic Portals. It allows you to bring your embedded web experiences, your micro front ends, into your native mobile apps. And effectively what Ionic Portals provides is a new, secure, extensible web view. It's backed and built by the Ionic team. We've got years of experience with our native mobile web team and security experts that have built this, and allows you to bring your micro front ends into your mobile apps easily. You get full access to native device features, as I mentioned, like the camera. It's safe and secure because, again, we've got that years of experience backing this up, and we're used to this ecosystem and working with hundreds of enterprise customers over the years to make sure that our solutions are safe and secure. We also have ways to implement granular control over what the web team is able to access within the native app. And then live updates, I'm going to mention in just a moment. We've heard a little bit about those from the conference today. That's definitely Matt and I's, both Matt's favorite feature. And then, of course, something that really is unparalleled in this ecosystem, which is enterprise grade support services and training that only the Ionic team is known to offer. My favorite part of this approach, as we're going to see, is that we have to keep our users in mind, right? Just because we can do something really interesting and potentially complex with mobile tech and the web doesn't mean we should, unless it provides a seamless experience for our users, because we want to make sure that we're still providing awesome apps that look and feel like native apps. So even though we're using web technologies, I can assure you that your users still experience it like any other native app, right? They get the ability to access native features, use the app offline. That's a huge one because we all have to move through the world and encounter experiences where we can't access everything and be guaranteed any cellular service or Wi-Fi. And then finally, it really is invisible. You can't have any context switching or obvious page transitions in the app. That will result in a much clunkier experience, and your users will notice. So this is something that Portals covers for you. And then live updates. So as we mentioned before, with that feature modules and building for the classic native mobile, is what about keeping your apps up to date with bug fixes and feature updates and things like that when we have the reality of long multi-day app store review processes? And in today's day and age, where we need to stay competitive by shipping ideally every day if we can, how can we do that using traditional native mobile approaches? We really can't. So this is another benefit that the web only provides us. And what we are able to do with live update support is to basically push our web code and images and other files directly from the cloud into your user's device has the app installed on their device from the app stores. And as a benefit and unique feature to Ionic Portals, because we're enabled to embed multiple portals or sections of our app, individual micro front ends, we can actually target individual micro front ends that you only want to update. So and all your individual teams that are responsible for those micro front ends can update them and own that whole slice themselves. So again, making sure that there's zero disruption to the native app and your native devs and their release process, as well as the other web developers on their team. So this is huge for it, really providing ownership for all your teams and their business unit verticals. Okay, let's look at Ionic Portals in practice and check out a demo. It's really as easy as 1, 2, 3. First, you build or take your existing web-based mobile experiences, your micro front ends. And what we're doing is essentially, this can be something as small as an existing checkout flow or a small web component from an e-commerce site. And what we can do is take that individual little slice of it from an e-commerce site, or maybe we've got an entirely fully contained micro app like that checkout flow plus more, which is the entire shopping experience, and inject that entire app into the native app. We can embed it here. Here we've got an example that comes from our demo we're going to show, where maybe it's logging new expenses in your human resources app, or tracking your account management, and all of those types of things. We use our secure native web view, the Ionic Portals one, can still access native features like loading up or scanning receipts for our expenses. And then of course can use native navigation and controls between the tabs and really the logical way that we build applications. It's not, you're still building applications and native ones as you normally would. There's nothing custom to that here, which I love. Finally, your native teams can control access with our granular permissions. They can decide which areas of the app that the web team can work on, which really is about providing guardrails and making sure that each business unit is working on the section that they're supposed to. And making sure that that high communication level that we talked about, communication is huge for building software. It's not just code, right? We make sure that that's a part of it. So you can decide on the data that's used in the app or shared between micro front ends and the native layers, features, or other parts really of the app that can be accessed. All right, so next up we have Josh Thomas, who's going to show us a great e-commerce demo app. You can check it out on our GitHub here. It's all open source. I really hope you do. And let's take a look at that.
At Ionic, we created a demo application to help organizations understand and adopt portals. I'm going to walk through the scenario for its usage. We have a native application here that's built.
Netgo, I think we have lost audio from the demo. It also sounded like it was coming from a different place and or not loud enough.
All right, let's see here. Just a moment. Can you still hear me now?
Yes, I can. I can hear you. The demo was quieter and sounded like it was being played through a speaker or something.
Okay, I am going to play it. 1 second. One moment. Let's do this.
Like, can you hear it in your speakers?
I could.
The only way I'm hearing it is through your microphone, through your speakers. I think that is what is happening. So when you share your screen, make sure you hit the share sound button. That might be it.
Yeah, let's try that.
And then we'll hear it naturally.
Okay. There we go. All right.
At Ionic, we created a
Perfect.
demo application to help organizations understand and adopt portals. And I'm going to walk through the scenario for its usage. We have a native application here that's built for iOS using Swift, and we created it as an e-commerce app so that our customers could purchase swag from the Ionic store. Unfortunately, this isn't a real store, so you can't buy that capacitor snapback hat. But let's take a look at the app anyway. So here we have 3 tabs in the first one. It's a list of products. We can dig into products and read about the details, or we could get assistance on the particular product. We have a cart tab, and we can check out. And we also have profile tab. So as we were building this application, one of the things we identified is that maintaining and building this checkout process on the many different platforms that we have isn't really something that we want to keep going or maintain. It's hard enough to build it, but maintaining it in iOS, Android, and web wasn't something that we wanted to take on. So we decided to look at the web experience that already existed and make use of that. but using a stock web view leaves a lot to be desired. And we wanted to share the data and create a great user experience. So let's take a look and see how we accomplish this with portals. First, we're going to take a look at the native code that was required in order to do this. First thing we're going to do is add portals to our application. So here you can see we're describing a portal. We're giving it the name of checkout, and we're identifying the location on the device, the folder in particular, where the web application lives. And if you were to look at this folder, it's going to contain HTML, CSS, JS, and whatever resources are required to render that web app. So after we've added the portal, we need to define where the portal lives. And in this case, when I click checkout, it's actually showing a sheet modal over the top. So this web view is within the checkout view controller. So let's look at the checkout view controller to see how we can define the portal. Portal manager.get portal by name, which is checkout, which is what we defined here. And then we set up initial context. Initial context for a portal is the information that's available to the web application before the first render occurs. So if you need any information right away, you can make it available. We do a little more setup here for that portal web view. And then we're also making use of a plugin. In this case, it's the Portals plugin. And we're subscribing to a dismiss event. So a plugin is a way of keeping a consolidated functionality of your native application and exposing it to your web views. So in this case, anytime a web view were to throw an event that was dismiss, this plugin would look for that event and then map it to the corresponding function here in this checkout view controller. And here we can see exactly what it's doing. It's going to dismiss. So if I click cancel, you can see that it dismissed the view. And that's because this dismiss event was thrown from the Portals plugin. Now, there's other plugins you can create as well. So the Portals plugin is just the one that we provide out of the box. But for this particular application, we needed a little more functionality. And that's why we created the Shop API plugin. And here you can see within the Shop API plugin, there's additional information and exposed functionality to the Portals-based web views. Get cart to gather information about what's in the cart. Get user details in order to get the delivery addresses and the payment information. And then checkout result so that we can call that whenever we've completed a checkout and clear out the cart. So now you've got a high-level understanding of how you can define a portal and expose functionality from the native perspective. But let's take a look from the website. So this is a single-page app you can see here in the browser that was built using Ionic components and React. Not that you need to use React and Ionic for your web content, but it does make for a pretty great experience. You can see the development for this was done using a browser and VS Code, but obviously your web team can use whatever tools they're most familiar with. So first thing we're going to do is take a look at this page that we're looking at right now, the checkout page. And this checkout page depends on a couple pieces of information, cart and user. Cart obviously being the total and user having delivery addresses and payment information. But this view is also making use of the Portals plugin. So let's see how we're using this particular plugin. It's wired up to the cancel button. So if I were to click cancel within the application, you can see that it's publishing a dismiss event. Let's go back and look at the native code for this. Here in the view controller, we subscribe to the dismiss event, and then we make the view go away based on that. So here, if I click dismiss, it's dismissing the overall view. But that wasn't the only plugin that we're using here. We're also gathering the cart and user details, and we're using context for this within React. And this information is coming from a data provider. So let's look at the data provider. And here we're gathering user details and cart information. And we're also prompting for the checkout. Here you can see for get user details, it's using shop API.get user details. And for get cart, it's using shop API.get cart. Now, it looks as though this is calling directly into another JavaScript library. But what's actually happening is that these requests are proxied through the portal into the native application so that the native application can return these results to the web view. Here we can see, here's the web implementation of the Shop API plugin. And this is all using TypeScript so that web developers can know exactly the structure of information that's being returned and the functionality that's exposed. Now, you might have noticed based on this naming convention and recognized it from the Shop API plugin from native. Let's go back and look at it. You can see here the names are the same. Get cart, get user details, and checkout result. So whenever get cart is called, it's returning the data from native back down through the portal to the web application. So now that we've seen how you can interact from web to native, let's go back to the native application again and just walk through this step by step. First thing I did was set up my portal. I defined where it lived. I set it up within my checkout view controller. So I click checkout. It shows the checkout view controller in a sheet modal in this case. And then I can click cancel, which is a web-based button that goes back and cancels the view and tells the native application to dismiss the modal. Or I can complete the checkout and place my order. But let's make sure. Let's grab an extra hat here because I think Matt needs one. We place our order, dismisses, and goes away. So as we're looking at this application, I don't know if you noticed this or not, but within the app delegate, we actually defined 3 different portals, not just the checkout. And that's because this application has just more than just one portal being used. We have one for checkout, help, and the user profile. But I can tell you, but let me prove it to you. And that's using another tool we have here called Inspect. Inspect allows me to look at an active native application and highlight the web views that are active. So let's go back here, choose a product, go to help. And you can see here, highlighted in blue is the web content. And this is where the portal exists. As I click back, it's going back to the previous page. We already know about the one for checkout, but let's look at it anyway. So I click checkout, it opens the sheet modal, and you can see here, everything within that sheet modal is a web view. And the last one that you probably didn't notice is the profile page. This is also a web view. And I can prove it. We're looking at the web content right now and inspecting this. And this is what we mean by this seamless integration, that it's difficult for you to identify where web exists and where native exists. And you can go back and forth between them within your native applications and your users can't tell. And because you're creating this nice user experience, you should have happy web developers being able to contribute to your native app and happy native developers not having to write out every single one of these pages.
Thanks, Josh. Love it, love it, love it. We are so excited for what Ionic Portals represents for all of our customers and web developers here. And I want to say thanks again for putting another cap in the cart there. I already got it in the mail. So you could say that Ionic ships web code really fast as well as swag. So awesome stuff. Everyone, please check out the demo again. It's on GitHub there at that URL. And what's great about Portals is it's available today. Really hope you check it out and start building for free at ionic.io/portals. So again, my name is Matt Netko for Ionic. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's get into some Q&A.
All right. Thanks for diving into that, both of you. I really appreciate it. On the concept of shipping swag fastly, though, remember to go to the EAS 21 app, fill out the swag section. That's the last tab in the app. And we are literally going to pick names and ship swag out. So if you want some swag, that's the best way to get it. Or asking questions that I can answer right now during Q&A. Now, are we also bringing Josh on stage?
We are. Where is he? Haha.
Josh, welcome.
Hello.
All right. So we had a couple questions come in. First up, what are some common use cases or features that teams implement with micro front ends and native apps?
I think one of the common things we see is what we kind of showed in the demo is e-commerce. Checkout process is something that people really do not want to build across and maintain across multiple platforms. So that's really one of the common scenarios. I think what we saw with Netflix, where they have like a help section that they can keep updated from a separate team rather than the main experience, I think that makes a lot of sense as well. I think what we've seen most of all is these processes that can be chosen and taken away from the main experience and create them separately so that individual feature teams can be responsible for them.
Yeah, something I've seen done too is like chat, right? Or like customer support, like anything like that, where it really is its own self-contained experience, I think makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think that's something that Robert brought up earlier is like with micro front ends, you're thinking about individual feature teams and the verticals within your own business unit, right? And how those different verticals can be responsible for different parts of the application rather than having to work on this monolithic app.
Different business units with their own KPIs, right? They can keep
Correct.
iterating on the actual value they're bringing to the table. I don't know. That's what gets me the most excited about this personally.
Yeah, as well
right.
as really just the sky being the limit in terms of what can be implemented, because everyone's going to need different pieces of functionality, like you said, Matt, across different business units. So yeah, we're just getting started here.
Absolutely. So here's a good one. When would you use a product like Portals versus just straight up using an in-app browser?
Yeah, so I think most people use in-app browsers for linking off to websites, right? It's a completely different experience. It's not something that you really want first class within your application. I think for most places, we see Portals fitting in where you're trying to make that seamless experience really apparent, right? You're trying to integrate pieces of functionality that fit into the main app. With in-app browsers, it's really you're linking off and making it very apparent to the user of the application that it's a completely different site. It's a completely different experience. So it could be a myriad of reasons why you would want that, but that's really the main driver of it.
All right. We got another one from the audience, which I think I know the answer to, but if somebody else wants to take it, feel free. Could Portals be used for authentication methods such as SSO?
Yes.
I might go
kind of, right? But again, this is where in-app browser comes in, and this is probably something you could speak to more, Matt.
Yeah, I think from my standpoint, specifically with SSO and authentication, a lot native brings to the table specific components for doing SSO nowadays, right? Like Apple has literal native components specifically built for like, here's the SSO web view. I forget the exact title of that component, but it exists in both an iOS and an Android perspective. So primary ion authentication, you're going to want to check out something like Auth Connect. It implements that all under the hood for you automatically. So while that kind of experience of let's go to the web, auth, and come back kind of seems like a Portals use case, you also want to make sure that for auth, you're using the correct controls that are appropriate for the native operating system.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Matt, and Josh, what's great about Portals though is if you had your SSO or your sign-in process already implemented in a native app, which chances are you would, you are able to share that session info with the micro front ends or other pieces of the native app. So again, you wouldn't have to recreate that. Matt's talking more about if you're kind of maybe more building with like a hybrid or web native app from the get-go, and don't, versus starting with that native mobile app. And I think that's another common use case too, is sharing auth info between pages, because of course you wouldn't want to navigate between different tabs or pages of the app and force the user to sign in. That would be awful.
Yeah, that'd be the worst.
Awful to use UX, right? And we want it to be seamless for them. So that's something that Portals can handle.
But that was a question someone asked. So I think Joe, we kind of answered your question. Is there anything else outside of auth that we wanted to call out on like the security side of the equation of embedding this web content in the native app? Auth is the big one, right? Like pass your auth token in the appropriate way. Make sure you're doing auth in the right way. But is there anything else we wanted to call out? I think that's it from my side personally on that note. Cool. Just wanted to make sure we got it. All right. Another one here. Can I use a single web app code base across multiple different micro apps?
Yeah, I think by micro apps, it's probably what we just called micro front ends within this application. But in that demo that I actually showed off, that's a single code base. It's a single web application that's just positioned differently by route so that each portal points to a different route of the same web app. And the reason we did that is that we had a single team responsible for all three of those pieces or three portals working, right? So it made sense for us. Now, in a real world use case, you might have three completely different applications because you have three different teams responsible for them, but that's absolutely doable.
All right. I'm looking around. Sorry, questions are coming from like 5 spots. I think. Ooh, okay. Here's. Okay, so Joe asks, what tips do you give on choosing between using Ionic controls in the portal versus native controls? I want to add on to that. Also, like non-Ionic controls, right? Like we talked a lot today about design systems and stencil and stuff like that. Kind of where do you find the design piece of this equation from a component perspective playing into the portals use case?
Sure. I think when you think of the portals use case, you're not thinking of specifically about the components themselves, right? You're thinking of entire experiences. Now, the benefit is more than likely, if you have a design system built, it's probably built on web first, and then people have ported it to native, which means when you decide to put a portal into your native application, very likely you already have all of those components built for web, and you can just make use of them within your micro experience or micro app.
The other thing I've seen too is I was on the phone with a customer last week who had a native design system and a web design system and was interested in portals and said, like, how are we gonna manage that? How are we gonna make sure everything's good? And they share design tokens between the two design systems, right? So the design tokens are coming into native land and then design tokens are coming into the web design system. So one design token modification results in update to the UI, both in their portals as well as on the native side of the house. So I thought that was really cool architecture from that.
Building it the right way.
Yeah, exactly. Right. I was like, I think I'd advise it this way. And they were like, oh, we're already doing that. So it was pretty cool. All right. I think if I have my ducks in a row, that is probably all of the questions that have been asked so far. So I appreciate you guys diving into portals, kind of showing us the art of the possible. If you guys want to check that stuff out, remember it's open source. You can go check out that demo video as well. And this whole thing has been recorded, so you can check it out afterwards too. So thanks, Matt and Josh. I appreciate you guys showing up and showing this stuff off.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt and everyone. Cheers.
All right. Bye, everybody. All right. So that was our last talk of the day, but we still have a couple things to go through. So give me just a minute here. I wanted to do some last minute shout outs as well as call out more swag stuff. So this has been an insane day. I think we only had the one technical issue. Oh, Neko is telling me he wants to come back. There's another poll. So there will be a poll popping up on your screen right now about whether or not you want Ionic to kind of reach out about any of the stuff that we've talked about today. So Neko showing that poll. You can pick topically what you're interested in. So if there's something specific we talked about today and you're like, hey, I really want to learn more about that one thing, just fill out that poll and we'll reach out to help you understand everything it is that you want to know about that specific topic. So make sure you fill out that interest poll on your way out. And thank you for showing up, everyone. This has been a fantastic event. I've enjoyed everyone's company, everyone in the chat, everyone asking amazing questions. We really appreciate you spending your time with us today. We appreciate our sponsors on the platinum level. That's OpenForge and Modus Create, who both had talks today. Those recordings will be available. And on the gold level, we have Auth0, Couchbase, Launchpad Lab, and Narwhal. Thank you to the rest of our sponsors as well. And remember, you still have an opportunity here to get some free swag. So go download that EAS 21 mobile app. On the last tab there is the raffle entry for swag. Just fill that out, choose your t-shirt size, and we are going to be picking names and sending out swag to you. Thank you so much for spending your day with me. I'm Matt, Director of Product here at Ionic, and on behalf of Ionic, thank you and have a good one. We will see you next year, not only for Enterprise App Summit, but also for another Ionic Conf. Thank you very much.